within a given energy budget. Every effort and every complication of central component is compensated by an attenuation of a corresponding movement of some working organ. The principle has been termed by Kornilov the principle of unipo/ar expenditure of energy. It was arrived at on the basis of rigorous experiments performed on various types of reactions. Kornilov's experiments basically involved measuring the quantity of energy expended in a reaction as the principal mental act was made gradually more complicated. The subject was asked to respond to the ringing of a bell by pressing a button. He was then asked not to respond until he recognized a ringing that he had been asked to listen to previously, before the start of the experiment. Next he was asked to respond to one bell with his right hand, and to another bell with his left hand. In other words, a mental process of recognition, discrimination, and choice was interposed in the reaction between the moment the sensation was perceived and the moment the working organ was to produce a responding motion. As has been demonstrated by Wundt's studies, this mental process manifests itself in an increase in the duration of reaction and, as has been shown by more recent studies, in a drop in its intensity. In other words, if we are to perform some movement only after we have succeeded in gaining a thorough understanding of the signal or after we have succeeded in choosing between one signal versus another, in these instances our movement will prove to be weaker and less vigorous than whenever we respond immediately after the signal has been given. The investigation also demonstrated that this decrease in the expenditure of peripheral energy is connected by a rigorous mathematical relation to the overall quantity of energy consumed in the reaction and, thus, may serve as a measure of the energy consumed in a particular mental process. If it is assumed that a subject expended A units of energy in response to a simple signal, and B units in the reaction of choosing between two signals, then ABA will denote that measure of mental energy which, in this instance, is consumed in the act of choosing between two signals. Even the simplest observations show how difficult it is to combine any sort of intense physical effort with complex mental operations. It is impossible to solve complex problems while running rapidly through a room. It is impossible. 165. To concentrate on some thought and, at the same time, to chop wood. Every thought seems to induce a stupor, a numbness, and, by its very nature, paralyzes and halts all movement. This is why a person who is deep in thought always has the appearance of someone who is pausing, and if something startles us, we will inevitably delay our movement. Thus, it has been established that though thought is also a movement, it is also, strangely enough, just as much a delay of movement, i.e., a form of movement in which the complication of the central components of reaction have attenuated and are inclined to extinguish every external manifestation of movement. Hence, psychologists have arrived at a conclusion that is, incidentally, extraordinarily important for pedagogics, that the link between mental and physical labor which is assumed as the basis of occupational education can in no way be understood as a simultaneous synthesis of two. To dig vegetables and, at the same time, listen to a lesson on botany, to plane a board in a woodworking shop and, at the same time, review the law of addition and multiplication of forces, this, according to Kornilov, means equally distorting the law of the parallelogram of forces and ruining the board. From the psychological point of view, the connection of theory and practice in education should mean nothing less than an orderly and appropriate alternation of two forms of labor that realizes in harmonious fashion a rhythmic expenditure of energy, first by one pole of our organism, and then by the other. Rhythm, because it also denotes a higher form of organic activity and life, constitutes, for all intents and purposes, a kind of alternation of movement and rest, and, therefore, ensures that movement will continue unceasingly and will be flawless. From the psychological point of view, rhythm is nothing less than the most ideal form of the synthesis of movement and rest. This is why the tireless muscles of our heart can accomplish their unparalleled and remarkable work simply by virtue of the rhythmic character of the heartbeats. It is only because it beats in bursts, resting after each stroke, that the heart can beat unceasingly throughout life. Thus does the rhythm of the educational process become a psychologically essential principle for the theory and practice of the labor school. As regards the psychological explanation of thinking, this principle of a unipolar expenditure of energy explains that the subdivision over reacts into two-thirds is compensated for by the amplification and complication of its central part, i.e., the processing that every outgoing sensation is subjected to in the central nervous system. Thus, because oft subdivision and suppression of a reacts, i.e., the transformation of an entire reaction into thought, our reaction gains in terms of the excibility, subtlety, and complexity of its interrelations with the elements off-world, and all our actions may be realized in infinitely higher and subtler forms. 166. A further difference between thought and a complete reaction is that, since it manifests itself as internal movement exclusively, the reaction forfeits the meaning of reaction in general, i.e., as a given movement directed outwardly, and assumes an entirely new meaning, becoming an internal guide of our behavior. In fact, a loudly uttered word, like every movement of our organism, is always directed towards something outside us and always strives to create or lead to a distinctive shift in the element's oft environment. A reaction that is not fully disclosed, that is resolved within the organism itself, naturally can have no such purpose. Either it must become entirely unnecessary, biologically speaking, and atrophy and be obliterated in the course of development together with mental detritus, or it must obtain an entirely new value and new meaning. It is precisely because this reaction is resolved entirely within the organism that it assumes the value and role of an inner guide of our new reactions. The aggregate of our thoughts seem to organize our behavior ahead of time, and if I think first and only then do something, this means nothing less than a duplication and complication of behavior in which the internal reactions of thought initially prepare and adapt the organism, and then the external reactions carry out what had been established and prepared in thought ahead of time. Thought plays the part of an advance guide of our behavior. Conscious behavior and will. Now that the motor and reflexive nature of our thought processes has been established, it becomes readily apparent that all distinction between the deliberate or conscious type of behavior and the reflexive or instinctive type vanishes. Quite effortlessly, the thought arises that, in this understanding, the human mind and human behavior become subject to a mechanistic interpretation, that the human organism becomes viewed as a robot that responds by means of various actions to various sensations from the environment. And just as Descartes was able to define animals as mobile machines and to deny them any degree of animation or a psyche, so are modern psychologists inclined to understand and interpret man. However, the entire vast difference between human and animal experience provides a vivid refutation of such a view. In establishing the distinctive features of man's labor, Marx emphasized the extraordinarily important psychological difference between man's labor and the labor of the animal. From his reasoning, it is quite a simple matter to then move on to an analysis of conscious or deliberate behavior. The spider, writes Marx, performs operations that are similar to those of a human weaver, though the cells of wax constructed by the bee would be the shame of any architect. However, there is something that distinguishes the labor of the most skillful bee from the labor of 167. The most least experienced architect. Were a person to construct a cell out of wax, he would first construct it in his mind. At the end of a process of labor, a result is obtained that, even before the start of this process, existed ideally, i.e., in the imagination of the worker. The structure of the spider's web or the cells of a beehive still pertain wholly to forms of instinctive behavior, i.e., the passive adaptation of the organism to the environment, which in no way differs from exactly the same mechanism of digestion in the human stomach or intestine. Man's behavior, in fact, encompasses an essentially new component, the preliminary presence in the mind of the results of work, a guiding stimulus of all reactions. Our concern here, quite obviously, has to do with nothing less than a kind of duplication of our experience. Man's structures differ from those of the spider only by the fact that man builds as if twice, first in his thoughts, and then in real life. Hence the illusion of conscious and free will. The active person, in fact, has the impression that his deeds seem to have a dual character, first he desires, and then he acts. The illusion is reinforced by the fact that the first component may be broken off from the second and realized independently of it. There is the impression that wishes and desires, free voluntary effort, seem to be entirely independent and are not subordinated to physical movement. I may wish to raise my hand and, at the same time, I may be aware that it is tied down and, consequently, the movement cannot be accomplished. In all these instances, we are dealing with a manifest illusion, the psychological nature of which may be attributed wholly and without exception to the inner role in which our thoughts manifest themselves. That every one of our reactions may, in its responding part, become the stimulus part of a new reaction is a fact we have encountered repeatedly, for example, in the chain-like mechanism of the instincts. A dog responding to the sensation of meat will produce saliva, though, under the influence of a stimulus that reappears at this site, it will either expectorate or swallow the saliva and, thus, the responding part of the one reacts, production of saliva, becomes the stimulus of a succeeding reax. This transfer of reaxes from certain systems to other systems is also the fundamental mechanism that underlies what is known as coil/CI0L, S will. A volitional act inevitably presupposes the presence in our consciousness of certain wishes, desires, and strivings associated, first, with the representation of the ultimate goal we are striving towards and, second, with the representation of those deeds and actions that will be needed by us in order to realize our goal. Thus, duality is at the very foundation of the volitional act, and this duality becomes especially prominent and vivid whenever several motives, several opposing strivings, clash in our consciousness. It is precisely these components of the struggle of motives that, to our self-observation, appear to be the most persuasive direct proofs for the existence of 168. Free will. Man never senses himself as free to act on his own as when he confronts several possibilities and actions simultaneously and, as if in a free act of will, makes a choice between them. But in an objective analysis, no act of our psyche helps in disclosing the genuine determinacy and genuine absence of freedom as does the act of the struggle between motives. It is rather easy to see that, from the objective point of view, the presence of a volitional motive constitutes nothing less than a certain inner sensation that stimulates us to undertake a particular action. The simultaneous clash of several motives denotes the emergence of several inner sensations that struggle over the general motor field with the elemental force of nerve processes. The outcome of the struggle is always determined in advance, on the one hand, by the relative strengths of all the combatant sides, and on the other, by the setting of the struggle, which is generated out of the overall balance of all the forces within the organism. The ancient philosophical anecdote of Buridan's ass, who perished from the cold while lying between two bales of hay, only because he could not decide which of two bales held the greater interest for him, is full of psychological import. Of course, it is, in fact, utterly impossible for this to happen, since two stimuli could hardly be completely balanced in reality. Furthermore, the previous experience of the ass, which had been accustomed to finding his fodder either on its left or on its right, would have had the decisive effect in this case. But, speaking theoretically, this case expresses a genuine psychological thought, that where all motives with opposing directions are balanced completely and ideally, the result is complete inertia of the will, and in this case the psychic mechanism will function according to all the laws of physics mechanics, according to which a body affected by two identical forces with opposing directions remains at rest. Thus, the complete volitional act must be understood as a system of behavior that arises on the basis of the organism's instinctive and emotional attractions and is wholly determined by them. In fact, the very appearance of a particular wish or desire in consciousness always has as its cause a particular change in the organism. What we tend to refer to as desires ex nihilo are only such simply because their cause is concealed from us or is buried in the sphere of the unconscious. Moreover, these attractions are usually refracted in complex mental processes. They strive to take possession of our thoughts, so that thought becomes the harbinger of behavior, and he who possesses these harbingers, possesses strength. Thus, thinking is a kind of rudimentary mechanism between attractions and behavior and serves to guide the latter, as a function of those inner urges and promptings that issue from the deep foundations of our psyche. This is why the utter determinacy of our will is, for the psychologist, an entirely well-defined and radical presupposition for the scientific analysis of all the processes of the will. Motiveless and non-deterministic phenomena cannot be the subject of scientific study and assertions. 169. Psychology of language. It is easiest and simplest to disclose the mechanisms of thinking and will described above using the special example of language, which is the fundamental element realized by our thinking, as a system of inner organization of experience. From the point of view of psychology, language, both personal and social, passes through three distinct stages in its development. Initially, language arises out of a reactive shout that is entirely inseparable from all other emotional and instinctive manifestations of behavior. It may be easily shown that in the heightened emotional states of fear, rage, and others, language seems to be a constituent element of the overall biological complex of adaptive movements that execute, in particular, the function of expression, on the one hand, and serve to coordinate behavior, on the other. The expressive shout is associated directly with expressive breathing, i.e., we shout so that we may breathe. But in the very earliest stages of development, the shout is more than that. In the animal's behavior in the herd, it is a means of summoning help, serving as the leader's signal to the herd, and so on. It is at this stage, the stage of the reactive shout, that voice appears in man for the first time. The newborn child cries because a current of air causes its vocal cords to vibrate. In the very first days of life, the reactive character of the child's cry forms and is developed. It is most likely that language is frozen at this stage in the lower animals. But in the very first months of life in the human infant, a different stage of language arises, constructed in accordance with all the laws of education of the conditioned reacs. The child perceives his own shout and the series of sensations that follow upon it, say, its mother rushing over to it, feeding, a change in swaddling, and so on. Because the two events nearly overlap each other in terms of time, a new conditioned relation is formed in the child, and he now begins to demand the appearance of his mother expressly for this purpose by reproducing the shout. Language as such, in its psychological sense, arises here for the first time, as a relation between a particular act of the organism and a contingent meaning. The child's shout now possesses a meaning, since it expresses something that is understood by the child himself and by his mother. But at this stage language is as yet extraordinarily limited. It is understandable only to the person who is speaking, i.e., it is fully contingent upon, and limited to, the conditioned relation that was given in man's personal experience. This is the language of animals. That an animal learns to understand the meaning of words and to relate certain sounds with his own actions or with the actions of others, say, sitting down, getting up, obeying its master's bidding, and so on, is an entirely well-known fact. However, this language differs from human language in that it is necessary to repeatedly conduct the conditioned relation. 170. That has to be formed between sound and action through the particular animal's individual experience in order to develop an understanding of its meaning. In other words, the understanding of this language is limited exclusively to whatever is part of the individual's consciousness. Psychological linguistics has demonstrated that all existing languages have gone through this stage and that, in the beginning, every word that has appeared in language was constructed in precisely this way. It is not very hard to see that there are two types of words in modern language. There are words that relate given signs with a given meaning in a perfectly graphic way for us, while others, by contrast, produce such a connection in a way that, for us, is quite incomprehensible. If we consider such words as pigeon G0 lube and ravenvom, on the one hand, and blue gollyboy and jet black V0 ron 0I, on the other, it is not hard to see that, in the first group, it is entirely unclear to us why the sounds of galub refer precisely to pigeons, and we can easily imagine that, under certain conditions, we might denote a raven by the word pigeon, and conversely. On the contrary, When we speak of pigeons and ravens, we are not only hearing sounds, we are not only understanding their meaning, but are also understanding the causal connection according to which these sounds denote precisely this color. It would be absurd for us to refer to a black Chernaya horse as being blue Golyabaya, or to say that a blue Golyabo sky was jet black Vora/me, because Golyaboy recalls the color of a pigeon, the color of a pigeon's wing, whereas Voronoi recalls the color of a raven's wings. Thus, psychologists specializing in linguistics distinguish three elements in the word: sound, meaning, and image, the latter understood as relation between the two, as a kind of explanation why a given word is associated with a given sound. In a language, words may even be distinguished by the presence or absence of this third element. Etymological investigations have repeatedly demonstrated that even if a word has lost its image, it always possessed an image in its preceding meaning. Consequently, no word arises haphazardly, the relation between meaning and sound is nowhere arbitrary, but is always rooted in the congruence of two similar phenomena, which may be easily seen in the origin of such words as Golub and Voron. The new word denotes, in this instance, a relation that may be established between one object and another, and such a relation, which is given in experience, turns out to always be present in the origin of absolutely every word. In other words, at the very moment it appears, every word possesses an image, i.e., a visual motivation of its meaning that is comprehensible to everyone. A word does not only denote, but also shows why it denotes. Gradually, in the course of growth and development of language, the image fades away, and the word retains only a meaning and a sound. This means that the difference between the two types of words reduces wholly to the growth of a distinction between words, with words that are a bit younger possessing an 171 image, and those that are a bit older having half forgotten it, though even in these words an image may still be easily found if we try to think hard about them. Very old words disclose their image only after careful historical gleanings of the primitive meanings and forms of words. To demonstrate how this process of extinction takes place means demonstrating how, starting from the primitive stage of a language, which exists only for those who have created the language, the word enters colloquial language. The image fades away, which is why a word is employed in far broader relationships than those that have served as the reason for its appearance. If we think of such words as inkshernila and horse-driven carriage kzironka, it is not hard to find the image that underlies these words. Meanwhile, we are now perfectly free, without doing any violence to the thought, to speak of red, blue, and green ink, and of so-called steam-driven, horse-driven carriages parovyakonka, though from the standpoint of etymology, such combinations are not possible. Whoever refers to a fluid used in writing as ink would pause at the first feature of these object, at its black color, and, approaching the new phenomenon with the previously cognized feature in mind, would denote the entire object by this feature. But this feature is not so much the most essential feature, in fact the point is that it is its only feature in the object, as happens nearly always. It proves to be fortuitous and sinks into the ensemble of all the other features that collectively serve for the development of the general concept of ink. When ink denoted something that was invariably black, this constituted a relationship that had been established in the individual experience of a particular person, but once this connotation had been added to the ensemble of other experiences, people forgot that ink denoted something that was invariably black, and from one person's conditional relation, the word became a general, social term. Put differently, thought pushed aside the image, dissolved the image in itself, and only on the basis of acoustic analogy can anyone readily ascertain the origin of the word. Hence, it is not hard to see that every process of understanding, including the understanding of language, denotes, speaking psychologically, a relationship. To understand French means to have the ability to establish a relationship between perceived sounds and the meanings of words. This relationship may be either narrowly personal in character, as in the language of animals, or broadly social, as in human language. But the most remarkable fact for the psychology of language is that language would seem to implement two entirely distinct functions. On the one hand, it serves as a means for the social coordination of the experience of individual people, and on the other, it is the most important tool of our thought. We always think in some language, that is, we speak to ourselves and organize our behavior within ourselves just as we organize our behavior as a function of the behavior of other people. In other words, thinking readily discloses its social character and demonstrates that our personality is organized. 172. According to the same model as is social intercourse, and that the primitive representation of the psyche as a double living inside man is the notion that is closest to our concepts. Traditional psychological science has looked upon the understanding of the mind of another person as an insoluble conjecture, since none of my mental experiences is accessible to the perception of another person, and each of my mental experiences is disclosed to me only in introspection. I can only get to know my own joy through my own experiences, so how could I ever get to know another person's joy? In all psychological theories, despite all the differences in their construction, the question is always resolved on the basis of the thesis that we can get to know other people insofar as we can get to know ourselves. Whether we interpret the movements of other people by analogy with our own movements, whether we create a sense of empathy, i.e., induce in ourselves emotions appropriate to someone else's facial expression, we are always, as the psychologists put it, translating someone else's mind into the language of our own mind and getting to know another person through ourselves. In fact, from the genetic standpoint of the development of the child's consciousness and from the standpoint of psychological knowledge of volitional acts, it would be more correct to think of these theses as a contradictory assertion altogether. We have seen that the very understanding or awareness of our deeds arises as a relation between inner sensations and, like every condition-type relation, it arises out of experience in the simultaneity of different stimuli. Thus, before learning to understand other people, and only then on the basis of this model, the child learns to understand himself. It would be more correct to say that we know ourselves insofar as we know other people, or, more precisely, that we are conscious of ourselves only to the extent we are other for ourselves, i.e., somehow alien to ourselves. This is why language, this tool of social intercourse, is, in addition, also a tool of intercommunication between man and himself. The very consciousness of our thoughts and deeds must be understood as the very same mechanism responsible for the transmission of our reflexes to other systems or, speaking in terms of traditional psychology, as a feedback reaction. ID and ego. The time when psychologists could think of the human personality as something simple and unified is long gone. Psychological analysis has now discovered in the structure of our personality such highly heterogeneous strata that we can no longer conceive of personality as a kind of unified substance. Instead, a more appropriate representation of personality is achieved if we attempt to represent it in the form of a dialectical clashing of the most diverse tendencies and forces. 173. Even everyday language very readily draws a distinction between such assertions as, I wish yakoki or I do, and the assertion that it is desired to, i.e., by me that, mne koketsia, establishing thereby an apparent distinction between the two fundamental axes of our personality, those which are denoted provisionally in the new psychology by the terms ID and ego to the dual character of our thinking, as a permanent clash between ID and ego, discloses itself with absolute exactitude. Freud declares that the ego is like a horseman, and the ID like a horse. Now if the horseman does not wish to be thrown by the horse, he will often have to lead it where it wishes to go. In precisely the same way, very often our ego also has to follow inclinations that are embedded in the deepest strata of personality, else there arises considerable outright conflict, resulting in temporary ailments or more prolonged illness. Studies have shown that psychoses and neuroses are exactly the forms assumed by such illnesses, which arise out of the ground of an inner conflict between separate layers of the personality. The ego is also that conscious core of personality which guides behavior, what we always denote as thinking. The ego is the thinking side of our personality, but that dependence in which thinking precipitates from the more radical and more fundamental strivings of the organism then becomes perfectly clear. we can begin to understand that thinking itself arises only on an instinctive and emotional foundation and is directed precisely by the forces of the latter. Virtually the most important achievement of the psychology of the past several decades has been the determination of the emotional and purposeful character of thinking. In this sense, thought must always be understood as a special, newly solved problem of behavior or orientation in new circumstances. Thinking always arises out of difficulty. Where everything flows smoothly and where there are no obstacles, there thought does not yet have a reason to emerge. Thought arises wherever behavior encounters a barrier. It is this difficulty, which we may understand as the basic source of thinking, that provide a rationale for all those psychological analyses which establish that our thought is subordinated to a deterministic propensity, i.e., to a foreordained problem which has to be solved right away. Hence, also, all those elements of striving, of searching, of orientation, and of all the other undeveloped and incoherent residues of adaptive activity that arise in thinking, pedagogical conclusions. The first and most important pedagogical conclusion that one naturally asks oneself, given such an understanding of thinking, may be found in the new view of the fundamental nature of education, which is characterized by frank and outright hostility towards visual teaching aids. The pedagogics of recent past. I-74 was permeated through and through with this propensity to make all of education easy. It sought to banish every difficulty and to make of it something entirely simple, carefree, and normal. This was an entirely healthy reaction against those backbreaking and superhuman exertions that had been the lot of student in the preceding epoch. But together with healthy social propensities, a sizable proportion of psychological error also crept in. The demand that all of education be graphic, which we may think of as the highest expression of this pedagogics of facilitation, at the same time discloses all its weak points better than anything else. To make everything graphic means, above all, banishing every difficulty of thought beyond the child's reach. It means that everything the child is presented with has to be presented to him, first, in his personal experience, and second, in such an accessible, graphic, and facilitated form that the child has nothing left to guess at, nothing left to conclude, and only has to look and touch. It's no use pointing out that such a requirement, above all, limits experience to the formation of personal relationships exclusively, which is insufficient even in the most well-appointed school and even with the best of external advantages. Man's experience is always broader than his personal experience. We know far more than we have seen, and if it was someone's desire that we know only as much as we see, by this device he would be restricting us inordinately and narrowing the sphere of our experience. But it is far more important that such a propensity towards ease is in fundamental contradiction with the educational principles of psychology. It is virtually the same thing as insisting we not make it difficult for children in kindergarten to chew their food, and instead give them everything in half-digested and liquid form. For us, it is far more important to teach the child how to eat than to feed them. In just the same way, in education it is far more important to teach the child how to think than to communicate various bits of knowledge to him. By constructing the easiest and most comfortable path towards the acquisition of various bits of knowledge, graphic approaches, moreover, not only basically paralyze the habit of independent thinking at its very roots, but also take away from the child this concern and deliberately eliminate from education all elements of complex processing of experience, requiring that everything necessary be presented to the child in disconnected, half-digested, and overdone form. Meanwhile, it is necessary to take care to create as many difficulties as possible in the child's education, as starting points for his thoughts. The child's social environment and all of the child's behavior must be so organized that every day brings with it ever newer connections and unforeseen examples of behavior for which there would not be any preset habits or ready answers in the child's store of experience with which he could respond, but 175. Which would instead forever require on his part ever newer connections between thoughts. Thinking, you see, denotes nothing less than the participation of all of our previous experience in the resolution of a current problem, and the distinctive feature of this form of behavior is simply that it introduces a creative element into our behavior through the construction of every possible connection between elements in a preliminary experience, which is what thinking is essentially. By this very fact, it multiplies the limitless possibilities of all those connections that may be produced out of human reactions, and makes man's behavior inexhaustibly multifaceted and exceptionally complicated. Creative labor differs from the labor of slave precisely by the fact that, in the case of slave labor, the component of preliminary organization of experience is kept apart from the component of execution. Physical labor and mental labor may be distinguished out of the overall unified process of labor simply because they were distributed between different social groups, due to social necessity. To certain groups fell the responsibility for one part the inner preliminary organization of experience, while to other groups fell the responsibility for the physical implementation of experience. Psychologically speaking, the overall process of labor inevitably presupposes a contradiction, i.e., a unification in each individual act of two elements, a preliminary element and an executive element. Thus, what is pedagogically correct is not a striving for what is representational, but the absolute inverse, striving to let the child himself investigate the most complex and the most involved circumstances. If you would like a child to learn something well, take care to place obstacles in his path. It goes without saying that it is not a matter of constructing deliberately hopeless situations for the child, which would only lead to fruitless and unsystematic expenditure of the child's efforts. We are only concerned with organizing the child's life, and teaching, so that the child confront the two necessary elements for the development of thinking, as the highest forms of behavior. These two elements are, first, the difficulty or, put differently, the problem which is to be solved, and, second, those elements and tools by means of which this problem may be solved. The very solution of the problem, 9/10 of which had previously been the responsibility of the teacher, now falls entirely on the student's shoulders. In this sense, the Dalton program of education, which shifts the responsibility for finding and formulating scientific laws from the teacher to the student, which replaces the classroom with laboratories, which reduces the role of teacher to nothing, to the extent that he can be replaced by books, manuals, pictures, and other instructional material, and which reserves for the heronly the function of conductor and guide of students' own experience. This program is, from the psychological point of view, the one that most accords with the nature of the process of educating thinking. 176. Here the student is forever being given a kind of contract, i.e., a problem that is subdivided and measured out in terms of time. In the laboratory he receives all the necessary materials and tools he might need to solve this problem, and his task is to so organize his work, to so subdivide and allocate his time, that the contract may be fulfilled successfully and on time. This program teaches each student to think independently, to think for himself, whereas the old system of teaching entrusted the responsibility for the entire class to a single teacher. This system of teaching places the student repeatedly in the position of an investigator who is out to establish a particular truth and whom the teacher only guides. Thus is the psychologically complete process of labor preserved, a process that presupposes an inevitably preliminary stage of planning, and the reaction that is executed subsequently receives its full expression precisely within the framework of this plan. Finally, the very last point, which underscores the advantages of the system of teaching over the previous system, lies in the exclusively concrete character which thinking assumes in this system of education. Wholly abstract thinking is entirely incomprehensible to the student, and, in the Tsarist school, produced a naked and dry literalism, i.e., an infinite propensity for verbal formulations and for verbal definitions without any effort to penetrate into essentials, and instead of a knowledge of subject matter, there was knowledge of words. Nekrasov, in speaking of one of his heroines, tells how, with all the skills she had gotten out of education, it came to her own day that she felt inadequate in only one area, in the ability to think. She had learned much and was even a superb horseback rider, but she could never think simply because she could not recall even a single minute in her entire life when she had had any difficulty. It must be said that when students were taught how to think as a routine part of education in the Tsarist school, this always happened despite all the intentions of school, because the difficulties that it put forward always aroused thought to in a direction other than the one which was needed in the course of the pedagogical process. In the process of developing the ability to think, it is extraordinarily important to establish in the student's consciousness that general relation, that ultimate goal, which is the governing propensity of the entire process of thinking. What is the reason for my thinking? To this question an exact and satisfactory answer has to be given from the very start. Meanwhile, the entire collection of all of our old textbooks was constructed without such a guiding relation, and in passing from one particular to another, students would understand the relation between the individual parts of a subject like a horse understands the relation between each tug on the reins and each individual turn, though the meaning of the entire path as a whole. From its standing point to its last point, the meaning all the individual turns are subordinate to this was just as much of a secret for the student as it is for the horse. I-77. Analysis and synthesis. The analytic and synthetic activity of the mind, i.e., the activity that first decomposes the perceptible world into individual elements, and then builds new structures out of these elements, helping us gain a better understanding of our surroundings, is the basic logical form in which our thought becomes manifest. In this regard, it is extraordinarily important to discern the psychological mechanism responsible for the formation of concepts, i.e., those general and cognate reactions that relate not to individual objects, but to an entire class or an entire group of objects simultaneously. In this sense, every reaction constitutes an extraordinarily valuable accumulation of experience, and is essentially already a complete theory. When I say the word lamp, having in mind an entire class of homogeneous objects, I am thereby making use of the results of a vast amount of analytic work that has already been completed, i.e., the work of decomposing all the objects already in my experience into their constituent components, into assimilations, i.e., the collocation of similar elements, the rejection of random elements, and the synthesis of the remaining elements into an integral concept. This analytic activity seemed at one time to be highly conjectural and complex until it was established that an analogous activity always occurs in language when we are dealing even with isolated objects. Even when I speak not of lamps in general, but of a given lamp, I am essentially operating not with naked, sentient experience, but with experience that has undergone substantial reworking. In fact, in my ordinary experience, even this lamp presents itself somewhat differently every time. In other words, experience is always changeable. The lamp is now lit, now it is out, now it is illuminated, now it is not, now it is part of one ensemble of objects, now another, now it is turned towards one corner, now towards another, and now, when I speak about the lamp, I overlook all these partial variants of experience and establish a certain neutral and general meaning of this object. The natural pedagogical conclusion, therefore, is that students must be allowed to experience as many objects and phenomena as possible that could serve as a means for the acquisition of an appropriate piece of information. Moreover, these objects and phenomena should be selected in such a way as to facilitate the very choice of the objects and seem to suggest analytic and synthetic effort to the student. The pedagogical technique of developing the concept of shape and color in a child may serve as an elementary example. We select objects of varying geometric shape, though of the same color, and then proceed at once in reverse order, and, as a result, the general attribute of shape and color manifests itself especially vividly and distinctly against the background of variable surroundings, as if separated from the objects containing it and, because of its partial repetition, begins to dominate our consciousness and 178. Lead a seemingly independent existence there. Thus does analytic work help us group material together, so that the attribute that is subject to discrimination is encountered in the most varied combinations. And conversely, the synthetic work of adding attributes helps us group material together, so that elements that are to be bound together become as clear and as distinct as might be desired, and, most important, become entirely purified of all alien relation. Bear in mind in this connection the law of inverse proportional dependence between the volume and content of a concept, a law which is of the greatest importance for the teacher. By the volume of a concept we understand the quantity of objects or phenomena that may be subsumed under the concept. The content of a concept refers to the quantity of attributes that may be conceived in this concept. The broader the volume of some concept, incidentally, the narrower is its content, and conversely. Thus, the teacher must always be cognizant of the fact that by expanding the volume of some concept, he is contracting its content, and conversely, by filling up content with an infinite quantity of particular details and particulars, he is contracting and restricting its volume. If we take as an example the concept of man and that of Negro, we may easily explain the meaning of these laws. In terms of volume, man the concept is broader than the concept of Negro, though the concept of Negro is just as broader in terms of content, i.e., in terms of quantity of attributes occurring in it, since all the attributes of the concept man are inherent to that of Negro, though, in addition, specific features may be conceived in this concept that do not occur in the concept man, but are introduced by restricting this concept, which becomes contracted by virtue of apparent distinction. One psychologist has referred to this law quite correctly as the tragic law of teaching. In fact, here the teacher confronts irreconcilable extremes, in that every expansion of denotation entails just as great a unification of connotation and content associated with the denotation, every enrichment of content contracts its volume. Finding the correct relationship between the two is always a difficult problem for pedagogical tact, which is still unable to achieve a solution in general form until pedagogics has become an exact science. Value of thinking for inner education. The study of all the various forms of psychopathology and mental defect has demonstrated that an overall low level of development is almost always associated with a low level of development in the intellectual sphere. In other words, pathology discloses the very same relation between thinking and the inner aspect of personality as does psychology. Thinking as an especially complex form. Df Behavior 179. This is why the teacher must bear in mind that thinking is not only a mechanism that complicates and refines our interaction with the external world, but also guides the inner aspect of our behavior. The reader surely knows how powerless thinking is in the struggle against emotional and instinctive drives. No moral prescription can compel us to act in spite of our drives. To understand how one should act still does not mean acting the way one should. That the moral health of our behavior must begin with its preliminary forms, that the health of our deeds must begin with the health of our thoughts, this, however, is self-evident and without any doubt for present-day psychology. This is why it is not so much the outer direction of our thoughts as its inner purposefulness, that interior function which is its lot, that has assumed a leading role in educational psychology in recent times. To learn how to think correctly about the world means making certain that the correct relationships between the elements of the world and the student's reactions are set up in his experience. To teach the student how to think correctly about himself means setting up in the student's experience the correct relationships between his thoughts and deeds, i.e., between his preliminary and executive reactions. Modern psychologists are inclined to see in this internal character of mental processes a specific distinctiveness of these processes, by means of which thinking may be set apart in a class of reactions of its own, and thus represents an entirely new form of behavior. From this standpoint, three classes of reactions should be distinguished in man's behavior: 1. Instinct, unconditioned reactions, stereotypical, inherited, preset modes of behavior forming the foundation for absolutely all reactions of the two higher classes. 2. Training, conditioned or orienting reactions by means of association and practice, and new mechanisms involving acquisition of personal experience and built upon the instincts. 3. Intelligence, thinking. The essential distinction of these third form of behavior consists in the fact that these reactions appear all of a sudden. Kohler established the presence of similar sudden guesswork and solutions, i.e., the rudiments of intelligence, In chimpanzees, Thorndike is also of the belief that the suddenness with which such reactions appear, and the fact that they are consolidated once and for all, so distinguishes these reactions from the ordinary education of the conditioned rexes, which requires lengthy practice and a gradual approach to their reinforcement, that these new qualities emphasize that there is nothing greater than ordinary training. Invention, writes Tiller, constitutes, in the real sense oft-word, also the biological work of intelligence. Thinking may thus be defined as purposeful behavior in new situations, without any tests on the object itself. The absence of external tests and their replacement by internal probing, is also an essential distinguishing feature of thinking. A hen rushing about haphazardly in front of 180. A garden fence who is trying out each hole in order to, ultimately, find the one it can get through is not an example of thinking. And thinking tests are carried out inside. Thinking is characterized by a delay, a cessation of all external movement, reaction, an intensification of the internal stress of nerve currents, and the sudden appearance of a solution, usually accompanied by the exclamation, aha, which is why Byler referred to it as the aha experience or the aha reaction. From the physico-chemical standpoint, it turns out that there are processes which are possible in the nervous system whose initial point of departure is a reaction that arises initially at centers in the brain and which, because of these fact, yields a sense of volition, of spontaneity. Lazarev also allows for the existence of spontaneous centers of excitation in the brain caused by radioactive processes created by potash salts. Here we are dealing not with conditioned rexes, but with a new type of reaction, one that is generated in the cerebral cortex as a voluntary process. Chapter 10. Psychological Understanding of Occupational Education. Types of trade schools and terms of historical development and psychological potential. There exist three basic forms of labor education. The first type is what is known as vocational or manual training trade schools, where work is made the subject of teaching, in that the task of these type of school is to prepare the student for a particular occupation. To train a technician or craftsman, to foster in him skills and technical knowledge of his craft, it is this which constitutes the task of this form of education. With this understanding, occupational education is absolutely no different from any other form of education, since pedagogic choice always strives to establish a certain new system of behavior, wh_T_H_E_F9_F9RMS_earned_by the system. Whether it is an academic school that prepares the future debate, a shiani or advocate, or a manual training school that prepares metal workers and shoemakers the rearation for future activity, are everywhere subject G_1 M, Vic, E%/M, J1-_(RV/*1/3,7 work occupies an entirely different position in the instructional system of such a school. Here it occurs not as a subject of teaching, but as a new method, i.e., as a tool for the study of other subjects. Even if labor is introduced into such a school, the particular labor techniques do not possess any independent value whatsoever. Though the child learns how to saw or how to hammer in nails, the teacher's concern is least of all directed towards teaching him how to do this as best and as plainly as possible. Whereas in the manual training school habits of work constitute an end in itself, in the prototype, pilot, school they are only a tool to help students master certain other subjects. Speaking historically as well as psychologically, here labor manifests itself as the ultimate triumph of the graphic method, as the ultimate of facilitative pedagogics, since making a subject graphic means not only to demonstrate something visually, but also to draw into the process of perception as many organs as possible, to bring the subject to the child not only through the eyes, but also through touch and through movement. The very system and goals of instruction may remain entirely unchanged, since this form of teaching presupposes that it be realized only through the 181. I-82 hands, even though it is a matter of teaching everything earliersoever. In this system, therefore, labor appears only as exemplar, as the best way of assimilating, understanding, and recalling something. In other words, labor assumes an auxiliary, secondary, and subordinate role. Suppose history is being studied in such a school. Then the teacher's responsibility is, as usual, to develop in the students as distinct and as accurate a store of knowledge of historical facts, conditions, and laws as possible. Just to achieve this goal of abstract knowledge, it is useful to lead students into drawing maps, building models of ancient structures, and recreating uniforms and weapons. Hence the highly complex labor activity that becomes the lot of students, though the direction of education and its fundamental striving is forever outside labor. Finally, the third advantage of trade school and of occupational education lies in an entirely new view of labor, understood as the very foundation of the educational process. In such a purely trade school, labor is introduced not as a subject of teaching, nor as a method or tool of teaching, but as the very substance of education. In the felicitous phrase of an educator, not only is labor introduced into the school, but the school is introduced into labor. It is precisely this last understanding of the trade school that, in the proper sense of the term, underlies the Soviet system of education, and it is this, more than anything else, which is in need of psychological evaluation. That manual training type trade schools possess only negligible educational value should be perfectly obvious to the reader. Bear in mind, above all, that the handicrafts nature of labor had its origin in the workshop system of medieval society, when the actual processes of production were extremely primitive, and when the bulk of the store of skills was concentrated not in the tool, but in the hands of the craftsman. Production was specialized to an infinite degree, required an enormous amount of complicated training and technical workmanship, was confined to the limited scope of workshop, often passed from father to son and from father-in-law to son-in-law, as a family and inherited treasure, and accordingly, became narrow and closed. Like every form of labor, of course, there has been built up around handicrafts the creative experience and skill of past generations, but this experience and skill have been narrowly defined, even if subtlety and elegance of results have attained a degree of perfection that is not exceeded even today. It is precisely because the master craftsman fashioned everything by hand that it acquired a fully distinctive character, and it is for this reason that there can be no boundary between handicrafts and art. The artist is a craftsman. And the craftsman is an artist in his own work. He creates not products, but individual works whose degree of individual perfection leaves every mass-produced article far behind. 183. It is, therefore, entirely understandable that the educational value of handicraft labor is quite negligible. The volume of theoretical knowledge the craftsman works with is extremely small, and the range of materials that is amenable to fashioning by a craftsman is insignificant. What might be thought of as his technical dictionary, i.e., the sum total of techniques and movements he makes use of, is often confined to several dozen stereotypical patterns. In this sense, handicrafts constitutes thankless pedagogical substance requiring an enormous expenditure of effort for the development of subtlety and precision in the movements involved in labor and for making the human hand more capable of functioning automatically, until it begins to approximate the perfection of a tool, though this in no way means replacing the human hand nor does it involve any evolutionary or broadly educational elements. It is entirely understandable that the psychological character of manual training is bound up with the social character of the manual training school. Manual training schools, in fact, arise in the bourgeois state in response to the demand for a lower middle class of good sources of craftsmen, and it is just as understandable that such a school takes upon itself the limited role of a supplementary school within the context of a system of universal public education. Understandably, all the other pedagogical constraints of such a school are fully in accord with the narrow character of handicraft work. Kirchensteiner is the most brilliant proponent of this type of schooling, pointing out quite frankly that the education of respectable citizens and craftsmen trained to maintain the proper attitude towards the existing social, political, and cultural order is the ideal of such occupational education. Thus, This form of education exhibits a far greater concern for the social system than for the student's character. The second type of trade school, called the Prorosipi or Pilor.rc/1001, has a far broader mission in this regard, though it, too, proves to be mistaken in conception, speaking psychologically, for a whole number of reasons. First, bear in mind that simply seeking after real-life representation and striving to facilitate the educational process must be considered a long-past stage in pedagogics. The principles of occupational education are far more accord with the demands of pedagogics than are representational teaching methods. And it is also clear that the labor method, understood as the most complete expression of representational teaching, comprises all the defects and all the shortcomings of this principle in its most extreme form. Here we again see the utter incompatibility of those skills that are needed expressly for a particular form of labor and those that are needed for the particular subject matter in which this form of labor is called upon to serve as prototype. To construct a good model or a good tool is a task that, in and of itself, requires so much attention, so much skill, so much work of mind and of the 184 hand, that the purely historical value of the subjects that have been developed seem to fade into the background, and, in the expression of one American educator, in such a school the labor time periods become times when the educational process is at a standstill. The study of history seems to cease once students are involved in model building, and labor itself acquires the character not of forward movement, but of stagnant repetition, reinforcement, the assimilation of results already attained, of running in place. Work on historical models does not move the child forward in the study of history, rather it holds him wholly in the power of what he has already gone over. Even here, however, labor assumes broadened psychological importance by comparison with its status in manual training trade schools. Now it is no longer brought down to the level of professional industry, and, consequently, does not place such a great burden on the student. Now it is no longer withdrawn into the narrow sphere of some one single activity, and instead causes the student's abilities to be scattered about from one activity to another. Now it is already a great teacher of motor skills, giving the student training in mobility and dexterity, and teaching him how to carry himself, how to hold his hands, feet, and trunk. Now it is already assuming the role of a powerful educator of general behavior, accustoming the student to self-control, to monitoring his own behavior and to planning his movements, to the possibility of self-appraisal by means of the graphic results obtained. But in spite of everything, labor continues to play the role of a calligrapher of behavior, i.e., for all that, a fruitless and, in and of itself, unnecessary expenditure of effort, which becomes more fruitless and seems to become even more burdensome simply because here labor is only called upon to repeat and duplicate what has been gone over in the classroom. The student works on what he knows very well, and the point of such labor is clear to the teacher, but is hidden from the student himself. The vocational trade school is free of these shortcomings. LT's own shortcoming has nothing whatsoever to do with what the prototype school suffers from. In this school, labor assumes the appropriate status of seriousness that it possesses in real life. In acquiring these work skills, children who are taught in such a school enter immediately into the workday routine. However, the problem is that such a school inculcates forms of labor that belong more to the past than to the future. Everything faces backward, rather than forward. And what it imparts to its students is not of any great value for modern life. Handicraft labor has virtually no educational value, since it comprises such narrowly accumulated experience as to make it impossible to go beyond the restricted limitations of handicraft itself. Handicraft has long since lost the sense of an artistic craft that was inherent to it in the Middle Ages, when the title of expert craftsman was applied equally to a painter and to a furniture maker, and 185. When leather and furniture and other goods actually bore the impress of individual perfection, and by its very nature, in fact belonged to the realm of artistic manufacture. Every object was engendered out of a particular conception, and the process of manufacturing an object was governed and guided also by the individual constraints involved in the execution of this conception. These times have receded far into the past, and in present-day industry the pointless and uninteresting role of side function, the role of patching over the gaps in the larger industry, is now the lot of handicrafts. Handicrafts continue to exist only insofar as the medieval way of life has yet to vanish totally from modern culture. But with each new machine in the factory, with each new improvement in technology, the value of handicrafts is becoming less and less, and, in every sense of the term, handicrafts have become peripheral in real life. The very division of labor into the different occupations focuses workers' attention on the final, active moment of work, and not its overall preconditions. In other words, handicraft labor emphasizes, in every act of manufacture, not those general elements which are inherent to all forms of human labor, but only those which distinguish a given form of labor from all other forms of labor. In contrast to this narrow form of professional labor, modern industrial labor is distinguished by polytechnism, the psychological and pedagogical value of which compels us to see in it a fundamental method of occupational education. Modern industry is polytechnical in nature in terms of the economic and technological aspects of labor, but, more important, in terms of the psychological aspects of labor. To understand the economic reasons for this circumstance, we need look no further than those vast tides and displacements of great masses of working people that are the inevitable accompaniment of the building of capitalism. Marx himself pointed to the economic mechanism which, because of industrial crises and the associated contractions and expansions of production, makes it necessary that there exist a reserve army oft unemployed, with large numbers of workers moving from one form of production, and one factory, to another. The worker who today is working at a bottling plant tomorrow will settle down to producing galoshes, and the day after tomorrow will go to work at an automobile plant, and in every transition from one factory to another the only requirement imposed on the worker is the possession of a minimal general technical development, i.e., the ability to work with machines. No specialized or professional knowledge is required. Therefore, the economic conditions themselves impose on workers the demand to be a kind of multi-specialized technician, i.e., in any form of production not to have any more profound knowledge than the simple fundamentals, or to perish during the next business crisis. And this in fact is what happens. 9/10 of the army of European and American workers have absolutely no sense of professionalism that might lead the worker to become 186. Interested in some definite type of production. This brings to mind that great strike in America, when everyone working at some very large factory went on strike. It took only 2 days for this factory to resume operation at its previous rate with an entirely new staff of workers. The technical reasons which have also led to the development of multi-specialized technicians are the consequence of mechanical progress, which evens out all the differences between the various types of mechanisms, and leads to more or less uniform types of the most economic and the most suitable machines that also happen to be the least expensive. Competitive conditions are such that the most suitable machines are inevitably introduced in the shortest possible time into all factories of a given type, for otherwise the owners run the risk of their factories being left behind and overwhelmed in the commercial struggle for the market. Never before, in fact, has there been such a triumphant procession of every type of new improvement imaginable with such thundering speed as in the past several decades. It is in this which defines the very superstructure of every form of machine production, in the sense of fundamental constituents, and these constituent parts prove to be extraordinarily similar in the most diverse enterprises. The most critical parts of mechanical equipment of absolutely every form of production comprise motors of absolutely the same type for use in the most diverse factories. The driving gears, which are again all of same type, are next, and differentiation sets in only in the active or working part of the machine, as a function of the ultimate operations it has to carry out in order to place some finished good into the market. Thus, 2/3 of all of modern production has become entirely uniform, and only in the final third is any variation permitted, and even this is increasingly leveling off with the further development of technology. This is happening for the following simple reason. All the possible types of movement involved in the different labor processes are being resolved into the simplest elementary forms. As a result, it has become possible to ultimately reduce all these movements to 12 fundamental types of elementary movements. It is these elementary movements which are implemented in absolutely all the different forms of complex labor that industry the world over makes use of in all their various combinations and permutations. This should not surprise us, just as we should not be surprised, as Münsterberg puts it, that the 22 sick letters of the English alphabet suffice to accommodate all the plays of Shakespeare. From this standpoint, it becomes entirely understandable that the third, or performance component of a machine reduces ultimately to a kind of technical alphabet that is the same in every mode of production. And just as with a real alphabet, it is sufficient to learn this alphabet in order to read any book inscribed in this system. I-87. Thus, it is quite probable that we are experiencing the greatest epoch in the consolidation of labor in all of history, and that the concept of professionalism is in its death throes right before our very eyes. Finally, the most essential point are the psychological prerequisites that polytechnism imposes. These may be summarized as follows. Every process of human labor constitutes a dual process, inasmuch as man constitutes, on the one hand, a direct source of physical energy, and on the other, the director of labor process. In the most primitive forms of labor, the working man assumes a dual role. On the one hand, he is constituent component of his own machine, the direct source of physical energy, a role in which he may be replaced by draft animals, steam engines, electric motors, and so on, and on the other, he plays the role of director and foreman of his own tools and of his own movements, and in this role there is nothing that can replace him. The division of labor into mental labor and physical labor occurred in that epoch when these two psychological functions, which had been merged together inseparably into a single act of labor, were distributed among different members of the community because of social differentiation. To some members fell the exclusive responsibility for the directive and supervisory functions, while to others, the responsibility for the function of performance. Things changed somewhat when machines were introduced, and the role of the worker got stuck somewhere in the middle between the two functions. Once the worker was reduced to operating a machine, he was forced into the role of a mere appendage to the machine, usually responsible for performing some extraordinarily insignificant operation that could not be entrusted to the machine. The expenditure of physical energy was extremely limited, though the mental aspect of labor did not require great effort on the worker's part. To imagine how stupefying is this form of labor, just recall how, in the most ordinary factories, the raw materials pass through several dozen operations, and over the past several decades it has been the worker's lot to repeat one and same movement with entirely mechanical precision. Those who declare that, before the advent of machine, labor still possessed, from the psychological point of view, more of a human aspect, than does labor in the age of the machine are, therefore, correct. However, with the development of technology things changed radically. The component of control and direction of the production process began to increasingly dominate the dual structure of labor, and the component of performance became increasingly negligible. Human energy is now being increasingly replaced by machines, and the worker of today is assuming the role of supervisor and guide of the production process, the ruler of the machine, the monitor and regulator of its action. In the most highly perfected mode of production, this process reaches such heights that the worker is not even responsible for controlling the machinery. 188. Directly, instead relying on mechanical controllers which, in turn, regulate the machines. Thus, in factories of this type the worker is a regulator of regulators, i.e., he performs the highest and most complex directive functions. Whoever is familiar with the duties of a stoker under Russian conditions would probably be surprised, once he had become acquainted with the duties of the chief stoker at the largest American factories, to learn that there these duties are carried out with the hands kept absolutely clean. This becomes understandable once it is noted that the actual dirty work of throwing coal into the furnace, unloading residues, removing fused pieces, fanning the flames, opening the flues, cleaning away soot, and so on are performed by automatic machines, metal arms, that report on their own operation and their own status by means of several dozen mechanical attachments placed on a table, moreover that these machines are controlled by means of levers from this table. The stoker himself, who has the responsibility of heating the largest imaginable factories and, in this sense, performs the very same functions as does our stoker, plays the part of a commander-in-chief of a veritable army of machines, with his work table recalling a field headquarters where dispatches from all sectors are received, requests gathered together, instructions issued, actions coordinated, and all this is accomplished through the agency of subtlest and most complex of technical devices, demanding on the worker's part considerable mental grasp as well as an alert eye and advanced technical skill in order to control these instruments. The development of labor is increasingly coming to assume just these forms, and the residue of physical labor that is found in these factories is increasingly being confined to negligible movements of small levers that recall the hands of a clock, to depressing electrical switches and buttons, and to slight rotary movements of the handles of a barrel. Under these conditions, it is natural that labor, understood as a particular expenditure of physical energy, as compulsive deliberate activity, is carried out by a machine, and that the human being has become responsible for the increasingly critical and intellectual work involved in controlling these machines. The contemporary worker's need for polytechnical education, hence, becomes entirely understandable. Recall, too, that despite the exact meaning of the term, polytechnism of this kind should not be taken to refer to any sort of multi-craftsmanship, i.e., the combination of several specialties in a single individual, but rather a familiarity with the general foundations of human labor, with the alphabet from which all its various forms derive, or, figuratively speaking, the extraction of a common factor consisting of all these forms outside a pair of brackets. It goes without saying that the educational value of these form of labor is infinitely great, since it signifies the highest owering of technology, which itself is realized in step with the highest flowering of science. Technology is also science in action, or science applied to production, and the transition from the one to the other is performed every minute, in entirely imperceptible and elusive forms. Strange as it may seem, the worker, even the rank-and-file worker in a large enterprise, must keep up with science. An expression of an American industrialist is instructive in this regard: the worker who is years behind the contemporary development of science cannot count on a position in my factory. In these forms, labor is transformed into crystallized scientific knowledge, and in order that skills be acquired for such labor, it is actually necessary to possess that entire vast capital of accumulated knowledge of nature that is utilized in every technical improvement. For the first time in all of mankind's history, polytechnical labor is turning into an intersection of all the most important lines of human culture, a result that would have been unthinkable in any earlier epoch. The educational value of this form of labor is without limit, since its complete mastery requires the most complete mastery of everything that science has accumulated through the ages. Finally, the most important point is that purely instructive effect which labor exerts here. Labor is transformed into deliberate work for the most part and requires that its participants exert all the forces of the mind and their attention as strenuously as possible, with the result that the labor of the rank-and-file worker is lifted up, attaining the highest stages of creative human labor. This is why the introduction of spirit of production process industrialism into the school will get students accustomed to the standards of industry the world over. The ascent to the heights of modern technology constitutes the fundamental demand of the trade school. It is not hard to see how far off from the above are those types of trade schools that conceive the entire spirit of work as reducing to the conception that the child's lot consists in humiliating and dirty work in the kitchen, bathroom, and lavatory, and in washing flour, and that have discerned the rudiments of work habits in this gloomy and regressive form of labor. Labor has been revealed to children in the form of extraordinary physical effort and thereby has justified its etymological meaning, which in Russian makes this word synonymous with the words bolazn illness and peshel suffering. Those forms of labor which can be introduced into the school if, that is, we are guided in our design of curriculum not by primitive and long-gone forms of domestic physical labor, but by forms of industrial and technically advanced forms of labor, which are of extraordinary interest. Thus, without any effort whatsoever on our part, the child can be directly accustomed to those two realms among which all educational influence on the child is divided: on the one hand, modern natural science, and on the other, modern social life, which through its threads encompasses the entire world. 190. In the modern factory, the pulse of life and of science the world over beats, and the child who is placed in the factory himself learns to feel this pulse of the contemporary age. It is extremely important to arrange the various forms of child's active working life and his labor activity in such a way that he enters into entirely deliberate and creative relationships to all those processes he has to deal with. This is achieved not by gradual vocational instruction of the child in the various skills involved in working with machines, but by introducing the child all at once into the overall scheme of a workshop. In this way he is taught to find the place and meaning of different technical instruments, understood as individual necessary constituents of an entire whole. Cognition of nature through labor. In industrial labor, the child is brought into contact from the very start with the higher forms of processing natural materials, and he is taught to follow those lengthy paths along which raw materials travel from the moment they arrive at a factory to the moment they leave, in the form of treated and finished output. Meanwhile, throughout this lengthy path the material must disclose nearly all its most important and essential properties. It is compelled, in fact, to show that it obeys all the laws of physics and chemistry, that is, the process of treating any raw material seems to represent a demonstration of these laws organized expressly for the student. Meanwhile, the very properties of one material that distinguish it from all other materials do not play any sort of essential role. The material manifests itself mainly as material as such, as the bearer of certain general properties which vary quantitatively as a function of the mode of production, though not qualitatively. Whether we are dealing with the processing of wood or of some metal, wool or cotton, rock or bone, in all these instances we are dealing with a certain quantity, density, elasticity, deformation of material, and of other general properties of some substance. Thus, the very character of modern production leads us to identify common elements of the most diverse materials whatsoever and to generalize the common properties of materials graphically, right before the student's eyes. Physical matter in modern production manifests itself, and this is its essential feature, not as such, with all its particular and specific properties, but as a physical body or as a chemical compound, and in this sense, discloses right before the student's eyes, and not just in the pages of a textbook, but also in the pages of life, those general features that are inherent equally, though in different quantities, to the finest threads of cotton and to the most hardened forms of steel. Thus, the general laws of the physics and chemistry of earthly matter march past the student in the process of industrial labor with an entirely graphic and impressive force. 191. No less important is the fact that in the course of this production all the most important laws governing the processing of this material, laws which are constructed by taking into account scientific mechanics in as precise a fashion as possible, likewise march past the students. These laws disclose to the students not statistical natural science, but practical and dynamic science. Familiarity with all three parts of the modern factory presupposes that the student possess the most rigorous knowledge of mechanics, and the ability to control these machines is based ultimately on this knowledge. At a factory, every workday is a living examination, and there is not the slightest need for specially designed tests in order to discover and evaluate how firmly and how thoroughly this knowledge has taken root. There is a third aspect related to this that we wish to emphasize as a novel advantage of industrial labor. Here, the student's own movements are restored to him in the form of the finished product of work. This permits him to monitor his own activity and to evaluate his own labor on the basis of indubitable and objective results of work, and, what is most important, to create the opportunity for realizing a concluding moment of satisfaction, of exultation, of conquest in some sense, thanks to which our strivings and all forms of activity are aroused in essential ways. Psychologists have long emphasized the psychological value of grades, which William James, for example, considered so significant as to thrust into the background all the obvious harm brought about by grading systems. He insisted not only on preserving grading systems in the school, but also that students be made aware of their grades, since marks introduce a useful element that gives meaning to all the student's labor and allows him to come to a decision as to whether or not his efforts are bearing fruit. Of course, James also agrees that psychological conclusions must give way to the arguments of experience, and admits that, despite the psychological rule, there are times when the teacher has to refrain from announcing grades. This, however, does not solve the psychological problem, and in James' conception there is a wonderful truth here, basically the demand that all work be brought to some crowning point and that this moment of success or failure be reported to the student and lead him to see the meaning of all his labors. The greatest value of occupational education is found here, i.e., that this ultimate moment is nothing foreign and estranged from the entire process of labor, as has been the case, for example, with school marks, and that, consequently, there is absolutely no danger that the student's striving will assume an entirely false direction, as always occurred when the student would get to work only to obtain a good grade. The more the student's strivings and interests are bound up with this ultimate point of his labor efforts, the more powerful and the more effective will be the coordinating and connective effect of these efforts within the overall system of his reactions. 192. Thus, the distinctive feature of human labor, which requires preliminary knowledge of ultimate results, and the fact that these results coincide with what is presupposed from the very start, finds its most complete and purest expression precisely in the forms of industrial labor. This is just what psychologists are essentially saying when they speak of the overall healthy effect that industrial labor exerts on the individual person. Within the mass of workers, psychologists declare that each individual discovers what seem like enormous mirrors in which he learns to discern the least obvious movements and, thus, it is here that he attains the highest level of mastery over his own body and behavior. This via the reflected impression oft group to the student himself, and, in this case, a group of workers plays the role of a vast resonator which amplifies and transmits, though on a vast scale, the very same emotions that are possible in a small group of people. It is in this sense that we can say that emotion grows as a function of the audience that experiences it. Shame experienced in front of a crowd of thousands is thousands of times more powerful than shame experienced in front of a single person. The same may be said of the emotion of satisfaction, which directs all our reactions to an ultimate goal, and which grows and increases in magnitude the larger is the group in whose channel it travels. Coordination of labor efforts. Even in the most primitive forms, labor manifests itself not only as a process between man and nature, but also as a process between people, since even the most primitive forms of labor require, of necessity, a certain degree of coordination of effort, a certain degree of skill in reconciling one's behavior with the behavior of other people, and in coordinating and monitoring one's reactions so that they can become a constituent component of general fabric of collective behavior. This is why labor, especially in its higher and industrial forms, always signifies the greatest school of social experience. One psychologist has said that nowhere does man learn genuine courtesy and foresight as in the modern factory, since it teaches everyone to coordinate his own movements with the movements of others in as meticulous a fashion as possible. The most important feature of this learning is that it teaches subordination and mastery simultaneously, eliminating absolutely all the moral drawbacks of both. In this sense, the educational effect of industrial labor fully recalls the educational effect of games, where the child senses himself forever linked to a whole network of complex rules and where, in addition, he is taught not only to obey these rules, but also to subordinate the behavior of others to these rules and to act within the strict guidelines established by the conditions of the game. Ultimately, both games and industrial labor represent, in this regard, only the purest model of every form of behavior in real life, in that however we relate to I-93 these forms of behavior, We will always be dealing with these two elements, i.e., the necessity to first submit to certain rules in order to subordinate ourselves to something else. Thus, the fundamental forms of deliberate behavior and will are also formulated and develop in the process of technical labor, inasmuch as they are determined by these two components. It is also extraordinarily important that the full complexity of human relations, whether we consider them in geographic, political or cultural contexts, finds its purest expression also in the modern factory. A student who is working in a modern factory always seems to be standing on the chessboard of the modern social struggle and begins to take part in it with each of his steps in entirely practical ways, whether or not he wishes to. In other words, all those problems of public education that would seem to require absolutely special approaches and forms of organization of the school population are resolved painlessly in occupational education. Finally, the last danger that represents a threat in this regard, i.e., the well-known narrowness of those social relations and connections that arise between people out of the soil of labor, also exists only for the lowest forms of labor and disappears in the higher technical forms of labor. There are many who have declared that labor develops only narrow and one-sided social skills. It trains us to see in another person only a colleague, whether an assistant or a superior, and these aspects of human relations are practiced and polished to artistic perfection. In modern large-scale industry, there are created whole groups of people with interdependent responsibilities who work together as different constituents of one and the same mechanism, fully adjusted and fitted one to the other. However, this accommodation of human relations in large-scale labor must not be understood as an exceptional degree of harmoniousness in their rate and skill in work. In genuine forms of work, one requires from one's colleague not just the ability to pass along a work piece, but also genuine understanding and a degree of intimacy. In advanced forms of technological endeavor, a certain degree of mutual occupational faith, requiring a kind of unified discipline on the part of both sides, becomes the psychological condition for working together. Nowhere in occupational activity do two people come into such close contact as in the modern factory when they speak to each other over the telephone using curt and brief remarks. To understand the pedagogical value of this circumstance, recall that occupational education presents entirely novel didactic techniques of teaching. Neither the old method of simple transmission of knowledge from teacher to student, in which teacher and student work together to discover knowledge by means of questions, or the heuristic method, in which students themselves search for knowledge succeeds, in general, in capturing the didactic essence of occupational education. All these methods presuppose the presence of an 194. Ultimate meaning for knowledge not in the student himself, but in the instructor who is guiding him, and, for this reason, differ in essential respects from occupational education, where the meaning of knowledge and the ultimate point it is to attain, is given to the student himself in the form of a process of production in which he sets about to work. It is in this sense quite correct to liken the psychological path of occupational education to a circle, since this form of education actually describes a circle and, in its very functioning, returns to the actual starting point from which its movement begins. But this return only occurs when the student has entered a new state, seeing with new eyes the very same things, enriched by new experiences. In other words, he approaches the very same point from a different standpoint, and this particularly assists the student himself in examining all at once, and in a single glance, the entire road he has traversed and, what is most important, to get an idea of the purpose he achieved by traversing this road. All the components of psychological process, the problem the student confronts, his awareness of ways and means of solving the particular problem, the concern over the assimilation and consolidation of this knowledge, monitoring and testing students, and the final assessment of all the work accomplished in the Tsarist pedagogical system, all of these was put together quite mechanically out of different and entirely unrelated pedagogical techniques. We need only recall all those examinations, grades, explanations of lessons, memorization, and so on in order to convince ourselves that these components of pedagogical process all lacked organic interconnection and were put together only mechanically into a common process simply because they followed one after the other. On the contrary, In occupational education there occurs a fusion and integration of the entire pedagogical process, an organic unification of all its components into a single whole, and this cyclic character of occupational education emphasizes even more clearly that all the successive stages of this process form and close a complete circle. Value of effort in labor. The psychological value of the efforts made in work manifests itself in the fact that it points to a complete and entirely finished process of a reaction. A sensation that had begun with stimulation of external organs travels through the central nerve pathways and makes its appearance in the form of an responding act of an active or working organ. Nothing remains stuck inside the organism, there are no residues of mental effort left there. All the sensations of the organism are completely and fairly responded to. This resembles what happens when a diversion channel designed to direct the flow of a liquid diverts absolutely all the liquid entering it without retaining even the slightest quantity of dregs, residue, or impurities from the flow. Thus, the 195 very presence of effort demonstrates that the organism is functioning entirely, properly, and without error, since it is precisely effort of this sort that turns into a switch guiding every sensation and every reaction whatsoever into assuming the correct direction. The most important result which is achieved thereby is that labor becomes meaningful, and the student who is involved in labor does not have the slightest question as to what might be the meaning of his work. Meaning is given in advance, even before effort itself is induced, and the presence of effort is already an indication that meaning is present. Meanwhile, every pedagogical science that has treated knowledge in isolation from praxis has virtually always produced entirely unwarranted efforts and, from the psychological point of view, has acquired the character of fruitless Sisyphean labor, like pouring water into a bottomless pit. The common perplexity of gymnasts underscores quite eloquently the meaninglessness of labor that falls to the lot of students. What could be the purpose of solving problems in arithmetic if all the solutions were given to them long ago and if the answers are printed at the backs of the book? What could be the purpose of translating Latin tests when the word-for-word translations were given to them long ago and are right there in between the lines? This is something my students could not understand at all. Come to think of it, every exercise in school is so designed that it's as if the student were being asked to work on something for a while but is first told that this work is quite pointless, is not needed for anything, and is, for all intents and purposes, worthless. Every imaginable way of straying off from this labor has, therefore, become a universal tool in the struggle of students against their teachers' effort to champion the intelligibility and worth of their labor. An educational system lacking all orientation has, accordingly, been created that has never been able to answer the question as to what might be the point of studying this or that subject. Psychologists have always pointed to the value of what is termed formal discipline, asserting that, regardless of the immediate knowledge the student acquires in the study of a particular subject, the educational value of every subject is nevertheless still a matter of perfecting our capacities, of a developmental effect, which these subjects exert on our mind. For example, it is believed that the study of Latin words not only gives the student the ability to read books written in Latin, but also somehow develops and improves his memory. Study of arithmetic and geometry not only teaches him how to multiply and how to prove theorems, but, it is believed, also contributes to the development of FL and other words. It is believed that th_e_edu_ca_tit_nal effect of every subject transcends its immediate effect and in some fashion d1asset1 tes_nxpx. 196. Quite frankly, it was from this point of view that the entire system of classical education was constructed in pre-revolutionary Russia insofar as it found its reaction in the gymnasia. Everyone understood perfectly well that 9/10 of subjects our gymnasia were burdened with had absolutely no NTP Eurodagogy chem significance and that the value of these subjects was limited exclusively to the formal discipline, the developmental effect on our mind, which they were supposed to exert. Recall that natural science subjects were introduced into the gymnasium only very recently, and all of them had to undergo quite a struggle before they could attain a position in the curriculum. From our standpoint, such a pedagogical theory represents, historically speaking, a successor of the medieval scholastic academy, where unending verbal exercises, constructions, and operations constituted the only material and subject of knowledge, and where it developed in the same way that the body could be developed by means of physical exercises. But underlying the pedagogics that was constructed on the basis of such a gymnastics of educational subjects was the belief that, just as was maintained by the science of gymnastics proper, all attention had to be focused not on this or that movement in and of itself, but on the developmental force of a particular movement for some group of muscles and organs. Instruction in Old Church Slavonic could be, in and of itself, just as pointless in the form it was taught in the Tsarist school as is the lifting of weights in Swedish gymnastics, and in the future life of the student the grammar of Old Church Slavonic the student learns by rote has just as little use for him as do the various techniques of Swedish gymnastics in the life of most of us. But it was believed that learning grammar of Old Church Slavonic is just as healthy and bracing an exercise for the mind as is Swedish exercise for the arm muscles. From the standpoint of psychology, in fact, this theory is based wholly on the old psychology of capacities, which divided up the entire apparatus of the mind into a whole series of individual mental abilities, found a place for each of them in the brain, and supposed that human psychology could be put together out of the coordinated action of these capacities in the same way that man's body is put together out of individual organs. Quite frankly, neither the psychological nor the pedagogical basis of this theory has undergone any sort of criticism, and, both in theory as well as in practical applications, views of this sort smack of medieval obscurantism, from the standpoint of modern knowledge. Pedagogical experience has discovered, first, that the formal discipline supplied by a particular subject is quite negligible. It would be more correct to say that it does, indeed, assume an enormous scale, though only in a very narrow range. Memorization of Latin verbs or of irregular conjugations can have a powerful effect on the development of habits of recall, but onlt for Latin verbs. General processes of recall. 197. Significant improvement. Thus, the formal discipline produced by every subject turns out to be associated only with negligible improvements as regards the accumulation of specialized skills, and, consequently, its educational value is confined exclusively to vocational training. Thus, prolonged acquaintance with the cuisine of Latin grammar will improve a pharmacist's memory for prescriptions, and, similarly, a librarian will learn to recognize tens of thousands of books from their tickets and recall where each of them belongs on the shelf, but neither the memory of a pharmacist and his knowledge of foreign languages, nor the memory of a librarian for something else entirely, is improved through vocational practice. On the contrary, there is every reason for supposing that such a specialization of our capacities ls always perk 1 ed 21 t the _gens of a certain limitation of these capacities in other areas al at eyly plus comma, pound, f2, f af, comma. Nowadays, psychologists are more inclined to emphasize instead the harm of such early specialization rather than its utility. In particular, as regards memory, they say quite frankly that the real goal of pedagogics is to find out how to teach children to forget what is unnecessary, and not how to force them to remember what is necessary. To properly understand questions in the psychology of memory, one might refer to the words of Themistocles, who, in response to the suggestion to learn, is recalled as having said, "Teach me rather to forget." As in the investigation of memory, the investigation of motor abilities has led to the same results, i.e., it has been shown that the formal discipline supplied by each subject affects the development of specialized habits to a certain degree. In other words, our capacity seems to become specialized, and assumes a certain one-sided and extraordinarily narrow character. Of course, whatever is lost in being sated by the BOLH7 in overall productivity and in the exibility of this capacity, though, paradoxical as it may seem, on the whole the formal discipline supplied by individual subjects tends to have a stupefying and restrictive effect rather than an to manifest and sortify ever an extremal in si, a developmental, and in a saying from the French ver definition is already a restriction, and in no other realm is this as true as in the development of RAI1 Res. And present-day psychology, therefore, most researchers are inclined to be most suspicious of those subjects that have become part of the curriculum for their formal value alone. That is, the utility of any subject and its relevance in a pedagogical system is determined, above all and primarily, by the immediate benefit and immediate value that may be ascribed to the knowledge the subject imparts. Finally, the very psychological conception of man's labors, understood as having been formed out of a multiplicity of individual capacities, does not stand up to rigorous criticism. Every one of our abilities, in fact, functions in such way. 198. A complex unity that, taken in and of itself, no one ability can give us even an approximate idea of real potentiality of its effect. If we study a person with a poor memory in isolation, he may turn out to remember better than someone with a good memory, simply by virtue of the fact that memory never manifests itself in and of itself, but only in close collaboration with attention, overall orientation, thinking, and so on, and it may even prove to be the case that the aggregate effect of these different abilities is always entirely independent of the absolute magnitude of each of the constituents. It goes without saying, therefore, that the principle of practical instruction assumes the foreground in pedagogics. If knowledge has an extraordinarily slight effect on the development of our mental capacities, value can even be conferred on knowledge only insofar as it is necessary, in and of itself, and only to an extremely limited extent, insofar as it is needed for the development of certain general skills. The formal aspect of the development of these skills is, thus, confined to those elementary and very primitive movements to which the particular school subject, in the course of which these movements may be acquired, becomes nearly neutral. Consequently, the only criterion of knowledge is its vital value, its need in the real world, i.e., the principle of practicality. The fundamental law of education is, thus, the law of education of conditional reflexes, which says the same thing. If, later on in our life, we wish to discover some relation between various events or facts, on the one hand, and a person's particular reaction, on the other, we must connect the two together in the course of education, not once, but repeatedly, and only then may we be certain that the new relation we require has, in fact, been formed. Thus, the school, the greatest mechanism for the formation of new relations, indeed, all of school, must be geared to life, since only with such striving can the techniques employed there obtain their justification and meaning. Synthetic knowledge. Until now, our schools have suffered from a profound dualism, which it inherited from the Tsarist school. Whatever standpoint we assume in relation to our school system, we cannot but note that our school curriculum may still be broken down into two large and incompatible groups. On the one hand, the natural sciences, the sciences that deal with nature, and on the other the humanities, the sciences of mind.L, between which there is no bridge in the students learn and are brought up seemingly with the unconscious conviction that there are, in fact, two distinct worlds, the world of nature and the world of man, and that they are separated from each other by an impassable gulf. 0. 6. V\1U\N. STFF. I. P. 199. Not a word connects one realm of entities with the other, and if students acquire other views and another understanding of the world, this occurs despite the school. The school proves to have no effect here, and its exertions are directed toward imparting and emphasizing this duality of our knowledge and of experience. When the student moves from the world of physics to the world of political economy and literature, it's as if he becomes transported to an entirely new world, a world which obeys laws all of its own, where there is not a single point that recalls the world just left, the world of the natural sciences. And this is not an unintended vice of the Russian school, but rather is the historically inevitable culmination of the entire course of development of European science and of the European system of education. In this case, the school wreaks only what had been instituted in the course of the very development of philosophy and science. Only labor, understood as a subject of study, can make it possible to unify Thetwa psychologically, simply because, on the one hand, as a process that occurs between man and nature, labor is wholly dependent upon natural science, and on the other, as a process involved with bringing together social forces, labor is a foundation of the humanities and the social sciences. Labor, which we may conceive as having been fashioned on the basis of a system of conscious reactions, is also a bridge thrown across the gulf separating the world of the natural sciences and the world of the humanities. It is the only subject that is the object of study of both. In fact, when man is studied in the natural sciences in school, it is only that part of man which is part of anatomy and physiology which is studied, and only insofar as he is a mammal. The world of nature from which man is excluded proves to be infinitely ill-fated and infinitely impoverished by comparison with the wealth of real life. And conversely, the world of human actions and deeds seems to hang in thin air, like a rainbow suspended over nature without having sunk any roots into the earth. Only in its historical meaning and in its psychological essence does labor become the point of encounter in man of biological and the superbiological foundation, in which the animal and man are knotted together, and the natural sciences and the humanities become interwoven. Praxis occupational education, writes Blinsky, constitutes the education of the ruler of nature, too, because technology is nothing less than the genuine and materialized dominance of man over nature, a dominance that obeys the laws of nature for the benefit of man. In this sense, labor reveals itself in what is very nearly its most valuable psychological aspect, that which it exposes to praxis. It is extraordinarily 200. Instructive that, in European philosophy of the last several decades, the principle of praxis, in one form or another, has been advanced by the most diverse schools of thought as constituting the only possibility for the construction of scientific knowledge. Come to think of it, praxis constitutes the ultimate test that any scientific discipline may be subjected to, and Marx's expression, that philosophers have done enough in explaining the world, now it is time to think about remaking it, wholly covers the true history of science. A_R_I_SE_1 and will arise always, out of some sort of practical need or necess_idle_if, in the _RSE_ of the /development O_F no edge, it loses touch with the practical problems that gave rise to it, at its final points L at in *OC oriented towards praxis and find in praxis its ultimate justification, confirmation, and verification. In particular, the fact that knowledge was presented as entirely abstract and lifeless was the greatest psychological sin of the entire scholastic and classical system of education. Knowledge was assimilated as if a prepared dish, and absolutely no one knew what to do with it. The very nature of knowledge, and likewise the very nature of science, was forgotten. The fact that knowledge is not a kind of prepared dish or preset capital reserve, but is always a process of activity, mankind's battle for the mastery of nature. Scientific truth is mortal, it lives tens, perhaps hundreds of years, and then passes away, since in its struggle to become master of nature, mankind is always moving forward. Science as studied in our schools has been utterly at variance with this standpoint wherever it distorted those truths the student had to learn into dogmatic forms. No psychological conception of truth has been so falsified as that which our students draw out of their textbooks in school. Truth is presented to them as something finished and all done with, as the result of some kind of process that was finally discovered and is unconditionally certain. It is curious how the greatest disrespect for scientific truth was fostered in students as a result of their learning the scientific truths from the pages of Krivik and Savodnik, where truth seemed to have been broken down into sections, and where the student could not distinguish in any way what was a scientific fact versus what were the didactic techniques adopted by the compilers of the textbook. The very process of disclosing truth was hidden, and it was presented not in the dynamic context of its appearance, but in the static of an already discovered rule. And since everything was learned by heart and on faith, it is entirely natural that our student attitude towards science and towards scientific truth did not differ too much from the attitude of a savage towards his beliefs, and it is just as natural that superstitious and blind devotion to the letter of facts taught in the school, which, in the Tsarist school, had been the ultimate of pedagogic wisdom, was really capable only of training civilized savages. 201. Moreover, truth was presented in the school always in the form of an abstract theoretical rule, attained not in the course of a search and of labor, but as if in purely mental work. It was never related to the vital needs that gave rise to it, nor to the vital conclusions that flowed from it. Meanwhile, the very nature of scientific truth, whether it has to do with some minor rule of health or the theory of relativity, nevertheless is practical in nature, or, in other words, truth is always concrete. Finally, even the most experienced philosopher of teaching methods could not make sense of that infinite melange of scientific truths which was presented to the student without arriving at the most inappropriate conclusions. In any course of studies, all scientific truths were lumped together, in the full sense of this word, and not even the most resourceful educator could explain what might the relationship between Latin declensions, the Napoleonic Wars, and the laws of electrolysis. Because of the uncoordinated and patchwork nature of school learning, the student's perception was weighted down with an infinite number of isolated facts, preventing him from attaining a unifying and connected point of view on the object. It is for this reason that, in the realm of philosophy and general outlook, there has dominated among educated people in Russia the most embarrassing superficiality, a propensity for the use of the most flippant phraseology, and the most incredible degree of ignorance as regards the most elementary of questions. These three sins of the Tsarist school are all easily overcome in occupational education, which, first, synthesizes and unifies all subjects, second, confers on all subjects a practical bent by providing them with applications, and, third, discloses the very process involved in uncovering truths, and the progress of truth that has been discovered. Vocation and polytechnism. Though the trend of modern industry is towards the utter multi-specialization of labor, nevertheless this process cannot be considered complete in the slightest degree, even in such a highly developed capitalist country as America, and even less so here in Russia. Thus, polytechnism is a truth for some future day towards which the school must be oriented in its own efforts, but this truth has still not been realized today, and the school confronts the task not only to implement a program of polytechnical education, but to also satisfy the immediate everyday needs which are presented to it. We have to understand the sense of vocational career that has to be fostered by our schools as a concession to the real world, as a bridge from public education to everyday experience. 202. This means that, in its bias in favor of vocations, the school does not in any way lose its polytechnical character, and the polytechnical spirit remains as its principal and fundamental core, though polytechnical education of this sort is concentrated at one end, as if sharpened so that it may more easily enter directly into the world from this end. In this regard, the relationship between general and special education, now expressed in a new light, however, is fully encompassed by that old formula that has long been advanced by psychology, which asserts that everyone should know something about everything, and everything about something. That everyone should know something about everything simply means that the most elementary and the most general ideas of the most important elements of the whole world must be the foundation of every person's general education. And for us to know everything about something, our educational system has to gather together absolutely every piece of knowledge about some one realm directly related to our work. It is not hard to see that this old formula is fully applicable to occupational education if by knowing everything about something, we understand the demands of professional career, and if by knowing something about everything, we understand polytechnism. None of the pedagogical principles that are now put forward threaten such adverse consequences, if not understood correctly, as does the principle of the trade school. Quite frankly, the Russian experience with trade schools has been a vivid example of such misinterpretation. Blinsky, in his book on trade schools Trudovaya Shkola, declares that there is not a single page nor a single principle that could not be converted into the most malicious parody of the labor principle. I have seen communal schools that have completely revived the spirit of orphanages. I have seen teachers who have developed a child's day for an entire district down to an accuracy of 5 minutes. I have watched girls too young for school teach 5-year-old children to cook in a smelly kitchen. Children have rushed over even to me, hoping to escape from having to work in vegetable gardens that had brought them to the point of utter exhaustion. I have seen teachers who thought that trade schools consist in hauling heavy and dirty loads of firewood, cleaning up bathrooms, and sweeping up, though to me this seems like unhealthy labor. And reminiscent of hard labor even for GT0WN ups. I have seen woodworking shops where a grown-up, was forced to gasp for breath, and where children worked on their feet, forced to stand in incredible positions. I have seen children working in metal shops after which, it would seem to me, they would all end up with a case of pneumonia. I have watched people chatter away who thought that their lengthy conversations on every imaginable daily tree meant that they were conducting a trade school. I have discovered departments responsible for speaking with teachers on how to run school lunchrooms. I'm certain that a number of instructors lead children into the hell of factories, put teenagers into the din and heat of workshops, place them right next to dangerous machinery, fill their lungs with coal and dust, and then go around confident they are teaching using Blinsky's method. Z03HSOW describes how education. These remarks seem to prefigure the work OFC.L. Snow by 30 years, in WN becomes possible in the trade school. 1 Original source not known. Original source not known. Chapter 11. Social behavior and the child's development. The concept of adaptation. Contemporary biology sees in the concept of adaptation a fundamental principle governing the development of organic life on Earth. In pedagogics, we also say that adapting the child to the environment in which he will have to live and function is the ultimate goal of every form of education. Ilk/if adulg, but there are 2 things to keep in mind here. First, the process of adapting to the environment may display the most diverse features imaginable. A cunning career seeker, a sharp operator, or a swindler who possesses a magnificent sense for the slightest disturbance in his surroundings, who knows how to respond to it with the appropriate reaction, and who succeeds in satisfying all his own vital needs and thereby experiences the greatest sense of self-satisfaction, as expressed in positive emotional affect, giving him the opportunity to always be in the dominant positive zero. And these people, too, are adapted to the environment. One might ask whether such a person is, from the pedagogical standpoint, the ultimate of the educated personality. And, conversely, is a revolutionary who cannot get on in any social group at all, who rises up in rebellion against society and is always in conflict with his surroundings, thus exhibiting his maladjustment. Do we say that such a person is badly or incorrectly educated? The other problem is that, because of the very features of his development, every child adapts himself to things in different waves. Thus, we have to consider the problem of adaptation to the environment also as a function of the child's behavior as he grows up. Let us consider both questions in turn. To start with, we have to say that adaptation has to be considered in no other way than from the social point of view. One must never proceed from the given and existing environment as if from something constant and unchanging. The social environment comprises an inexhaustible collection of the most diverse aspects and elements, which are always in the most outright contradiction with each other and always engaged in the most brutal struggle against each other. We should not think of the environment as a whole as a static, elemental, and stable system of elements, but rather as a dialectically developing dynamic process. 205. 206. From the point of view of society, therefore, the revolutionary may prove to be more adapted to the highest tendencies of the environment than the career seeker, simply because he is adapted to the social dynamic, and not to the social static. Man's relationship to his surroundings must always bear the character of purposefulness, of activity, and not simple dependence. Adaptation to the environment may, therefore, denote the most brutal struggle with individual elements of the environment, and always denote certain purposeful interrelations with it. Consequently, the individual may assume entirely different social orientations in different social environments. It's all a matter of the direction in which this purposefulness is guided. The other question is solved if we note the following. A child actually passes through many stages of adaptation to the social environment, and the functions of his social behavior are highly variable, depending on particular developmental stages. The child's social behavior, therefore, must be thought of as behavior that has been refracted innumerable times as a function of the biological development of the organism. The child and the environment. Zalkind conveys the objective and materialist meaning of Freud's teachings in the following rough form. Freud, according to Zalkind, establishes two principles to which man's activity is subordinated, the pleasure principle and the reality principle. Man's deeply embedded conscious and unconscious desires in interaction with the environment are the source of man's psyche. All of emotional life is guided by the desire for pleasure and the aversion to suffering. These desires for pleasure guide the entire orientation of the personality, filling attention, memory, and thought with actual content. The aggregate of man's psychological world is nothing but the sum total of his desires and experience in the struggle for their fulfillment, but the desire for pleasure comes into conflict with the demands of the real world, which the individual must adapt himself to, and, thus, the pleasure principle is in conflict with the reality principle. There are many desires the organism must deny itself. Any such unfulfilled desire is exiled to the realm of the unconscious, and there continues to exist in concealed form, breaking through into mental life, attempting in its own way to subordinate to its ignorance these unconscious and exiled desires. The pleasure principle, where it has not achieved a compromise with the reality principle, avenges itself by creating in place of, or in addition to, the real world, another world of its own, a world of unrealized, exiled, unconscious desires. Two realities that would seem to be incompatible are created in man, an external reality that man can become aware. 207. Of, that comprises elements of adaptation to the surrounding environment, and a mental reality that is alien and hostile to the external environment, which is driven underground into the unconscious by the external environment, but remaining hungry and unsatisfied, and forcing its way upward. All of mental life is permeated by a furious struggle between these two realities. This struggle expresses itself in what is known as a censor, which distorts the suppressed desires that are forced upward whenever the conscious state is in a weakened position, whether in sleep or when distracted. The highest form of this conflict, this disharmony with the environment, is expressed in what is referred to as the escape into illness, a process that must be understood as an unhealthy attitude towards reality, a special form of behavior, in which the exiled and unsatisfied desires that have been isolated in a kind of complex, or group of representations associated with some affective experience, gain the upper hand. Even our thinking seems to be guided along the lines set out by these exiled desires or complexes, to say nothing of the fact that all other mental forces are subordinated to this law. Man, it turns out, directs to the environment around him only part of his creative wealth, the rest being preserved for internal use that is alien to the obligations made by this environment. The sum total of attention, memory, the substance of mental processes, those qualities of general and special abilities, that quantity of stamina and versatility that an individual manifests in acts of his real adaptation, frequently constitute a negligible scrap of his creative potentiality. The overwhelming mass of these potentiality remains hidden from our eyes, shut in, and directed towards isolated, internal processes, nourishing extraneous, unreal, and uncreative sensations. This occurs not only in so-called pathological ill personalities, but also in entirely normal people, bearing in mind the extraordinary relativity of the very concept of mental health, what with the insanity characteristic of the contemporary social environment. The innate structure of personality and the habits that personality accumulates from early natural childhood prove to be in inevitable conflict with the demands of the surrounding reality in the course of the individual's subsequent growth. Inner disarray, utter disruption, and a sharp personality split that returns to the environment only that which personality has been forced to renounce grows, while the bulk of the reserves of personality is left in a state of hungry potential tension. Freud believes that the bulk of these suppressed desires are of sexual origin, and he ascribes the development of the sex instinct to very early childhood. Of course, he does not mean there is any sort of fully developed and outright sex instinct in the child. Rather, he sees more of a matter of embryonic, incomplete elements, isolated sensations, that emanate from the mucous membranes, from the functioning of individual organs, constituting the rudiments of or sexual feelings, the so-called libido. 208. It turns out that the child's primitive instinctive experience, like the earliest habits of childhood, what we call infantile behavior, occurs under the Inyans of pleasure principle. Adaptation to the environment is the concern of grown-up. It is the grown-up who helps the child establish the first interrelations with the environment. This also imposes a special imprint on infantile behavior in the early period of childhood, which is formed, first, out of unconditional innate reactions and, second, out of those first-degree conditional reactions which are closest to them. This also explains the tragic contradiction between the innate reserves, early childhood experience, and the much later acquisitions of experience. It is because there exists the greatest incompatibility imaginable between this early childhood experience, which has grown up on the foundations of biological habits, and the environment with all its objective demands, that man's biological disarray arises, and the transition from infantile behavior to adult behavior always constitute a tragedy, which Freud has referred to as the struggle between the pleasure principle and the reality principle. Zalkind points out that these conclusions are fully in agreement with results learned from experiments performed in Pavlov's laboratory. Here can be seen in experimental form the reproduction of definition of childhood experience as it manifests itself in life. A dog is presented with scented powdered meat, and responds to it with prehensile and salivary reactions. The dog, however, is given powder only if there has already been some sort of preceding signal, whether light or sound. Otherwise, the dog is not given any food. The dog at first picks at the powder every time, produces saliva, and so on. But as a result of persistent repetitions of the experiment, it begins to inhibit its fundamental reacts. Without obtaining any resolution, without a conditional signal, it is, biochemically speaking, simply not capable of eating, no saliva or other gastric juices are produced, does not have any appetite, and does want to eat. The contemporary environment and education, because of its own chaotic system of inyances, the contemporary social environment, i.e., the environment of capitalist society, creates a radical contradiction between the child's early experience and its subsequent forms of adaptation. The organism must, therefore, master certain forms of inhibition, certain ways of reining in its own desires, and these desires manifest themselves and find an outlet in sleep, though not completely, but only in masked form, since they are hindered by the censor. A decisive contradiction between the environment and personality is created as a result. This is how Zalkind paints the picture which thereby arises: all unfulfilled desires are pointed in an incorrect direction, and owe back to the sex instinct, which feeds off them, like a parasite feeding off a host. 209. The chaotic agglomeration of contemporary social stimulations creates a crude incompatibility between the inherited reserves, the experience of early childhood, and the later, more mature psychological build-up. Hence, the vast proportion of man's biological and emotional forces are restrained, and hence the perverted employment of these forces and the fact that only a negligible proportion of this energy is made use of by the social environment. Powerful reserves that anticipate appropriate social sensations and which possess an extraordinary degree of plasticity are found at the very base of man's psychophysiology. Raising these reserves up from the depths, undertaking the social liberation of these energy, means realizing a process we may describe in the following way. Masses of energy are embedded in man in the form of conscious and unconscious desires and strivings, part of this energy does not obtain any satisfaction, because of the reality principle, and is exiled to the unconscious. For the remainder, there are now three outlets possible. It may enter into a struggle with the conscious forms of behavior, conquer them, and avenge itself on the reality principle. It is this which constitutes the id into illness or psychoneurosis. Second, the struggle may end in a draw, or, more properly, it may not end at all, and the individual, while retaining normal forms of behavior, lives in a constant prolonged conflict between the environment and himself, and within himself. Finally, the third outlet, energy that has been driven off into the subconscious and exiled from reality, is again liberated, again assumes the status of reality, though now it is guided in socially useful, creative directions. Here the environment is fully triumphant, since it has not only banished forces that are in contradiction to it, but has once again taken possession of them, though in altered form. Thus, this process, or sublimation, also constitutes the greatest realization imaginable of all our desires, but only in socially useful directions. Consequently, this is also the road that education must travel. Sublimation understood this way has much in common with the ordinary forms of disinhibition of reflexes, even those that have not been banished to the subconscious. To explain the mechanism by which sublimation functions, we will use an everyday illustration given by Zalkind. A minor official has been roughly insulted by his superior. Previously, irritations of this sort had always induced in the official a typical inhibition, rather than an aggressive reflex, which in this case would usually not obtain the required nourishment, since the bureaucratic environment in the Tsarist system, of course, did not create a favorable soil for the development of nascent aggressive reflexes. The sum total of these inhibited arousal could manifest itself externally in either of two directions. 210. L. The official is at home. Sitting due /vn to dinner, and some tree, perhaps a little mishap, occurs at the table, irritates him, and the irritation ends up within the eld of the inhibited arousal, and suddenly there is a sharp, rough outburst, and with the enormous force of an aggressive reflex the dishes are thrown at the wife, at the children, the official begins to pound the table and there is shouting throughout the apartment. The Freudian catharsis is an explosion, an impetuous outpouring of an inhibited arousal. This is one path. 2. Another path is possible. Inhibition remains in force, and all the superior's subsequent insults sustain, nourish, and condense it. But, in addition, there appear new sensations as well, for example, a revolutionary uprising throughout the city, underground proclamations that call for a struggle against superiors in general, give instructions as to what methods should be followed in such a struggle, which becomes a prolonged, persistent, and disciplined struggle. The aggressive reflex is liberated, but not impetuously, but instead in a disciplined form that unfolds over a lengthy period of time, turning into a persistent, underground revolutionary effort. The aggressive reflex is disciplined and sublimated, a lower order reflex is transformed by eons of the incrustation or accumulation of sensations all about it, through its prolonged inhibition and its slow liberation, into two higher order reflex, into a live parents.r. Hence, it is clear that education which is ideally practicable is possible only on the basis of an appropriately guided social environment and, consequently, the crucial questions of education can be solved in no other way than through the resolution of the social question in all its entirety. But the conclusion follows, therefore, that man's substance possesses infinite plasticity in a properly guided social environment. Our youthing that is found in man may be educated and restored if the propate societal unions is apmead. Evil personality muse. Be understood in this regard not as some finished form, but as a constantly coursing dynamic form of interaction between the organism and the environ. Recall that if absolutely everything in the human organism is potentially capable of being educated, under the genuine conditions of our century, education as we are understanding it runs up against a whole series of obstacles. Let us consider the genuine forms of the child's social behavior. Genuine forms of social behavior in real life, people sustain their existence by adapting nature to their needs in the course of labor. Human industry is collective in nature, and always requires a certain degree of organization of social forces, as a preliminary moment for its appearance. In life, in general, there exists a close relationship between organisms of same form. The forms of human society, however, differ from the forms of animal communities. Any animal community always arises on the basis of instincts of feeding, protection, aggression, and reproduction, all of which require the combined cooperation of different individuals. In mankind, these instincts led to the formation and appearance of economic activity, which underlies all of historical development. Marx says in this regard that, in the foreton of social production characteristic of their times, people enter into definite and necessary relations that are independent of their will, that is, production relations, which correspond to a finite stage of development of the material production forces of the community. The aggregate of these production relations constitutes the economic structure of society, which is the genuine foundation of the legal and political superstructure and which corresponds to a particular form of social consciousness. As the economic foundation changes, there occurs, sooner or later, an upheaval throughout the entire vast superstructure. Considering such upheavals, we always have to distinguish between the transactional upheaval in the economic conditions of production, which may be ascertained with the precision of the natural sciences, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophical upheavals, in brief, the ideological forms in which people are aware of this upheaval and struggle among themselves on the soil of these upheaval. Drew Cap/Till. Thus, from the standpoint of historical materialism, the fundamental causes of all social changes and all political upheavals must be minds, Engels said, and not in their views of eternal truths and justice, but in changes in the means of production and distribution. They must be sought not in philosophy, but in the economics of each epoch. Thus, in mankind the production process assumes the broadest possible social character, which at the present time encompasses the entire world. Accordingly, there arise the most complex forms of organization of human social behavior with which the child encounters before he directly confronts nature. The nature of man's education, therefore, is wholly determined by the socia_lien environment in which he grows and develops. But this environment does not always affect him directly and straightforwardly, but also indirectly, through his ideology. By ideology, we will understand all the social stimuli that have been established in the course of historical development and have become hardened in the form of lee@pmmm. Tastes. Soon. These standards are permeated through and through with the class structure of society that generated them and serve as the class organization of production. They are responsible for all of human behavior, and in this sense we are justified in speaking of man's class behavior. We know that absolutely every one of man's conditions are mined by those environmental influences that reach him from outside. This social environment is class B11 set 1 LLLTDS very structure insofar as, obviously, all new relations are imprinted by the class basis of the environment. This is why certain investigators have decided to speak not only of class psychology, but also of class physiology. The boldest minds have decided to speak of total social. 212. Immersion of the organism, and have pointed out that the most intimate of our functions are, ultimately, expressions of the social nature. We breathe and carry out the most important functions of our organism always in accordance with those stimuli which affect us. If we were to analyze the psychology of modern man, we would find such a mass of other people's views, words, and thoughts that there would be absolutely no way we could tell where the individual personality begins and the social personality ends. In modern society, every person, therefore, whether he likes it or not, is inevitably a spokesman of a particular class. Since we know that each person's individual experience is conditioned by the role he plays in his environment, and that it is the class membership which also defines this role, it is clear that class membership defines man's psychology and man's behavior. Thus, writes Blinsky, there are no invariant and obligatory laws of human behavior in society whatsoever. In class society the concept, man, is generally an empty and abstract concept. Man's social behavior is determined by the behavior of his class, and each person is inevitably a person from a particular class. In this regard, we must be profoundly historical and must always present man's behavior in relation to the class situation at the given moment. This must be the fundamental psychological technique for every social psychologist. Recall that the class structure of society defines the standpoint which man occupies in organized social labor. Consequently, class membership defines at one fell swoop both the cultural and the natural orientation of personality in the environment. Hence, Blinsky continued, every person is a kind of exemplar, intermediate, most common, best, worst, and so on, of a particular social class. It follows that the behavior of the individual is a derivative of the behavior of the corresponding class. In fact, human labor, i.e., the struggle for existence, assumes, by necessity, forms of the social struggle and, accordingly, places whole masses of people under the same conditions, forcing them to develop identical forms of behavior. These identical forms of behavior are made up of all those widespread religious beliefs, ceremonies, and customs within which a given society lives. Thus, whether we like it or not, education is, either consciously or unconsciously, always guided along class lines. For the psychologist this means that the aggregate of stimuli that forms the aggregate of the child's behavior comprises class stimuli. This should be kept in mind whenever present-day pedagogics confronts the old question as to what constitutes the ideal of education, whether an international type that would be suitable for all mankind, or a national type. It is essential to keep in mind the class nature of all ideals, and recall that the ideals of nationalism, patriotism, and so on are only masked forms of the class trend of education. This is why neither can serve as a genuine solution for our pedagogics. On the contrary, since present-day education adapts itself to the 213 international working class out in the historical arena, to that extent the ideals of international development and off-class solidarity have to overcome the ideal of national education and the ideal of education appropriate for all mankind. This does not at all mean, however, that contemporary pedagogics requires that we not attend to national forms of development. In fact, national forms of development constitute a great and undoubted historical fact. It goes without saying, therefore, that these forms of development occur as an indispensable psychological condition in our schools. Everything we teach the child must be adapted to those special forms of behavior, language, customs, morals, and manners, and habits which the child perceives. Meanwhile, it is important to avoid the fundamental errors that pedagogics usually makes in this understanding. First is the extraordinary cult of ethnicity narodnosv, which intensifies the national element in behavior beyond all reasonable limits, and fosters nationalism in students in place of a sense of nationality. This is usually associated with a whole series of adverse phenomena, such as negative attitudes towards other ethnic groups and rabid patriotism, i.e., the propensity for external, ostentatious signs of one's ethnic origin. Like all cultural acquisitions, the ethnic complexion of human behavior constitutes the greatest of all human values, though only when it is not a matter of pulling wool over one's eyes, like a snail crawling into its shell, and not when it screens the individual off from all external influence. The collision between different cultures has often brought with it mixed and false forms of language, art, and so on, though, in addition, it has produced brilliant results through the development of novel forms of cultural creativity. Loyalty to one's ethnic group is loyalty to one's individuality, and is also the only healthy and non-artificial path of behavior. The extraordinary degree of concern around these questions represents a further danger of nationalism. In fact, national forms of culture are acquired seemingly spontaneously and occur as an unconscious constituent in the structure of our behavior. In this sense, speaking both psychologically and pedagogically, nationality is not in contradiction with class, and instead both possess their own extremely important psychological function. Variations in the development of children. Guile development constitutes the fundamental principle of psychology. Child is not 217 LLL1 LSL1 E_L, 6 Li1G, but and, consequently, his behavior is formed not only on the exclusive impact of the systematic influence of environment, but also as a function of certain sizes or periods in the development of the child's own organism, which, in turn, defines the relationship of man to the environment. He hos not develop in uniform or gradual fashion, through the accumulation of slight variations, but byts and starts, harmonically, so that periods during which the child's growth is on the rise follow periods of stagnation and abate meanly. This irregularity of rhythmic oscillations constitutes the fundamental law of the child's behavior and manifests itself even in daily and annual aligns. With greatest intensity in autumn and winter, mental forces experience the greatest tension from October to February, beginning to fall in March and alongside the annual oscillations, there are also daily oscillations. Because of these oscillations, pedagogical science has been led to propose that student lessons be distributed in such a way that the most difficult lessons are presented at times when energy is at its peak. The harm produced by lessons held at night or in the evening, at times when energy has dropped the most, as well as after supper, when there occurs an appreciable outflow of blood from the brain and into the stomach because of the intensification of digestive activity, has been particularly noted. In the present context, this principle of periodicity may be termed the climactical principle of child's development, since it manifests itself not by slow and gradual changes, but by fits and starts at particular critical points, where we have every right to distinguish different qualitative periods of child development. Precisely the same thing happens when water subjected to uniform cooling suddenly begins to turn into ice at the freezing point, or, when subjected to uniform heating, begins to be transformed into a vapor all at once as it passes through the boiling point. In other words, ILNE at KMMDWLs occurs a dialectical_P_ATL, OL development composed of contradictions and a transition of quantity into quality. Aristotle long ago demonstrated in rough outline the transition from one stage to another stage that, in general, coincides with those divisions everyone is more or less in agreement about. Now we tend to distinguish four basic stages in the development of the child, each of which has its own special biological meaning and, consequently, its own relationship to the environment. The first period may be termed the period of early Cleales lohe oral, when the child's activity is virtually nil. His biological functions are principally determined by feeding, the child eats and sleeps, grows and breathes, and his behavior is wholly determined by these very important functions. Those forms of his behavior, therefore, develop which help him carry on these functions. Nearly all the child's reactions of this period are directed towards making even the slightest acquaintance with the environment. Even at this time, the child exhibits a number of reactions associated with play. At this stage, the child plays, is oriented towards the environment, and exercises his most important organs of perception and movement. It is right at this time that the greatest event in the life of child occurs. He learns to direct his movements, coordinating for the first time the activity of his eyes and hands, and learns how to reach out to an object. 215. That is in front of him. At this time, he is shut off from the environment by grown-ups, who carry out on his behalf the most important functions involved in adapting to the environment. By this time, however, the child has fallen under the influence of those around him, his situation, and, principally, the role his surroundings play with respect to him. His mother, therefore, assumes the primary role and, as one psychologist has correctly put it, it is she who is the primary social environment for the child. A turning point occurs at this time with the eruption of baby teeth, when the child, in the course of switching over to other food, also changes its relationship to the environment. In general, the entire period of early childhood is rich in events in which the child learns how to walk, speak, and move about, and first begins to gain a sense of direction in the environment. This period lasts, thus, for 6 or 7 years, constituting the early period of childhood. At this time of continuous growth, the child finally becomes proficient in all his movements and that the environment reaches him through adults. This entire period is called by some PS a kind of crisis sets nt, a lagging growth, which would appear to represent what we may think of as a boiling or freezing P0 int, after which the new, qualitatively distinctive period of late childhood begins, which lasts from the age of 7 through 13 or L4. In this period, the child finds himself in an unmediated relation with the environment, acquiring a requires. The forms of his behavior become complicated and he enters into new real_1t, chips with the environment. It seems like a new, second wave immerses him ever more deeply into the world, into a more intimate relationship with the world. This period concludes with puberty, which psychologists are all in agreement in referring to as a tragic period in the life of the child. Absolutely everyone notices a sudden change, whether in the voice or in the appearance and structure of the body, when all its parts, in Rubinstein's expression, seem to be as if at a crossroads, having abandoned the stage of childhood wholeness but still not having succeeded in establishing the solidly cohesive harmony of the adult body. This period is characterized by the greatest discord with the environment. It is accompanied by internal and external shocks, and is often a source of subsequent illnesses and disturbances in the organism that last for the individual's entire lifetime. This is because a powerful and impetuous instinct that suddenly manifests itself in the body is condemned to inaction, as a consequence of which there arises a grave conflict between the child and the environment and within the child himself. The period is also characterized by an extraordinarily heightened sensitivity and awkwardness, as if the child were constantly aware of his maladjustment to the environment. Thus, it is, in every sense of the word, a critical age. 216. It is also a decisive stage for education in the sense that it is at this time that the basic forms of sublimation are established in the child, by virtue of the auto of sexual energy that sublimation receives under the influence of education. After this delay there follows the period of adolescence, lasting from age to 18, which is characterized by the ultimate formation of the individual's rela is clear if only from the fact that, during puberty, the brain gains the third of its full weight, the first third is present in the newborn infant, while the second third builds up throughout childhood up through the age of L4.tla period of out the time when the individual becomes 0. G. Finally accustomed to the environment, follows this period and lasts until the age of L2s. L-T-F's divisions must be looked upon as conventional lacking absolutely exact points of division. They are accompanied by a whole series of transitional mental features that are, to an enormous extent, distinctive of each period. One exemplifies the time of childhood negativism which is typical of children in the preschool period. A love for arguments, denial, and deeds of defiance represent its clearest manifestation. Some psychologists ascribe this period to the age of 3 to 5, though, for various reasons, it would appear to occur at a later age, and is often encountered the most in subtle forms in 7- and 8-year-old children. The psychological meaning of this behavior would appear to consist in a sudden change in the child's activity in relation to theenvermoed, which grows as he gets older. Teruthing, such a child says, "Let me do it myself," suffering all the time from an itch to negate. One has only to approach a child at this age and say to her over and over, "Yes," in order to hear in response a sharp and decisive no. A moment after your no the child answers yes, speaking in a flat tone. One has only to approach a child at this age, dressed all in white, and say to her, "Today you'll wear your white dress," in order to hear the response, "No, my black dress." In this period, according to Rubinstein, children often respond both to requests and to injunctions, and even to a simple summons, by expressing themselves in the form of a negation, "not Validia, not mama," and so on. One mother who was quite confused by the following example, which represents only an intensified form of this argumentative period, once turned to me for advice. Her 4-year boy, who responded to everything with a no, whether it was the right or wrong thing to say, at the same time often did not refuse to do what he was asked. Once, while getting ready to go to sleep, his mother asked him to read a common prayer with her, and he responded by performing the request in an entirely unexpected form: no to Father, no to us, no to them, no to the heavens. 217. Such instances are often encountered, though perhaps in less aggravated form. The present author once had to observe how a girl, having reached the age of negativism, copied out her lessons on the blackboard in reverse order, from right to left. Her example was contagious, with the entire class following suit, and the teacher, who was generally on good terms with the class, was entirely unable to cope with this fit of negativism. But what was most curious was that this instance was painlessly overcome once, at the suggestion of the present author, the teacher herself began to write on the blackboard from right to left. That day the children resumed the normal style of writing. Negativism of this sort is only a special instance of the manifestation of that general maladjustment which is the basic feature of childhood. From the time it is born and throughout its childhood, the child is an organism which is maladjusted and uncertain in its relationship to the environment to the greatest degree imaginable. This is why a child is always in need of grown-ups to steady him, even if unnaturally. This is why a child, that most emotional of all beings, will laugh or cry, but will rarely be indifferent. You see, emotions are also points of imbalance in our behavior, points when we feel either weighed down by our surroundings or triumphant over MWVT_E, be effaced from the processes of childhood development and education, and the child's entry into the world was and always will be a process involving a painful break and the creation of ruptures in tissues and in their birth. Buehler was entirely correct when he referred to the transformation of our children into grown-ups as the greatest of all the dramas of development. Like a tooth that breaks through the gums, the child, with difficulty and great effort, enters the world. Chapter 12. Ethical Behavior. The nature of ethics from the psychological point of view. The problem of moral education is among those questions that are now undergoing a reassessment in psychology and in culture in the most decisive and most thoroughgoing fashion. The 1,000-year link between morality and religion has been broken, and, under the force of analysis, morality is beginning to acquire an increasingly temporal character. It is now possible to establish beyond all reasonable doubt the experiential, temporal character of morality, and its dependence on historical and social conditions, and its class character. Every nationality and every epoch, and likewise every class, possesses its own morality, which is always a product of social psychology. There is the morality of the Hottentot, who, it is said, responds when asked the question, "What do you consider to be good, and what do you consider to be bad?" by declaring, "Good is when I steal a wife, bad is when I'm robbed." Moral concepts and ideas vary depending upon the social environment, and what is considered bad at one time and in one place, elsewhere might be considered the greatest of all virtues. And if there are any common feature in all these different manifestations of moral consciousness that can be identified, this is only because certain common elements shared by every human society were once part of the social order. Thus, from the standpoint of social psychology, ethics must be looked upon as a certain form of social behavior that was established and evolved in the interests of the ruling class, and is different for different classes. This is why there has always existed a morality of the ruler and a morality of slaves, and this is why epochs characterized by crises have represented the greatest crises of morality. It is said that in the schools of ancient Sparta, children were forced to wait upon a common table while the adults had their meals. A child had to steal something from the table, and he would be punished only if he couldn't do this, or only if he were caught red-handed. The moral lesson of this experiment was to steal and not get caught. Such an ideal was entirely conditioned by the 219. 220. Communist order oft closed aristocratic society of Sparta, in which concern for property did not constitute the standard of morality, in which stealing, therefore, was not considered a sin, but where force, craftiness, cunning, and composure constituted the ideal of all citizens of Sparta, and where the greatest sin was the inability to deceive someone else and to control one's emotions. As in every school oft taught, moral education here coincides entirely with the class morality which guides the school. In France, where special classes in ethics have been introduced and where there are textbooks of morality in use, the educational ideal consists in those bourgeois virtues which permeate the mind and soul of the French middle class. In one French textbook on morality, for example, there are hardly any ethical standards, according to M.M. Rubinstein, and in their place thriftiness is exalted and bank books turned into the criterion of morality. Such class ideals are inherent to all other systems of education. This was also the case in the pre-revolutionary secondary schools, which were constructed on authoritarian foundations, in which obedience was considered the ideal for the student, and the general goals of moral education were to educate a loyal subject or a hard-working official. Now that the world has experienced the cleansing threat of social revolution, the very foundations of bourgeois morality are trembling, and it is very possible that in no other realm do we meet up with such shapeless and tenuous ideas as in the domain of ethical standards. All those rules of bourgeois morality, which were fully laden with hypocrisy and mendacity, have lost their meaning. Bourgeois morality was compelled to be hypocritical, because it taught one thing and did another, because it was constructed at the juncture of class interests and, preaching the kingdom of God after death, implanted a kingdom of enslavers in the world. Lies and hypocrisy were the natural source of such a form of morality, and sanctimoniousness was its inevitable accompaniment. The child saw one thing out in the world and was told something else altogether, and all the school's endeavor was oriented towards reconciling this divergence between real life and morality in the child as effortlessly as possible. The child either was unable to reconcile the two, or, if he was taught how to do so, he would become accustomed to viewing morality as a kind of social decorum that everyone had to observe, though this always entailed great effort. In fact, it was only through such effort that he could assume this point of view. The child's moral consciousness could be reduced to the convictions of Griboyedov's chambermaid, i.e., that there's nothing wrong with sinning, just don't spread rumors. The fear of moral retribution supplied the compulsory sanction for morality, in addition to public opinion, and, in his moral behavior, man was easily guided psychologically by the very same custodial rules. This you should not do, but 221. That you may do, and usually guided himself in all his behavior in precisely this way. One Russian philosopher was right, in this sense, to refer to these moral concepts as embodying a kind of moral policeman, since the force of moral precepts was rooted in the compulsory and humiliating power of fear in the face of moral punishment and the pangs of conscience. There was a special morality of strong and the weak, and just as in regard to external laws, so in regard to the laws of conscience, the weak would submit to them, and the strong would rebel against them and break these laws. In its revolt against bourgeois morality, European philosophy proclaimed the immorality of its own basic laws, and speaking through Nietzsche's lips, declared itself to be beyond good and evil. Shestov says that man's relation to the categorical imperative is just like the attitude of the Russian peasant towards that forest of tall trees which Peter the Great had forbidden to cut down. In both cases, there is the attraction of an entirely arbitrary deed, though the individual still confronts the fear of retribution and punishment, in the one case external and in the other case internal. The moral commandment, "Do not kill," has always been understood in just this sense, that is, do not kill, not because that's the wrong road to take, but because you yourself will die from the pangs of conscience. This, the internal contradiction of bourgeois morality, was exposed by Dostoevsky in Crime and Punishment. In Nietzsche's Revolt, the overall negative critical work of his thinking, in its attack on bourgeois morality, had the force ophistic of dynamite, exploding the very foundations of Christian morality from within, a new morality will be created once a new human society will have been created, but at that point it is likely that moral behavior will have been entirely dissolved into general forms of behavior. All of behavior in general will be moral, because there will be no basis whatsoever for any conflict between the behavior of one person and the behavior of society in general. Here it is possible to take note only of several points that the pedagogics of moral behavior must deal with. Note, first, the negation of absolute, supra-empirical roots of morality, or of any innate morality of feelings. From the psychological point of view, moral behavior, like everything else, arises on the fluctuation of innate and instinctive reactions, and evolves under the influence of the methodical effects of the environment. Without question, the foundation of moral feelings have to be sought in the instinctive sense of sympathy for another person, in social instincts, and in much else besides. As it comes into contact with every imaginable datum, concept, and phenomenon in the process of growth, these innate reactions turn into those conditional forms of behavior we refer to collectively as moral behavior. Hence the general conclusion that moral behavior is a form of behavior which is amenable to education through the social environment in exact like same way as is everything else. 222. We should also bear in mind the uncertainty that now pervades morality. On the one hand, revolutionary boldness is needed, not a narrow-minded view of things, in order to discern what is happening, what is its genuine meaning, and to know how to reject all those prejudices which only recently everyone believed to be unshakable moral tenets. All that is left of bourgeois morality, like the corrupt legacy of a previous life, all this must be swept clear out of our schools. On the other hand, however, there is a certain risk concealed in this impermanence of present-day morality, the risk that all moral restraint will be lifted and the child's behavior become entirely arbitrary. Bear in mind that such utter amoralism, the complete absence of all restraining principles, will return us to those naive ideals where our natural instincts are pursued, ideals which we have left far behind and which modern man can in no way agree with. We cannot agree to the blind pursuit of the demands of our instincts, because we know in advance that these demands were begotten by previous epochs, and are the residue of long past experience of adaptation to vanished environmental conditions, and, consequently, pull us back, rather than carry us forward. Moreover, that the instincts must inevitably be restricted to, and adapt to new conditions in the world, constitutes the essential condition of education. Consequently, within that uncertain chaos which the present-day state of morality presents, there are a number of such moral standards which have been the basis of man's social behavior and which nevertheless have to be recognized. It is not the responsibility of educational psychology to arrive at exact definitions of the form and content of these moral standards. This is the something for social ethics, while the business of psychology is simply to find out whether it is even conceivable to put this into practice in the real world. Bear in mind that all those revolutionary epochs when the old order breaks down and falls apart often represent such an improbable combination of most diverse moral cultures that the child may sometimes find it utterly impossible to make any sense of this confusion. Moral crises, therefore, lie in wait for the child at every step of the way, and, consequently, the teacher and educator can in no way ignore questions of moral education. No other epoch creates such magnificent opportunities for moral heroism, and in no other epoch is there such a risk of moral degradation. Getting accustomed to the spirit of epoch, to those great currents which permeate the world, is the only criterion here. The purely aesthetic and passive perception of the clarion call of revolution, to which Bloch passionately sltl moaned the Russian intelligentsia, writing that, with all your body, with all your heart, with all your consciousness, heed the call of revolution. This cannot serve as a foundation of moral education, inasmuch as heeding the call of revolution once upon a time will not lead to active involvement in revolution. 223. And if the poet's summons is to be applied to our actions, it has to so resonate that its meaning express the demand not simply to listen to, but to himself create the music of revolution. The third basic feature of moral education in our epoch is found in that aspect of truth that distinguishes the ethical outlook which is being created right before our eyes. Truth and the unhinging capacity to face reality squarely in the eye in all the most difficult and all the most confusing circumstances in life. This is the first demand of revolutionary morality. Never before could moral education have reached such an inexorable and absolute truth as now, when absolutely every undisclosed moral value has been put on the map and revealed in its true form. In this as in all other realms, a revolutionary epoch is scarcely able to suggest consummate systems of morality, whatever the previous epochs might have boasted of. Though on the other hand, we may impose on our moral education various individual demands that go well beyond the demands imposed in preceding epochs. We can require that Soviet education train fighters and revolutionaries in the realm of morality, as in all other realms. We should not set out with the abstract ideal of creating an entire personality, since such a personality does not exist and since such an education would neglect contemporary goals and turn into a game of verbal gymnastics. We confront the concrete goals of training the adults of the next epoch, the adults of the next generation, in full accord with the historical role which will be their lot. Hence the extraordinary degree of specificity and integrity which have become the foundation of moral education in our epoch. Principles of moral education. The first question which comes up is to decide on the relationship between moral education and the general education of the personality. In this area, Tolstoy leaned to a negation of all culture, and found that wherever the higher forms of culture nourished, there the higher forms of immorality nourished too. Hence, his conclusions were in the spirit of Rousseau, that the moral ideal lies not in the future, but in the past, that it consists in the negation of civilization and in a return to nature. That such a view is in radical contradiction to the revolutionary ideology of consciousness of class, an ideology by virtue of which mankind will, in the long run, come to believe in the Vigorant dominance of the culturally armed man over nature. This is something no one can deny. There is, however, in Tolstoy's critique of culture an entirely healthy aspect, and this critique may be adopted, though with some corrective, if we take into account the fact that here it is not a matter of culture in general, but of capitalist culture, in particular. There can 224 be no doubt that the moral contradictions reach their zenith at the highest stages of human culture, and that a tribal village represents a healthier moral climate than a European city. But from this one can only conclude that European culture has outlived itself, not that culture in general is antagonistic to morality. On the contrary, since the time of Socrates, the contrary view has been put forward, one which identifies moral behavior with moral consciousness. Morality, says Socrates, is knowledge, and immorality is the fruit of ignorance. Here there is a real psychological problem which is in need of analysis. According to William James, the hackneyed example of moral deliberation is the case of an habitual drunkard under temptation. He has made a resolve to reform, but he is now solicited again by the bottle. His moral triumph or failure literally consists in his finding the right name for the case. If he says that it is a case of not wasting good liquor already poured out, or a case of not being churlish and unsociable when in the midst of friends, or a case of learning something at last about a brand of whiskey which he never met before, or a case of celebrating a public holiday, or 21 case of stimulating himself to a more energetic resolve in favor of abstinence than any he has ever yet made, then he is lost, his choice of the wrong name seals his doom. But if, in spite of all the plausible good names with which his thirsty fancy so copiously furnishes him, he unwaveringly clings to the true or bad name, and apperceives the case as that of being a drunkard, being a drunkard, being a drunkard, his feet are planted on the road to salvation, he saves himself by thinking rightly. Thus, it's as if there was a complete identity established between moral behavior and moral consciousness. Our moral effort, properly so called, terminates in our holding fast to the appropriate idea. If, then, you are asked, in what does a moral act consist when reduced to its simplest and most elementary form? You can make only one reply. You can say that it consists in the effort of attention by which we hold fast to an idea which but for that effort of attention would be driven out of the mind by the other psychological tendencies that are there. To think, in short, is the secret of will just as it is the secret of memory. To find a way out of these awkward situation, we should add that there are facts which at once point to the reverse relationship between consciousness and moral behavior. The reader surely knows that it is one thing to know how to act, and an entirely different thing to act correctly. One can understand perfectly well that alcohol is harmful and nevertheless not have the willpower to give up being an alcoholic. Obviously, here it is essential to bear in mind that consciousness, of course, plays a kind of role, though not the decisive one, and that it is only one of several components and, quite often, inferior to other, more powerful instinctive drives. Consequently, it is still not enough to provoke the awareness that some good deed is necessary, rather it is far more important to make certain that this idea dominate consciousness, and this means disciplining the child's 225 consciousness so as to assist him in gaining the upper hand over all his conscious and unconscious desires. Once again, it is not a matter of reducing consciousness to just one thing. In his analysis of the mental state of the alcoholic, James is right to point out that the alcoholic's moral victory or defeat depends wholly on whether he gives the correct name to his state. But one must also ask what this state depends on, and this question, of course, may be answered only in the sense that the very appearance of these or that idea in consciousness depends, in turn, on the different stimuli which have preceded it, and these are usually powerful emotional drives. Consequently, we can speak of conscious unions only when we understand this as something connected with the nervous system, as a system formed by precisely those reactions which all of behavior consists in, though we are speaking only of those reactions which inhibit and regulate the rest of behavior. In other words, only an understanding of consciousness as involving preparatory forms of organization of behavior can supply us with an explanation of the role of consciousness in ensuring proper behavior. Hence follow several conclusions. There can be no doubt that consciousness exerts a decisive influence on our moral behavior, though there is no direct dependence whatsoever which can be established between the two. It was for this reason that Meeman was able to show that moral development and the general level of education go hand in hand, while Wythe established the rule that success in school has fundamental importance for the student's entire moral existence. The question has to be asked in such a way as to disclose the relationship between success in school and behavior, though this does not mean also explaining this relationship. We can see this if we take a look at morally backward children. We know that intellectual development may be associated with the greatest immorality, and, consequently, intellectual development, in and of itself, is hardly a guarantee of moral behavior. We also know of the converse, that one may be blessed with luminous moral behavior even though one's intellect is greatly retarded, that retarded children may display a genuinely keen and understanding heart, and, consequently, mental development cannot be taken as even a necessary condition of moral giftedness. Nevertheless, we are still justified in claiming that there exists a profound relationship between the two, and that mental development is a propitious condition for moral education. Such a relationship denotes a finer life, more complex and more diverse forms of behavior, and, consequently, allows for far greater opportunities and possibilities for educational intervention. In the mentally underdeveloped child, the process of behavior is far simpler and, consequently, there is no opportunity for all those infinitely involved schemes children have to be drawn into in order to influence their behavior. 226. However, only that form of consciousness proves to be decisive for morality which is directly associated with behavior and realized directly in activity, for otherwise a correct consciousness may lead to incorrect deeds. All attempts at moral education, at moral sermonizing, must, for these reasons, have to be seen as quite futile. Morality has to constitute an inseparable part of education as a whole at its very roots, and he is acting morally who does not notice that he is acting morally. Just like health, which we notice only when it is disturbed, like the air which we breathe, so does the way we behave in terms of morality arouse in us a whole series of concerns only when there is something seriously wrong with it. Herbart's rule, not to teach too much, is nowhere as applicable to this extent as in moral education. It is for this reason that we feel it is pointless to teach morality. Moral precepts, in and of themselves, will, in the student's mind, seem like a collection of purely verbal responses that have absolutely nothing to do with behavior. At its best, such a system is like a motor that has not started up some device and which is doomed to remain idle. At its best, therefore, it may cause some conflict between the child's behavior and the moral precepts. There can be no doubt whatsoever that, for example, the struggle of Tsarist pedagogics against certain childish vices associated with sexual behavior not only did not lead to useful results, but, on the contrary, turned out to have harmful effects, in that it created complex and agonizing feelings in the child's soul. The child who did not feel capable of dealing with his own desires, who did not know how to counter them, suffered from the consciousness of his own guilt, his own fears, and his own shame, and, as a result, things that were, in and of themselves, not so terrible, were transformed into severe mental and nervous shocks under the influence of such unwise education. Not only does education in morality seem pointless and harmful, but every form of moral education already seems to attest to a degree of abnormality in this realm. Moral education should be dissolved entirely imperceptibly into all those general modes of behavior that may be established and regulated by the social environment. Neither student nor teacher should think special instruction in morality is called for. Our understanding of moral behavior becomes enlarged, inasmuch as we are then justified in speaking not only of moral behavior in the narrow sense of the term, but also of a moral relationship to things, to oneself, to one's body, and so on. Moral behavior will always be that which is associated with the free choice of social forms of behavior. Spinoza writes that if a person runs away from something on the grounds that it is bad, he is acting like a slave. Only that person is free, in Spinoza's view, who runs away from something because something else is better. With this as a ground rule, William James gives a perfectly 227 rigorous technique for moral education, on the basis of the principle that one must always proceed not from evil, but from good. See to it now, I beg you, that you make freemen of your pupils by habituating them to act, whenever possible, under the notion of a good. Get them habitually to tell the truth, not so much through showing them the wickedness of lying as by arousing their enthusiasm for honor and veracity, and in the lessons which you may be legally obliged to conduct upon the bad effects of alcohol, lay less stress than the books do on the drunkard's stomach, kidneys, nerves, and social miseries, and more on the blessings of having an organism kept in lifelong possession of its full youthful elasticity by a sweet, sound blood, to which stimulants and narcotics are unknown, and to which the morning sun and air and dew will daily come as sufficiently powerful intoxicants. In other words, we should not proceed in moral education the same way we proceed in thinking of laws in the criminal code, when we refrain from some deed simply because we fear the punishment that would ensue. Do not, in other words, turn morality into the internal policeman of soul. To avoid something out of fear still does not mean you are performing a good deed. In this sense, Rousseau was profoundly in error when, wishing to keep his hero Emile away from dangerous and sordid affairs, placed him as a child in a clinic for venereal diseases in the hope that ulcers, stench, shame, and the abasement of the human body would frighten the youth. From the psychological point of view, chastity purchased at the price of fear sullies the soul worse than outright debauchery, inasmuch as it does not destroy all base wishes and desires in the child's mind, but only creates in his mind a petty and mean struggle between these desires and the no less humiliating and no less servile feelings of fear. Only that chastity has any value which is procured by a positive attitude towards action and by an understanding of its true essence. Not to do something out of a fear of dire consequences is just as immoral as to do it. Every unfree attitude towards things, all fear and dependence, already denotes the absence of any moral sensibility. In its psychological sense, the moral is always free. In this sense, present-day pedagogics is in radical contradiction with religious and, in particular, Christian morality, whose principal tool has been intimidation, threats, and the like. He whose life is based upon the word no, who tells the truth because a lie is wicked, and who has constantly to grapple with his envious and cowardly and mean propensities, is in an inferior situation in every respect to what he would be if love of truth and magnanimity positively possessed him from the outset, and he felt no inferior temptations. Your born gentleman is certainly, for this world's purposes, a more valuable being than your crump, with his grunting resistance to his native devils, even though in God's sight the latter may, as the Catholic theologians say, be rolling up great stores of merit. 228. There are three irrefutable drawbacks of this type of pedagogics. First is the fact that it can never be certain of success. It frightens the weak, but arouses resistance in the strong and imparts a special charm of strength, boldness, and challenge to the breaking of rules. It is profoundly remarkable for moral psychology that rebels and those who break the rules of moral psychology are always portrayed in man's imagination in an attractive light simply because they represent strength, unyielding pride, and insubordination to rules. From Byron's passionate heroes to the most commonplace school wit, everything that is insolent and which refuses to surrender to intimidation quite naturally draws the child's sympathies. In such instances, the child seems to respond with the words of the apostle, I see what is better and approve of it, but instead I follow what is worse. The second drawback of this form of moral education, which is always based on the absence of freedom, is that it creates an entirely false picture of moral values, assigning to moral virtue a kind of wealth, arousing self-esteem and a contemptuous attitude towards everything which is wrong. Everyone is forced to experience the sort of agonizing moral conic that Andreev described in his story, Darkness, sooner or later, and the time comes for everyone when he recognizes that it is sometimes shameful to be G0OD just as it is shameful to be rich when it is combined with the terrible darkness of unenlightened human soul. And then the honest and morally pure person who has been totally consumed in the enthusiasm to perform good deeds discovers the degradation and insignificance of his own moral purity when confronted by a vulgar prostitute and decides that if we are powerless to illuminate the darkness with our pitiful lanterns, then it is better to extinguish them and start to crawl about on all fours in this darkness. Finally, the third danger is that every description of misdeeds, by creating a succession of images in the child's mind, creates, at the same time, the impulse and inclination to perform these deeds. Recall that every act of consciousness is a nascent activity, and that, consequently, by cautioning our pupils against what they should not do, we are, at the same time, focusing their attention on these deeds, and thereby encouraging them to perform them. The common expression, that the forbidden fruit is sweetest, contains a great psychological truth, and communicates some of what we have been speaking of here. There is no better way of compelling a child who has picked up a glass to break it than by repeatedly cautioning him. Now look, don't break it, or you're going to break it. I'm sure oft had. In the same way, there is no surer method of leading a child into carrying out some immoral deed than by describing it in great detail. This is why Thorndike is quite correct to emphasize the harm brought about by discussing with children in painstaking detail and at great length the motives, methods, and opportunities for committing suicide, as is done in certain French. 229. Textbooks on morality. To do this means creating in the student's mind propitious conditions and material that might take hold of child's mind at some point in the future and guide his behavior not away from suicide, but towards it. Explains Thorndike, do not speak to children by telling them, you must not cut a cat open in order to see what is inside. Every consciousness of some phenomenon contains a certain motor impulse, and this impulse is especially strong in children. All of us know how much power is exerted over a child's behavior by a book he has just finished reading, in the same way that children who have begun to read James Fenimore Cooper and Captain Mayne Reid will run off Ito Americato become Indians. Consequently, there is nothing more dangerous in childhood than such teaching of morality, in which, by virtue of natural psychological consequences, the teaching of morality turns into the teaching of immorality. Here we can say, without fear of falling into error, that whereas knowledge of a good deed is far from any guarantee that it will be performed, knowledge of bad deeds will always serve as encouragement. Moral transgressions in childhood. Every teacher is forced to deal with moral misdeeds committed by children. These misdeeds may range over an extraordinarily lengthy scale, from slight and insignificant faults to genuine and serious offenses, in the form of murder, arson, and so on. Quite analogously, the steps taken by teachers against such children begin with slight and simple verbal reproofs and end in penal colonies for young offenders, where children are kept behind bars and subjected to prison conditions. How should we view these moral misdeeds in children from the psychological point of view? Until the true nature of morality was discovered, moral behavior seemed to be just as objectively necessary for behavior as are the rules of logic for thinking. Both the adult and the child who has transgressed moral precepts seem to be abnormal, and ill. In such instances, pedagogics spoke of a moral deficiency in the child, as if speaking of an illness, in the same sense one usually speaks of a mental or physical impairment. It is supposed, moreover, that a moral deficiency is an inborn defect attributable to biological causes, to heredity, or to physiological causes of some defect in the structure of the organism, like congenital blindness or deafness. Thus, it is claimed that there are people who, from the time they are born, are moral, and others who, from the time they are born, are immoral, and that, consequently, there are children who, by their very nature, are condemned to sit behind bars, because they are born criminals, just as a blind person is fated never to see light, since he is born without vision. It goes without saying that, from the point of view of physiology and psychology, such ideas are nonsense. No physiologist has ever had to deal with 230. Any sort of special organs of morality in the human body which, if injured, would lead to an absolute love for criminal behavior and for practical jokes. No psychologist, in analyzing the forms of human behavior and in explaining the laws governing their development, has ever had to confront the existence of such innate reactions that might govern moral or immoral behavior. Thus, the concept of moral imperfection is not a biological concept, but a social concept. It is not innate, but acquired, and arises not from biological factors that guide the development of the organism and its behavior, but from social factors that guide and adapt this behavior to the conditions of existence in the particular environment in which the child has to live. Thus, moral imperfection always derives from experience and always denotes not a defect in innate reactions and instincts, i.e., not a defect of the organism and of behavior, but a defect of conditional relations for adaptation to the conditions of the environment, i.e., a defect in education. It is, therefore, far more correct to speak not of the moral deficiency of a child, but of his social underdevelopment or neglect. Hence a general conclusion becomes perfectly clear, a conclusion which should serve as a starting point in all questions having to do with the education of such children. These children require no special pedagogics, no protective, corrective, or punitive measures whatsoever, only redoubled social attention and quadrupled educational inions from the direction of the environment. In every case of moral misdeeds in children, from the least significant on up to the most serious, we are dealing with a conflict between the child and the environment, and we have to recognize that every child is a congenital moral criminal simply by virtue of the fact that he is born with reactions that are notoriously maladjusted to the environment. Even in the utterly most well-educated families, no child is born with the ready ability to behave properly. On the contrary, in absolutely none of his normal actions and deeds does he obey the rules of good breeding and morality, and in this sense the whole task of education is only to help the child adapt to the conditions of his surroundings. The educational inions of the environment the child is immersed in is the only tool for the adaptation of his reactions. And since under the conditions of modern order, the social environment is always organized in the most discordant way imaginable, consequently, by virtue of the contradictions it contains, there will inevitably always be people in whom antisocial behavioral patterns will consequently evolve simply because they fell under the influence of inauspicious circumstances. Consequently, in these instances we have to think of social re-education as being the only pedagogical tool for overcoming these evils. Such a child has to be placed in an environment that would foster in him, in place of antisocial behavioral patterns already established in him, new ways of interacting with people that would also adapt him to the conditions of his 231 existence. A morally imperfect deed is antisocial above all, and moral education is, above all, social education. In this sense, the rule of scientific pedagogics is quite the reverse of what is often employed as regards those who break laws in society and in government. There, banishment from the social environment is the natural thing to do, whereas here, in contrast, the most involved forms of participation, and of social contact, are appropriate. There, we have an extraordinarily slight concern with the character of the offender himself, and all our concern is directed towards rendering him harmless and safeguarding the environment from his influence. Here, in contrast, our concern must be directed towards preserving and transforming the child's character and, consequently, our goal is the most thoroughgoing re-education of the child. Nowadays, even the state in its punitive policies has begun to assume that point of view towards offenders which views punishment as being intended to serve the purposes of re-education rather than of intimidation and retribution. And just as in the case of serious offenses, so does the slightest misdeed committed by a child ultimately always point to a greater or lesser schism in the child's social behavior. Therefore, like criminal behavior generally, criminal behavior in children does not at all point to a low overall development of the individual. On the contrary, an offense points often to a certain strength, the capacity to rebel, considerable freedom, and the capacity for powerful feelings and the capacity to desire much and to achieve much. Under the conditions of bourgeois morality and truth, everything that exceeds the bounds of the average man is banished to become the province of criminals, of those who sense a force in themselves and who cannot be reconciled with the established way of life. Dostoevsky, in speaking of his novel, The House of Dead, remarked that in the prisons for hard labor, one could find the most gifted, the most forceful members of the populace gathered there, except for the fact those forces had been corrupted, perverted, and employed for evil purposes. Similarly, childhood offenses not only do not indicate any sort of defect in the child's psyche, but, on the contrary, are bound up with and are quite compatible with considerable overall giftedness. Moral offenses not only do not point to an inability in the child for the acquisition of social skills or his incapacity for social relationships, on the contrary, very often such a child will exhibit an extraordinary degree of guile, cunning, ingenuity, true heroism, and, what is most important, the greatest devotion to a special morality of his own, whether of street thieves or pickpockets, who have their own morality, their own professional ethics, their own concept of good and evil. More often than not, this moral imbalance in a child springs from two fundamental causes. First, there is homelessness, which constitutes a fact of enormous social significance and, in its true sense, is comparable to the absence of all social education, i.e., all concern for the development of adaptive reactions to the environment. On the other hand, there is the problem of children who 232. Though highly gifted, cannot find any outlet for their energy in ordinary patterns of behavior. On the contrary, in terms of morality, obedient children usually represent a vivid example of ungiftedness, simply because they tend very often to suffer from rickets or are anemic or are dull and narrow-minded, follow the line of easiest adaptation to the environment, and either do not need very much, or who, very early in childhood, grasp the secret of a happy life and value it above all other blessings. People with great passions, people who accomplish great deeds, people who possess strong feelings, even people with great minds and a strong personality, rarely come out of good little boys and girls. There is no one feature of the traditional moral education that attests so eloquently against this system as do these instances. In other words, not only in those instances when moral education has not succeeded, but far more often in those instances when it has succeeded, does moral education reveal its utter impotence. Nowhere has it achieved such degradation as where it achieved everything it wished. It is here that its true nature stands revealed. We have seen that wherever it did not succeed, it testified to its own utter impotence, creating, in theory, a concept of congenital moral deficiency, and, in practice, replacing desks in school by bars in prison and the school routine by forced labor conditions, entrusting prison wardens with the responsibility of completing those duties that teachers had left incomplete. But this also happened whenever it experienced the triumph of its own force and power, wherever it reaped total success, even where it discovered it was capable only of creating a loyal and cautious child, one who was faint-hearted and inclined to be obedient, timid, and dutiful. This occurred simply because the whole system of moral education was constructed on authoritarian principles, i.e., with the recognition of that special compulsory value of the authority of parents and teachers, which sustained sanctions of punishments and rewards, deterrence and happiness. Listen to your elders, and you'll be good, otherwise you'll be bad. Such is the inelegant, though exact formula of this form of pedagogics. The higher moral value was recognized in an obedience that was motivated by fear, whereas, from the psychological point of view, obedience itself lacks all power of moral instruction, inasmuch as it supposes in advance an unfree and servile attitude towards things and towards deeds. Thus, the fundamental psychological mechanism that served as the foundation of moral education was, in fact, the most profound pedagogical delusion imaginable. It is extraordinarily important to note in this regard that this mechanism has penetrated so deeply into our flesh and blood that even the most progressive teacher and the most well-educated parent is unable to free himself of this time-worn technique, and when a mother tells her child, "Don't do this, else mama won't love you," she is making the very same mistake, except in gentler. 233. Form, as the police do when they put a very young thief behind bars. A child can, in fact, abstain from his misdeeds, but the moral and educational enyance of his abstention will either be null, or can even be negative, inasmuch as it is purchased at the price of fear, at the price of humiliation, and not at the price of the child's true rebirth. This is why obedience is, for us, of negligible moral value, and the good behavior purchased at the price of obedience is not, in our eyes, a pedagogical ideal. All the same, the authoritarian principle in morality from which this authority must have emanated in one way or another must be demolished, and in its place something entirely new must be erected. The closest we can get to a definition of this new principle, which is to become the foundation of moral education, is to view it from general approaches to education, as consisting in the social coordination of one's own behavior with the behavior of the group, and here obedience must be replaced throughout by free social coordination. The rule that originates from everyone, from the group, and which is directed likewise to the entire group and sustained by the actual effective mechanism of the self-discipline and routine of daily life in the school has to itself replace that pedagogical sing-song which prevails between teacher and student in the authoritarian system. It is not obedience to someone or obedience to something, but the free adoption of those patterns of behavior which will vouchsafe the consonance of all of behavior. This mechanism is not something alien to the child, something that grips him. On the contrary, it lies within the child's very nature, and play is the natural mechanism which develops and connects these skills together. Nowhere is the child's behavior so regulated by rules as in play, and nowhere does it assume such a free and morally instructive form as in play. Nowhere in play do we find any patterns whatsoever that an adult might have prescribed and which the child only enact. On the contrary, games are the natural seedlings of future moral behavior. The child obeys the rules of a game not because he is threatened with punishment or, on the other hand, because he is scared of failing in something or of losing something, but only because observing the rules, which is a promise that he renews from 1 minute to the next, vouchsafes him the inner satisfaction that comes from playing a game, because here he acts as part of the general enterprise that is formed out of a group at play. Breaking a rule does not represent any threat whatsoever other than the fact that, at that moment, the game has not worked out, and the child has lost interest in it, and this is a powerful enough incentive for regulating the child's behavior. Accordingly, it is clear what steps have to be taken by the teacher to counter the various moral transgressions a child may commit. In the authoritarian system of morality, every moral rule was accompanied by a particular sanction. 234. Which entailed punishing the child in the event of disobedience, and awarding him when he obeyed. Punishment and rewards assumed the most diverse forms, from corporeal punishment, being sent to bed without supper, or being locked up in a jail cell, and all the various kinds of rewards right up through rather fine and delicate forms, for example, reprimands, censure, and, in the case of rewards, praise. The pedagogical utility, or, more properly, the harm produced by these measures was extremely variable, though they all served as tools for producing commonplace, unthinking reactions and, in the best case, taught only the virtue of obedience, only the single moral rule, avoidance of what is unpleasant. And if we were to imagine that the sanction were lifted and the child could imagine that his misdeeds would produce not the slightest reaction on the part of those around him, he would not have the slightest reason to refrain from engaging in these deeds. Moral behavior must be based not on external prohibition, but on internal restraint, even more properly, on the fact that man is naturally drawn to the good and the beautiful. Moral behavior must become the individual's true nature and be enacted freely and effortlessly. The idea that the child's own will is his best teacher is still very much alive in pedagogics. There is the view held by many instructors which teaches not to protect children from danger, but to let them experience the unhealthy consequences of their own deeds as if in an experiment, and to learn to avoid them on their own. Thus, if a child is in the habit of instinctively reaching out to a lit candle or to a hot samovar, it is the opinion of these teachers that he should not be kept from doing so. On the contrary, he should be given the opportunity to burn himself, that this is the best school for the child, it is this which teaches him to beware of fire better than any other measure. In the very psychological mechanism of pain and the striving to avoid it, teachers have found a mighty tool, and the example just presented represents a typical instance of such an education. In critically examining this approach, we have to bear in mind that, when applied to instances of this type, in which a healthy effect is associated directly with some deed, this type of educational measure could hardly become widespread and assume the status of a general principle. How should a teacher proceed if he wishes to act in accordance with this rule and allow children to have the experience of the adverse consequences of their deeds, and how should he proceed when the adverse consequence of some deed does not manifest itself immediately, but only after a prolonged period of time, or only after many years? Isn't it true that, after all this time, the child could end up becoming accustomed to bad habits, and that all the harm he finds out about afterwards will not be able to save him from it? The harmful consequences of a single cigarette may be negligible and, in fact, imperceptible, but if we allow the child to, in fact, 235. Experience the harm of smoking, we run the risk of fostering in him an experienced smoker long before he comes to the realization that he has to renounce the very idea of being a smoker. Instances in which harmful consequences are associated with just such a connection with some deed are just as likely, which makes the relationship between this deed and its adverse consequences difficult and incomprehensible to the child's understanding. Finally, there are a whole series of deeds that induce such destructive consequences as to make it extremely risky to trust in their educational unions. If a child has a yearning to jump out the window, a teacher would hardly think it reasonable to allow him to do so in order to actually learn the harmful consequences that this would bring about. There is an extraordinarily large number of such instances, with effects that not only involve physical harm, but also moral harm. Thus, The application of this principle could be limited to insignificant cases of the type presented above, but it cannot be of general pedagogical value, and, in particular, it is entirely inappropriate for the education of moral behavior. It lacks that essential freedom of choice which alone is capable of leading to moral behavior. Naderp says somewhere that we don't in the least think that people without jobs could turn into angels if they were to be given their freedom. We only know that they become devils when they feel they are being oppressed. And in the same sense, it seems entirely clear and self-evident that this principle of pain is not appropriate for justifying punishment. The child learns very quickly to understand that punishment is not at all necessarily related to his misdeeds, but that there is an additional and intermediate component here expressed in the intervention of adults, and he learns to avoid this intervention, to conceal his deeds, to tell lies, and so on. Besides, every form of punishment places both the teacher and the student in the most painful and difficult of positions. Neither love nor respect nor trust can be preserved between a teacher who is enacting punishment and the child he is punishing. Every form of punishment, no matter what it involves, always places the student in a humiliating position, and undermines his love and trust. Herbart says in this regard that, threats are a poor educational tool, they tempt strong natures and are of little effect in keeping weak natures away from misdeeds, because they do not have the power to combat their negative desires. Desires make mincemeat of the fear of punishment. In other words, every form of punishment is harmful, from the psychological point of view, and there is no place whatsoever for punishment in Soviet schools. The very idea of a child committing some misdeed always points to a defect in the educational process. An offense committed by a student is, above all, an offense committed by the school, and only the elimination of this defect in the social organization of the school itself is appropriate. In this sense, self. 236. Governance in the school and the self-discipline of children themselves are the best tools for moral education in the school. One must take care that the forms assumed by such self-governance not turn into a mere replica of adult behavioral patterns, and that interest in artificial formalities does not kill the vital sense of community in the child. Accordingly, organizing social environment in the school is not simply a matter of creating a constitution of school governance and of summoning children to general assemblies at regular intervals of time, of making choices and maintaining all those forms of communal organization that children are so eager to copy from adults. Rather, it means concern for those genuinely social relations that have to permeate this environment. Beginning with intimate and friendly relations that reach down to the smallest social groups, then moving on to the broadest associations of comrades, and ending in the broadest and largest forms of children's movements, the school has to penetrate and envelop the life of the child with a myriad of social relations that could assist in the development of moral character. In no other realm does the general thesis of education that to educate means to impart a discipline to life, and in a properly conducted life, it means to raise children properly possess as much force and validity as here. Hence, the relation between education and life, and between the school and the social order, becomes understandable, moreover that this relation must serve as a starting point for pedagogics. Questions of education will be fully solved only when questions of social order have been fully solved. Every attempt at constructing educational ideals in a society with social contradictions is a utopian dream, since, as we have seen, the social environment is the only educational factor that can establish new reactions in the child, and so long as it harbors unresolved contradictions, these contradictions will create cracks in the most well thought out and most inspired educational system. Accordingly, in the present transitional epoch we will always have to deal with undesirable patterns of behavior in children, and, before anything else, we have to be ready to deal with the complex and difficult work of re-education. Next we have to find out how to retain the positive aspects of the system of rewards and punishment as educational measures for Soviet pedagogics. Though rewards and punishments have to be banished from Soviet schools because of their harmful influence, it is nevertheless beyond question that some portion of their effect will have to be retained, for otherwise the nature of children's drives, which happen to be a powerful motivation of their deeds, will have to be made use of in the realm of moral education. This positive element should be retained, and manifest itself through the reversion, or return, of every one of a child's actions back to him in the form of the impressions of the effect it has on those around him. Nothing so arouses us to act as the satisfaction associated with it. This is the reason why William James was able to discern a positive element in the system of grades, and even insisted that children be told their grades. It is 237. Here that James discovered a realization of that psychological law according to which, through the work cycle, our own deed reverts back to us, in the form of a reacted impression. We thus receive sensible news of our behavior and its results. We hear the words we have spoken, feel our own blow as we give it, or read in the bystander's eyes the success or failure of our conduct. Now this return wave of impression pertains to the completeness of the whole experience, but so far as our psychological deduction goes, it would suggest that the pupil's eagerness to know how well he does is in the line of his normal completeness of function, and should never be balked except for very definite reasons indeed. Acquaint them, therefore, with their marks and standing and prospects, unless in the individual case you have some special practical reason for not so doing. We have not presented these thoughts of William James not in order to make a defense of the grading systems used in public schools. On the contrary, that grading systems are psychologically inappropriate is entirely self-evident from the reasoning presented above in our discussion of punishment. A grade is a form of assessment so alien to the entire course of school work that it very quickly starts to dominate the natural concerns of teaching, and the student begins to learn for the sake of avoiding bad grades or for the sake of obtaining good grades. Similarly, grades combine all the negative aspects of praise and censure. There is in these remarks of his a great psychological truth, however, that the child should always know the ultimate results of his own deeds, and that this knowledge is a powerful educational tool in the hands of the teacher. Therefore, a public school should not be understood as simply consisting in a crowd of children who have nothing to do with one another. We all know that bringing together any large group of children who have nothing to do with one another and who do not share any common interests makes each child feel his isolation and loneliness even more acutely. Nowhere does a person feel so alone as when he is in a crowd he has no connection to, or when he is in a modern capitalist city, where no one has any feelings for or understanding of another person. Such a system is capable only of sting the child, and has a profoundly oppressive effect upon him. Obviously, in the Soviet school we have to be concerned with those forms of public education that would induce vital interaction between children so that the child would place a high value on the satisfaction or dissatisfaction of his classmates. With these social structures in place, the environment becomes a powerful mechanism that is forever conveying to the child the reflected impression of his own actions. In a properly ordered social environment, the child will always think of himself as fully transparent, as if reacted by a vast resonator, and all those reacted impressions of his own deeds he will be discovering all the time will become the most powerful educational tool in the hands of the teacher. 238. It is thus not hard to see that the child's relationship to his surroundings will not in the least always bear that propitious and idyllic character in which free education pictures itself. The ideals of free education, i.e., the absolutely uninhibited pursuit of the child's deeds, arouses objections from 2 points of view. First, it is almost never possible to actually realize free education in its entirety, and, consequently, we are always left with only a pedagogical principle possessing a certain degree of relative force within quite narrow limits. The child's desires will always encompass much that is destructive and harmful, and, left to his own devices, a child could cause himself so much harm that no teacher in his right mind would be opposed to discouraging a child from undertaking this or that deed in the name of the principles of free education. Moreover, complete freedom in education means rejecting all forethought and all social adaptation, i.e., in other words, all educational influence. But, education denotes a restriction and restraint of freedom from the very outset. To the extent that education is an unavoidable process in man's life, To that extent, free education denotes not a rejection of constraints in general, rather it means imparting to those constraints the elemental force of the situation in which the child lives. If a person refuses education proper, he begins to be educated by furniture, by the street, and by things in general. Thus, free education must be understood exclusively as denoting education which is as free as it can be within the constraints of an overall educational program and within the constraints of the social environment. Thus may it always turn out, and, in fact, it often turns out that the child's behavior is far from the same thing as the interests of the group. Then conflict may always arise, which, without forcing the child to do anything in particular, will make him see the value of changing the way he behaves so as to accord with the interests of the group. The school routine should be so organized that the child finds it best to go in step with the group, in the same way as when he is at play, that any departure from the group seem just as meaningless as quitting a game. Just like playing a game, life should demand a constant straining at the leash, a constant joy in concerted activity. Ultimately, the theory of free education is the other side of the theory of innateness of moral sensibility. Both concede that pedagogical intervention is powerless and of no use in the development and growth of the child, and both suppose that what is most important in the child's moral response is already present at birth. Thus do both come to the conclusion quite naturally that there are children who are good and children who are bad, children who are moral and children who are immoral, from the moment they are born and in their very nature. In the belief that moral degradation is inherited, Gauck presented in confirmation of these thesis testimony given by parents who, in speaking of their 239 own child, declared that he could not be normal, he is altogether different from other children, from the very beginning he was not the same as other children, he possessed an ineradicable desire to do evil. Tolstoy, likewise, supposes that the child possesses an ineradicable drive to do good. There is the very same mistake being made here, faith in the innateness of moral behavior and a lack of understanding of the fact that moral behavior is wholly the product of education. Education does not know of any ineradicable drive to do evil, these very drives may be turned towards the good. Chapter 13. Aesthetic Education. Aesthetics in the service of pedagogics. Nature, ultimate meaning, purpose, and methods of aesthetic education are still unresolved questions in the realm of psychology as well as in pedagogical theory. From time immemorial and right up to the present day, extreme and opposing viewpoints have been adopted towards these questions, viewpoints which, with each passing decade, seem to find ever newer confirmation in a whole series of psychological investigations. Thus, the controversy not only has not been resolved and not only is not drawing to a close, but rather is becoming increasingly more complicated, as if marching in step with the forward advance of scientific knowledge. Many writers are inclined to reject the thesis that aesthetic experiences possesses any educational value whatsoever, and the system of pedagogics which is associated with these writers and which has grown up from the very same roots persists in maintaining this idea, granting only a narrow and restricted value to aesthetic education. In contrast, psychologists who subscribe to a different system in psychology are inclined to overstate the value of aesthetic experience to an extraordinary degree, and to see in these experiences a slightly radical pedagogical tool that can take care of absolutely all the difficult and complex problems of education. Between these two extreme points there is a whole series of moderate views on the role of aesthetics in the life of the child. In most cases, these views are usually inclined to see in aesthetics a form of amusement and a way for children to have fun. Where some discover a serious and profound meaning in aesthetic experiences, it is nearly everywhere a matter not of aesthetic education as an end in itself, but only as a tool for attaining pedagogical goals that are alien to aesthetics. Erlhetics in the service of pedagogics, as this may be termed, always fulfills exotic purposes and, in the opinion of some educators, should serve as a means and method for the education of cognition, sensibility, or moral will. That this view is misguided and irrational can now be considered established beyond all reasonable doubt. All three goals, which are alien to yet bound up with aesthetics, cognition, feeling, and morality, have played a role in the historical evolution of this problem that has greatly delayed all efforts to understand it correctly. 241. 242. Morality and art. It is usually supposed that a work of art possesses a good or bad, though nevertheless direct moral effect, and in evaluating aesthetic impressions, particularly among children and teenagers, we are inclined to proceed, above all, on the basis of an evaluation of these moral impulse, which emanates from every object. Children's libraries are set up with the intention of leading children to draw instructive moral examples out of books, while a hortatory tone, tedious copybook maxims, and unctuous priacina seem to be the essential style of self-conscious children's literature. The only real lesson the child may draw out of contact with art, so it is satis, a more or less lifelike illustration of a particular moral rule. Everything else is declared to be too difficult for children to understand, and outside the realm of morality children's literature is usually limited to nonsense verse and gibberish, as if there was nothing else children are able to grasp. Hence arises that silly sentimentality so natural to children's literature as to be its distinctive feature. An adult who tries to affect children's psychology will, under the impression that real feelings are too difficult for children, present sugar-coated version of events and heroes that are clumsily and unskillfully made up. Feelings are replaced by sensitivity and emotions by sentiment. Sentimentality is nothing less than silly feelings. It is for this reason that children's literature usually represents a vivid example of bad taste, of the coarse violation of all notion of aesthetic style, and of the most dismal misunderstanding of mind of child. We must, above all, reject such an approach, the belief that experiences should possess some kind of direct relationship to moral experience, as if every work of art incorporates a kind of incentive to moral behavior. An extraordinarily curious fact has been reported in the American pedagogical literature regarding the moral unions of that seemingly indisputably humanistic work of Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin. When asked what were their feelings and thoughts after reading the book, several American students declared that, more than anything else, they were sorry that the time of slavery was gone and that there weren't any slaves in America now. This is even more remarkable in that, in this case, we are dealing not with some kind of exceptional moral obtuseness or misunderstanding, rather that the possibility of such a conclusion lies within the very nature of the child's aesthetic experiences, and that we can never be certain ahead of time what will be the moral unions of a particular book. Chekhov's story of the medieval monk, who, with the skill of a wondrous artist, tells his monastic brothers of the power of the devil, of the debauchery, the horrors, and the temptations he had been led to see in the city, is instructive. 243. In this regard, the narrator was inspired by the most sincere indignation, and since he was a true artist and spoke with great enthusiasm, eloquently and resoundingly, he depicted the force of devil and the mortal temptations of sin so vividly that by morning there was not a single monk left in the monastery, all of them having run off to the city. The moral effect of art very often recalls the fate of this sermon, and we can never be certain that our well-laid plans will always come out just the way we want them to when dealing with children. Actual observations of the child's life and facts taken from psychology that discuss the way children understand cruel love stories are extremely instructive in this regard. Whenever children are not trying to guess what sort of response their teacher is expecting, but speak sincerely and on their own, their judgments are so at variance with the moral the teacher may be hoping to impart that some educators have come to think that even indisputably ethical works may turn out to exert a morally harmful influence when they are passed through the prism of a child's mind. It is necessary to take account of the laws governing this refractive medium, for otherwise we run the risk of obtaining results along the lines described above. In his story, The Fox and the Raven, for example, all the child's sympathies are directed towards the fox. It arouses the child's admiration, and the child comes to think of the fox as a being who is clever and subtle in his mockery of the dumb raven. The effect which the teacher hopes to obtain of aversion towards atari and adulation is not achieved. Children laugh at the raven, while the fox deeds appear in the most favorable light. In no way are children led to the thought, oh, how wicked and harmful is it, from reading the story, and instead end up with quite the opposite moral sensibility from what they are taught initially. In the same way, in Krylev's story, The Dragonfly and the Ant, the child's sympathies are aroused by the carefree and lyrical dragon Y who, all summer long, is always singing, while it morose and tiresome ant seems loathsome, and children come to believe that the entire story is directed against the ant's slow wit and complacent miserliness. Again, the bite of mockery is pointed in the wrong direction, and instead of instilling children with respect for business-like efficiency and for work, the story suggests the joy and charm of an easy and carefree existence. And, finally, in Krylev's story, The Wolf in the Kennel, children tend to see the wolf as a heroic figure, since they feel he is truly majestic, irreverent, and in splendid defiance towards the hunters and their hounds once he not only does not cry for help, but proudly and arrogantly undertakes to defend and protect himself. The story as a whole discloses its true meaning to children not from the aspect of any moral sense, i.e., the wolf's punishment, but from the aspect of, if one may be so bold, the tragic grandeur of the destruction of a hero. 244. There are any number of examples and instances that may be taken from these or other stories which confirm the same result. Meanwhile, Russian schools, without any regard whatsoever for the psychological fact that there is always a multitude of possible interpretations and moral conclusions, has forever sought to subsume all artistic experience under a particular moral dogma, and has always been content with imparting a single interpretation of these dogma without suspecting that, often, a literary text not only does not help us when we wish to gain an understanding of the text itself, but, on the contrary, suggests a moral conception which leads altogether in the opposite direction. Blinsky is quite correct in his description of our aesthetic education when he writes that poetry as such is absent from literature classes in the Soviet Union, and that all distinction between the text of Krylev's stories and the prosaic presentation of its content has been lost. The ultimate, a virtual travesty is reached when it is matter of searching for the main theme of a given work of art, for an explanation of what the author wanted to say and what might be the moral value of each character individually. Sologub presents just such an interpretation by the teacher Peredanov of a line from one of Pushkin's poems together with his hungry mate. The wolf went on its way. Here is an exaggerated, though not distorted picture of all those methodical prosaic renderings Zero of poetry that have served as the basis of aesthetic education in general, in which we extracting from a literary work all its non-aesthetic elements and make up conjectures regarding this work from the standpoint of certain moral rules. We have to note that this tends to have a predatory effect on the very possibility of aesthetic perception and the aesthetic attitude towards the object, not to mention the fact that it is in radical contradiction with the nature of aesthetic experience. Art and the study of reality. Another, no less harmful psychological confusion in aesthetic education has bent home position on aesthetics of other goals and problems that are likewise foreign to it, though these are no longer moral in nature, but rather social and cognitive. Aesthetic education is taken to be a tool for expanding students' cognition. All those courses on the history of literature once studied, for example, were constructed on the basis of these principles, and the acquisition of facts about art and the laws governing art, were replaced, quite deliberately, by the study of the social elements found in these works of art. It is of more than slight importance that the most popular textbooks on the history of Russian literature, which all our leading philologists have used in their teaching, bear such titles as History of Russian in Religionerzia, Ovsyaniko-Kolikovsky, and History of Russian Social Thought/it, Ivanov Razumnik. It is not literary. 245. Events and facts that are deliberately and intentionally studied, but the history of intelligentsia and the history of social thought, i.e., subjects that are, in essence, alien and foreign to aesthetic education. All these factors once possessed considerable historical meaning and value in previous epochs, when our schools were like the Great Wall of China, isolated from all social and civil discipline, and when we would receive the true rudiments of civil and social education in lessons in literature. But now that the social disciplines have assumed their proper place, such an exchange of aesthetic values for social values is equally harmful for the one realm as for the other. Moreover, such a confusion of different realms of knowledge resembles those marriages where both sides are equally interested in a separation. Above all, when we study society on the basis of models drawn from literature, we are always learning about it in false and distorted forms, inasmuch as works of art never reach reality in all its entirety or in all its genuine truth. Works of art always constitute an extremely complicated product achieved through a reworking of elements of reality, in which a whole series of utterly foreign elements are brought into reality. And, ultimately, whoever knows the history of the Russian intelligentsia only from Pushkin's Eugene Onegin and Chatsky runs the risk of possessing a wholly inaccurate view of these history. Far wiser is he who undertakes to study the history of the Russian intelligentsia on the basis of historical documents, letters, diaries, and all those other materials on which historical study is constructed, where the most modest role, very nearly the last in importance, is that of literary creations. It is just as impossible to study the history of the Russian intelligentsia using works of Russian literature as it is to study geography using the novels of Jules Verne, though, of course, both have left their mark in literature. This view is based on the false conception that literature constitutes a kind of replica of reality, a kind of model photograph that resembles a group portrait. Such a group portrait, in which any number of people in the same group may be photographed with the same plate, superimposes the features of one person on someone else's likeness, as a result of which all those standard features that are frequently encountered in a given group are identified especially vividly, as if in a relief map. Individual and random features, on the other hand, are hidden and, by this simple device, a standard portrait of a family, a group of patients, or a group of criminals may be created. It is believed that a figure taken from literature is something like a group photograph, and that, say, the figure of Eugene Onegin absorbed and accommodated all the typical personalities of Russian intelligentsia of the L82OS and may, therefore, serve as authentic material for the study of these epoch. Meanwhile, it is not hard to see that, in this as in any other figure drawn from literature, the truth of art and the truth of reality exist in extraordinarily complicated relationships, and that, in any work of art. 246. Reality is always so transformed and so altered that there is no way whatsoever that meaning may be transferred directly from phenomena in art to phenomena in real life. We also run the risk not only of ending up with a false understanding of reality, but also of entirely eliminating all the purely aesthetic elements in such teaching. Interest in and regard for the study of the man of the L82OS has, psychologically speaking, nothing in common with interest in and regard for Pushkin's poetry. They manifest themselves in entirely different responses, emotions, and psychological states, and make use only of common matter for entirely different needs. Thus, the roof of an architectural structure may be utilized for protection against rain as an observation post as a restaurant and for any other purpose whatsoever, but in all these instances the aesthetic value of the roof, as a part of an aesthetic whole, as a part of an architectural scheme, is entirely lost sight of. Art as an end in itself. Finally, it remains for us to consider the third point of confusion where traditional pedagogy sins whenever it reduces aesthetics to the sense of the percipient, to the appreciation of works of art, and sees in it an end in itself, in other words, where it reduces the entire meaning of aesthetic experience to the unmediated sense of pleasure and joy which it arouses in children. Once again, the work of art is interpreted as a tool for arousing pleasurable reactions and is, practically speaking, placed in the same category as other analogous reactions and sensations that are utterly real. Whoever thinks of planting the field of aesthetics in education to serve as a source of pleasure runs the risk of forever encountering the most powerful rivals in the very first tasting and the very first test drive. The special feature of childhood consists precisely in the fact that the immediate force over real and concrete experience for a child is far greater than the force of an imagined emotion. Thus, we see that traditional pedagogics is at a dead end when it comes to questions of aesthetic education, striving to bound up with it entirely foreign goals that have nothing to do with it, and as a result, first, its proper value is overlooked, and, second, results are often attained that are at variance with what might have been expected. Passivity and activity in aesthetic experience. The opportunity for such psychological confusion is the result not simply of the ignorance of instructors, but of the far more glaring and far more profound error of psychological science itself as regards questions of aesthetics. For a long time, psychology viewed aesthetic perception as constituting an entirely passive 247 experience, a matter of giving oneself over entirely to one's feelings, the cessation of absolutely every activity of organism. Psychologists would even explain that disinterestedness, unselfish admiration, the utter suppression of will, and the absence of all personal relationship to the aesthetic object amounted to necessary conditions for the realization of an aesthetic reaction. This is all profoundly true, though it is only part of the truth, and thus yields an entirely false impression of the nature of this reaction as a whole. There can be no doubt that a certain degree of passivity and disinterestedness are indispensable psychological preconditions for the aesthetic act. The moment the viewer or reader assumes the role of active participant in the work of art he is apprehending, he is beyond the realm of aesthetics irrevocably and once and for all. If while looking at apples that happen to be depicted in a painting, the thought of the activity associated with the intention of tasting real apples becomes overwhelmingly powerful in me, what is nevertheless clear is that the picture is now outside my field of apprehension. It is, however, not too difficult to see that this is only the other side of another, incomparably more serious activity, i.e., the activity by means of which the aesthetic act is realized. What this is, may actually be easily gauged at least from the fact that a work of art is far from accessible to everyone's grasp, that the apprehension of a work of art involves arduous and difficult mental strain. Obviously, a work of art is not apprehended by an utterly passive individual, and not just by the eyes and the ears, but through unimaginably complex interior activity in which listening and looking are only the first step, the first impetus, the elemental impulse. If the purpose of a painting were to consist solely in caressing our eyes, and that of music in supplying agreeable experiences to our ears, the apprehension of paintings and of musical compositions would not represent any difficulty, and, except for the blind and deaf, everyone would have a calling in regard to the appreciation of these works of art to the same degree. Meanwhile, the elements of perception of sensations constitute only an essential primary impetus for the arousal of more complex activity and, in and of itself, lack all aesthetic meaning whatsoever. Christensen says that to amuse our senses, is not the ultimate goal of a work of art. What is important in music is what is inaudible, and in the plastic arts, what is invisible and imperceptible. This invisible and imperceptible element must be understood as simply consisting in placing emphasis in the aesthetic process on the responding elements of reaction to sense impressions emanating from without. From this point of view, we can say outright that the aesthetic experience is constructed from an entirely exact model of an ordinary reaction that presupposes, of necessity, the presence of three components, i.e., sensation, processing, and response. The component of perception of form, i.e., the labor which is performed by the eyes and the ears, amounts to only the first and primitive 248 component of the aesthetic experience, and there are two other components to consider. We know that a work of art is, for all intents and purposes, only a collection of external impressions or sensible effects on the individual which are organized in a special way. These sensible effects are, however, organized and constructed in such a way as to arouse a kind of reaction in the individual that differs from the sort of reactions that usually occur, and it is this special activity, associated with aesthetic sensations, which happens to constitute the aesthetic experience. We still cannot say precisely what it consists in, since psychological analysis has yet to have the final word on the composition of the aesthetic experience, though we already know that it involves the most complex constructive activity imaginable, an activity in which the listener or viewer himself constructs and creates an aesthetic object out of the external impressions which are presented to him, and all his subsequent reactions are now referred to this object. Come to think of it, a painting is not really just a rectangular piece of canvas to which a certain quantity of paint has been applied. Once this canvas and these paints are interpreted by a viewer as the portrayal of a person, or of an object, or of an event, this complex work of transformation of painted canvas into picture occurs wholly within the mind of the viewer. Lines have to be connected, and closed up into the outlines of shapes, related to each other, and interpreted in terms of perspective in such a way as to recall the figure of a person or the appearance of a landscape. Next, a complex effort at recollection, of the formation of associations, is needed in order to apprehend what sort of person or what sort of landscape is depicted in the painting, and what might be the relationship between the different parts of the painting. This essential labor may be referred to collectively as secondarily creative synthesis, inasmuch as it entails on the part of the spectator the amassing and synthesis of disparate elements of an aesthetic unity. If a melody says anything to our soul, it is because we can ourselves put together sounds that come to us from without. Psychologists have long spoken of the fact that all that content and all those feelings we associate with a work of art involve nothing other than what we ourselves have introduced into it, that we seem to sense them in the aesthetic image, and in fact, psychologists have referred to the very act of apprehension as empathy. The complex activity of empathy reduces, for all practical purposes, to the reconstitution of a series of internal reactions, to their mutual accommodation, and to a certain degree of creative reworking of the object we confront. This activity also constitutes a fundamental aesthetic activity, which, by its very nature, is nevertheless an activity of the organism in response to external sensations. 249. Biological value of aesthetic activity. The biological value of aesthetic activity is another troubling and debatable point. Only at the lowest stages of nascent aesthetic activity is it possible to grasp the biological meaning of this activity. Initially, art arises to meet the needs of life, and rhythm is the primitive form of organization of labor and of struggle. Ornamentation occurs as a component of sexual courting, and art bears an explicitly utilitarian and serviceable character. However, the genuine biological meaning of art in the modern era, of new art, that is, must be sought somewhere else. While a savage might replace martial songs by orders and battle plans, and while he might think that sobbing at a funeral is a means of directly reaching the soul of the departed, there is no way we can ascribe such unmediated and ordinary functions to modern art, and we have to seek its biological value somewhere else entirely. The most widely accepted view here is that represented by Herbert Spencer's law of economy of creative forces, according to which the value of a work of art and the pleasure it provides are fully explainable by an economy of spiritual forces, by the conservation of attention which accompanies every apprehension of a work of art. Aesthetic experience is the most efficient and the most profitable of all experiences for an individual. It produces a maximal effect with minimal consumption of energy, and this savings in energy also constitutes a kind of basis of aesthetic pleasure. The virtue of style, writes Alexander Veslovsky, consists precisely in the fact that it supplies the greatest number of thoughts possible in the least number of words possible. One usually points to the facilitative value of symmetry, to the beneficial respite afforded by the interruption in rhythm, as vivid examples of these law. However, even if it were valid, this law would, for all intents and purposes, have virtually nothing to do with questions of art, since we could find the very same economy of forces essentially wherever human creativity manifests itself. We find no lesser an economy of forces in mathematical formulas or in physical laws, in the classification of plants or in the study of circulatory system, than in works of art, and if it were claimed that here it is a matter of an economy of aesthetic unions, we would be at a loss in explaining how aesthetic economy might be distinguished from the overall economy of all of creativity. But apart from that, the law does not express a psychological truth and is at variance with rigorous investigations in the realm of art. The study of aesthetic form has shown that, in an aesthetic experience, we are dealing not with a facilitative, but with a more demanding reproduction of reality, and some of the more radical students in the field have come to speak of the condensation, ozrainani, of objects as constituting the fundamental law of art. In any case, it should be clear that poetic speech is a more difficult form of speech by comparison with prose, and that its 250 unusual arrangement of words, its subdivision into verses, and its rhythmic character not only does not relieve our attention from any sort of effort, but, on the contrary, demands ceaseless exertion of attention towards elements which manifest themselves for the first time here and which are utterly lacking in ordinary speech. For the present-day study of art, it has become a tautology that, in a work of art, the apprehension of any one of its elements gets away from automatism and becomes conscious and tangible. For example, in everyday speech we do not focus our attention on the phonetic aspect of the word. Sounds are perceived automatically and are automatically associated with a particular meaning. William James has pointed out how strange and extraordinary our native language would appear to us if we were to listen to it without understanding it, as if it were a foreign language. Recall that the law of poetic speech simply asserts that when sounds come to the surface in the luminous field of consciousness, the act of focusing our attention on them induces an emotional relation to them. Thus, the apprehension of poetic speech is not only not facilitative, but even more demanding, i.e., it requires additional work by comparison with ordinary speech. Obviously, the biological meaning of aesthetic activity does not in the least express the sort of parasitic relationship that would inevitably arise if all aesthetic pleasure were to be purchased at the expense of an economizing on spiritual forces which had been achieved thanks to the labor of others. An understanding of biological meaning of aesthetic act must be sought along the path followed by modern psychology, in an unraveling of the psychology of the creative work of the artist and in a convergence of our understanding of apprehension and of the process of creation. Before we ask ourselves why it is that we read, we must ask ourselves why it is that people write. The question of creative effort and its psychological sources again presents extraordinary difficulties, so that here we pass from one obstacle to the next. The general thesis, according to which creative effort represents the most profound demand of our psyche in pursuit of sublimation of certain lower forms of energy is, however, no longer open to question. According to contemporary psychology, the most reasonable interpretation of creative effort is that which views it as sublimation, as the conversion of lower forms of mental energy which have not been consumed and which have not found an outlet in the individual's everyday activity, into higher forms of mental energy. Earlier, we presented an explanation of concept of sublimation from the standpoint of study of instincts and, in particular, discussed the thesis that the creative processes and the sublimation of sexual energy exist in the closest imaginable relationship. In the words of one psychologist, in questions having to do with creative effort, there are people who are rich and people who are poor, people who disperse their entire reserve of energy on the maintenance of everyday life, and people 251 who seem to set aside and save, enlarging the range of needs that have to be satisfied. Here, too, creative effort arises the moment a certain quantity of energy that has not been put to use, that has not been consumed for immediate purposes, has not been apportioned, passes beyond the threshold of consciousness, whence it returns transformed into new forms of activity. Earlier, we explained at some length that our capacities exceed our activity, that what a person accomplishes in life is only insignificant fraction of all those sensations that arise in the nervous system, and that it is precisely this discrepancy between capacities and realization, between the potential and the real in our life, which is fully encompassed by creative effort. Thus does the identity between acts of creation and acts of apprehension in art become a fundamental psychological presupposition. To be Shakespeare and to read Shakespeare are phenomena that are infinitely disparate in terms of degree, though entirely identical in terms of nature, as Uli Eichenwald correctly explained. The reader must be sympathetic to the poet, and, in our apprehension of any work of art, we seem to be recreating it all over again. Thus, we are entirely justified in defining processes of apprehension as consisting in the reproduction and recapitulation of creative processes. And if that is so, the conclusion is unavoidable that such processes represent the very same biological form of sublimation of certain types of spiritual energy as do creative processes themselves. It is precisely in art that that fraction of our life which occurs, in fact, in the form of excitations in our nervous system becomes manifest to us, though it remains unrealized in activity, as a consequence of the fact that our nervous system apprehends more stimuli than it can respond to. The fact is that there is always present in man this excess of possibilities over life, this residue of unrealized behavior, as has been demonstrated in the study of the struggle for the total motor field, and this excess must always seek for itself some outlet. If this residue does not find an appropriate outlet, it finds itself in conflict with man's psyche. Abnormal forms of behavior usually arise out of such unrealized behavior, expressed in the form of psychoses and neuroses, which denote nothing other than a collision between unrealized, subconscious desires and the conscious part of our behavior. That which remains unrealized in our life must be sublimated, and there are only two outlets for what remains unrealized in life, either sublimation or neurosis. Thus, from the psychological point of view, art constitutes an imperishable and biologically essential mechanism by means of which excitations that have remained unrealized in life are discarded, and, in one form or another, is an entirely inevitable companion of every human existence. In artistic creation, such sublimation is realized in extraordinarily vigorous and mighty forms, through aesthetic apprehension, in forms that are facilitated and simplified, and prepared in advance by the aggregate of all those stimuli. Z52 which impinge upon us. That aesthetic education, interpreted as the creation of permanent skills for the sublimation of the subconscious, possesses an extraordinarily important and autonomous value, is, therefore, entirely understandable. To educate someone in aesthetics means creating in that person a permanent and properly functioning channel for diversion and abstraction of the inner forces of the subconscious into useful skills. Sublimation fulfills in socially useful forms that which sleep and illness fool in private and pathological forms. Psychological description of aesthetic reactions. The most cursory glance at aesthetic reactions is enough for us to see that their ultimate goal is not to reproduce any genuine reaction, but to transcend it and triumph over it. If the ultimate goal of a poem about melancholy was only to tell us about melancholy, this would be a rather sad state of affairs for art. Obviously, in this case the goal of lyric poetry is not just to afflict us, as Leo Tolstoy puts it, with someone else's feelings, in this case, someone else's melancholy, but to be victorious over it, to transcend melancholy. In this sense, the Bukharinist definition of art as the socialization of feelings, just like the Tolstoyan theme of the affliction of a multitude of people with the feelings of one person, are, speaking psychologically, not entirely correct. In this case, the wonder of art would recall that dismal miracle from the scriptures when 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish were enough to feed 5,000 people, except for women and children, and everyone ate and was satisfied, and the remaining pieces of food filled 20 baskets. The miracle here lies only in the extraordinary multiplication of experence, though everyone who ate only bread and fish, fish and bread. As in the socialization of feelings in art, there is achieved a multiplication of one person's feelings by a factor of 1,000, though feeling itself nevertheless remains an ordinary psychological type of emotion, and no work of art can incorporate anything that might go beyond the limits of this immeasurably vast emotion. It is entirely understandable that the purpose of art would then be rather puny, inasmuch as every genuine object and every genuine emotion would prove to be many times more powerful, more sharply defined, and more intensive, and, consequently, all the pleasure of art would spring from man's hunger and poverty, whereas in fact, it springs from man's wealth, from the fact that every person possesses more wealth than he is able to realize in his own life. Thus, art is not a means of making up for a lack in life, but issues from what it is in man that exceeds life. The wonder of art is far more reminiscent of that time when water was turned into wine, and, therefore, every work of art forever bears some genuine objective theme or some entirely ordinary feeling about the world. But what we understand by form and style refers to the fact that this Eidetic education 253 genuine objective theme or this emotional tinge of things is overcome and transformed into something entirely novel. It is for this reason that the meaning of aesthetic activity has been understood since time immemorial as catharsis, i.e., as a liberation and resolution of the spirit from the passions which torment it. In the psychology of ancient times, this concept assumed the purely medicinal and restorative value of a healing of the soul, and there can be no doubt that it was far more in accord with the genuine nature of art than a host of contemporary theories. Psalms heal a suffering spirit. These words oft poet express more correctly than anything else that watershed which separates art from illness. It is not without reason that many psychologists have found it extremely tempting to search for features that might be common to art and illness, to declare that genius is akin to madness, and to view as abnormal both human creation and human folly. It is only in this way that we are able to understand the cognitive, the ethical, the emotional value of art. All these aspects do, undoubtedly, exist, but always as secondary components, as a kind of sequel to the work of art, arising in no other way than as a follow-up to its fully realized aesthetic effect. There can be no doubt that art possesses a moral testament, which manifests itself in nothing less than a certain internal clarification of the spiritual world, in a certain transcendence of one's innermost conics and, consequently, in a liberation of certain constrained and exiled forces, particularly the forces of moral behavior. A shining illustration of this principle may be found in Chekhov's short story, The House, where the father, a public prosecutor, who all his life has exercised his talents in devising every imaginable form of preventive punishment, in inventing all sorts of warnings and penalties, finds himself in an extremely embarrassing situation when he comes up against the small matter of his own son, a 7-year boy, having committed an offense, as the governess informs him, having grabbed some tobacco off his father's table and smoked it. How many times the father had tried to explain to his son why he must not smoke, why he must not take someone else's tobacco. None of his admonitions had achieved their purpose, since they had encountered insurmountable obstacles in the mind of his very own child, who apprehended and interpreted the world in a very original way entirely his own. When the father explains to him that one should not take someone else's things, the boy responded by pointing out that right over there was his little yellow puppy sitting on the table next to his father, that there was nothing to be said against that. What if his father needed some of his things and felt he was welcome to take it and wouldn't feel ashamed either? When his father tried to explain to him that it was harmful to smoke, that Uncle Grigory I had smoked and, therefore, had passed away, this example turned out to have quite the reverse effect on his son, since the boy associated the image of Uncle Grigory I with a kind of poetic feeling. He remembered that Uncle Grigory Z54 was quite a wonderful violinist, and his uncle's fate not only did not help him avoid doing what his uncle had done, but, quite the opposite, imparted to smoking a new and seductive meaning. Thus, not having gotten anywhere, the father concluded his conversation with his son, and it was only just before going to sleep, when, as was his wont, he began to tell his son a story, clumsily linking together the first thoughts that came to mind into traditional story models. That his story unexpectedly assumed the form of a naive and silly tale. Oft had old Tsar who had a son, the son smoked, fell ill with consumption, and died at an early age. Enemies invaded and destroyed the palace, and killed the old man, and now there are no longer any sweet cherries in the garden, neither birds nor bells. The father himself felt that the story was naive and silly. However, it produced an unexpected effect in his son, who, speaking in a thoughtful and low voice, which his father found quite unexpected, said that he would no longer smoke. The simple act of telling the story aroused and illuminated new forces in the child's psyche that made it possible for him to sense his father's fear and his father's concern for his health with such renewed vigor that the moral after effect of these new force, impelled by his father's initial persistence, had the unexpected effect his father had previously attempted to achieve, but in vain. But now let us recall the two essential psychological features that distinguish this after effect. First, it is realized in the form of the child's own innermost, internal process of attention. It is by no means achieved through a process of rational extraction of some moral or through a sermon taken from a fable or short story. On the contrary, the more powerful is one's agitation and one's passion within whose atmosphere the aesthetic impression works its effect, the higher is the emotional lift which accompanies it, the more powerful are the forces that accumulate about the moral after effect, and the more faithful is this aesthetic impression realized. Second, from such a vantage point, the moral effect of aesthetics may be fortuitous and secondary, so that, at the least, it is an unwise and uncertain proposition to use this moral effect as the basis of the education of moral behavior. There is that story where the father quite properly puts a lot of thought into deciding whether it is really right for medicine to be sweet and truth beautiful. In drawing its own convictions from novels and poetry, historical knowledge from operas and epic tales, and morality from fables, society, of course, never succeeds in reaching any firm and secure point in any of these realms. Chekhov was entirely correct in calling Thysiphon that man has affected ever since the time of Adam, and in this regard it is entirely identical with that form of pedagogics which demands that children receive a stern moral upbringing based on truth. Psychologists who have studied the visual stimuli that emanate from paintings have all come to the same conclusion, that the principal role in our 255 experience of a painting is played by the kinesthetic senses, i.e., by motor reactions as well, and that we read a picture more with our muscles than with our eyes. Its aesthetic effect manifests itself in our fingertips as much as in our eyes, since it speaks to our tactile and motor imagination no less than to our visual imagination. Finally, such an after effect may also manifest itself in the hedonistic moment of pleasure or delight in a work of art, and this, too, may exert an educational influence on our senses, though this influence will always be secondary relative to the basic effect of poetry and art. This is not too different from what psychologists have referred to as the liberating force of the higher emotions. And just as in ancient times, when the incantatory force of the rhythmic word and of poetic speech would banish the spirits and combat them, so too does modern poetry banish and resolve internal forces that possess inimical effects, because in both instances there is a kind of resolution of internal conflict. It's worth recalling the rather curious fact that the pleasure produced by works of poetry always reveals itself along indirect and contradictory paths, and inevitably originates in a transcendence of the immediate impressions of the object and of the work of art. The tragic and the comic in art are the clearest exemplars of this psychological law, as anyone should be able to recall. Tragedy always speaks of destruction, and induces in us, in Aristotle's definition, fear, awe, and compassion. If we contemplate tragedy not from the vantage point of these lofty feelings, but with a slight smile, then its tragic effect, of course, becomes incomprehensible to us. How agony can, all by itself, become the subject of the experience of the beautiful, and why the contemplation of someone else's downfall can give the audience watching a tragedy such sublime pleasure, was a problem that engaged the attention of philosophers even in ancient times. Then this was attributed naively to a biological antithesis, and philosophers attempted to reduce the enjoyment we experience from tragedy to the feelings of security and pleasure man experiences every time misfortune strikes someone else. In this psychological theory, it is said that the tragedy of Oedipus gives a spectator the greatest pleasure imaginable simply because he learns from it to value his happiness and the fact that he isn't blind. However, even the simplest examples presented by these writers completely refute this thesis, one writer having claimed, for example, that people who happen to be standing along the seashore and who see a ship sinking into the ocean would, in such cases, have to feel the greatest delight imaginable from their awareness that they themselves are safe. Even the simplest psychological observation shows us that in the experience of a tragedy, we are inevitably placed by the playwright in an empathetic relationship with the hero, which grows as he approaches his destruction and which feeds into our feelings of fear and rapture. Consequently, the source of these 256 Enjoyment must be sought elsewhere, and, of course, we find it only in catharsis, i.e., in the resolution of the passions that are aroused by tragedy, which is the ultimate purpose of art. Awe, writes Christensen, is not portrayed for its own sake, but only as an impetus for transcending it. In precisely the same way, the comic, or that which is, in and of itself, mean and repulsive, also leads, along a path that, at first glance, seems utterly incomprehensible, to great delight. In Gogol's The Inspector, there is not a single sweetly sounding word, on the contrary, the author has tried to hunt down every word that might sound rusty, tinny, and coarse in the Russian language. There is not a single character in the story who is not repulsive, not a single event that is not trivial, not a single thought which is in any way luminous. Nevertheless, in this piling up of the trivial and the repulsive, a kind of special meaning thrusts itself through and becomes manifest, which Gogol is right to attribute to laughter, i.e., to the psychological reaction which draws the spectator out of himself but which is not within the farce itself. In a farce no one laughs, everyone, on the contrary, is anxious and in earnest, though all this material is arranged in such a way that it inevitably induces in the spectator hearty laughter, which can be ranked with the unfolding of lyric poetry and which Gogol correctly calls the only worthy character of his farce. German aesthetics has long referred to this psychological aspect of art as the aesthetic of the grotesque, and through these examples demonstrated with extraordinary persuasiveness the dialectical character of aesthetic experience. Contradiction, alienation, transcendence, triumph, these are all essential constituents of the aesthetic event. It is necessary to see the grotesque in its full lowering in order to then rise above it in laughter. It is necessary to experience with the hero the absolute consummation of destruction in order to rise above it, together with the chorus. This dialectical, reconstitutive behavior of the emotions always bears within itself art, and, therefore, always points to the most complex of all activities of internal struggle, which is resolved in catharsis. Education of creativity, aesthetic reasoning, and technical skills carried over to education. This thesis naturally breaks down into three separate problems. Education may have beforeith demand to foster the child's creativity, or to give children vocational training in the different technical skills involved in art, or to inculcate in children the capacity of aesthetic reasoning, i.e., the skill to apprehend and experience a work of art. The question of children's creativity is, without a doubt, of extraordinary pedagogical importance, though it has virtually no independent aesthetic value. A child's drawing is always an educationally gratifying event, though it is sometimes also aesthetically grotesque. It always teaches the child to master the aggregate of his own experiences, to conquer and transcend them, and, as one writer has expressed it rather elegantly, teaches the psyche how to ascend. A child who has drawn a picture of a dog has, thereby, conquered, transcended, and risen above his immediate experience of a dog. In this sense, too, it becomes pedagogically essential to be able to discern the psychological content of children's drawings, i.e., to examine and take notice of all those experiences that lead to the genesis of a drawing, rather than making objective evaluations of the points and lines themselves. Therefore, any effort at smoothing out or correcting a child's drawing represents only a crude intrusion in the psychological order of his experience and risks becoming an impediment to this experience. While it is true that by changing and correcting the lines a child has drawn, we may very well be introducing a strict order into the sheet of paper in front of us, we will be most certainly introducing conflict into the child's psyche and making him insensitive. Complete freedom for the child's creativity, the renunciation of all effort to place it on a par with adult consciousness, the recognition of its originality and of its distinctive features, constitute a fundamental requirement of psychology. The boy in Chekhov's story, The House, when asked by his father why he was placing a soldier above a house in his drawing, even though he was well aware that a person cannot stand higher than a house, answered in a serious tone that if he were to make the soldier little, then you couldn't see his eyes. It is in this striving to emphasize the main point he is involved in at any moment, the main subject of a drawing, and to subordinate to it all other relationships, that we find the basic feature of children's drawings, and, for all practical purposes, the child's tendency to disregard and remain unencumbered by the true contours of objects springs not from any inability to see objects as such the way things really are, but from the fact that the child is never indifferent to the object. Every one of his drawings, provided it is not created at the behest of some adult, always originates out of child's innermost feelings, and this we have to see as the fundamental property of the child's psyche, which, therefore, always distorts the insignificant elements of the object in favor of what is the most important and the most fundamental. Tolstoy suggests the very same rule in his theory of pedagogy in his insistence that children's compositions not be corrected by adults even orthographically, claiming that any correction of a finished product of an act of creation always distorts the internal motivation which engendered it. In a famous essay, "Who should teach whom to write? Should we teach the children of peasants or should the children of peasants teach us?" Tolstoy defended the thesis, which seems paradoxical at first glance, that a half-literate peasant boy displays the conscious force of a true author, that not even Goethe, from the lofty heights of 258. His art, can attain. It seems to me so odd and so insulting, continues Tolstoy, that, when it comes to art, I, the author of childhood, a work which has achieved a degree of critical acclaim and which has been recognized for its literary talents by the educated public in Russia, was unable to explain or assist 1-year-old Semka and Fedka, except in the slightest degree, and then only at the fortuitous moment of excitement, when I was able to grasp what they were getting at, and to understand them. Tolstoy discovered more poetic truth in these children's compositions than in the greatest creations of literature. And if there were some banal moments in their compositions, this was always the fault of Tolstoy himself. Whenever the children were left to their own devices, they did not utter a single affected word. Thus was Tolstoy led to conclude that the ideal of aesthetic education, like the ideal of moral education, lies not ahead of us, but behind us, not in bringing the soul of the child closer to the soul of the adult, but in preserving the natural properties the child's soul is endowed with from the very start. Education corrupts, and does not reform people. In this sense, the concerns of education reduce almost exclusively to not corrupting the child's spiritual wealth, and the precept, "Be like children," seems like the ultimate pedagogical ideal when it comes to aesthetics. That there is in this view a great and undeniable truth, that in the child's creativity we are dealing with pure examples of poetry at the absolutely elemental level, lacking all traces of the adult's trained eye, this is something virtually no one now disputes. But it is also necessary to recognize that such creativity is often order all its own. It is, so to speak, transient creativity, giving rise to no objective values and needed more by the child himself than by those around him. Like a children's games, it has healing powers and is invigorating, but not outside the child himself, but only within him. Tolstoy's Fedka and Semka grew up, but did not become great writers, even though at the age of 1 they were given to use language which, as Tolstoy, with all his prestige, was forced to admit, went far beyond that found in novels and was the equal of the most felicitous passages in Goethe. Hence, the most unquestionable mistake of this view can be found in its extraordinary overestimation and idolizing of the works of children's creative efforts, and in its inability to understand that, though it is capable of realizing works of greatest emotional tension, here the primordial force of creative act is, nevertheless, always circumscribed within a narrow range of the most elementary, the most primitive, and, basically, the most impoverished forms. In this sense, the pedagogical rule as regards the education of children's creativity must always proceed from a purely psychological view of its utility and should never look upon the child who is writing poetry as if he were a future Pushkin, or look upon the child who is drawing pictures as if he were a future artist. A child writes poetry or draws pictures not at all because a future poet or 259 future painter is struggling to burst through him, but because these acts of creation are now necessary for him, and even more so because there are certain creative potentialities concealed in each of us. The very processes by which genius and talent are selected are still so dimly understood, so well hidden, and have been so little studied that pedagogics is entirely powerless to say precisely which steps might help preserve and foster future geniuses. Here we confront the extraordinarily involved question of the very possibility of aesthetic education. We have already seen that Tolstoy's views do not draw out the essential difference between artistic creativity in the adult and in the child. Therefore, Tolstoy does not take into account, first, that immeasurably vast importance which, in the realm of art, is subserved by the element of workmanship, an element which, though of course utterly self-evident, is the result of education. Workmanship encompasses not only the technical skills of art, but something far greater, whether in the subtlest knowledge of the laws of one's own, in the feeling for style, in the talent for creative effort, in taste, and so on. There was a time when the concept of craftsman fully encompassed the concept of artist. But, in addition, the conception of the mystical nature of inspiration, of spiritual possession, and so on gave way in scholarly discourse to an entirely different view of the nature of acts of creation. And Tolstoy's thesis that, once he has been born, man constitutes a prototype of harmony, of truth, of beauty, and of goodness, has to be recognized as a legend rather than a scientific truth. It is true that, in childhood, immediate urges and creative impulses are more powerful and more vivid, but, as we showed earlier, the nature of these urges and impulses are not at all the same as in adults. No matter how sublime and how exquisite are those works Semka and Fedka produced, their creative impulses were always au fait differenter than Goethe's or Tolstoy's in their very essence. The view maintained by Eichenwald, Gershenson, and others, that literature cannot become a subject for instruction in public schools, represents a separate question altogether. But this view originates in an overly narrow view of public schools that forever has in mind those lessons that used to be given in the schools before the revolution. The wealth of educational potentialities in the Soviet school is lost sight of. Aesthetic feelings have to become just as much a subject of education as is everything else, but only in special ways. It is from this point of view that we should approach vocational training in the techniques of this or that realm of art. The instructive value of these techniques is extraordinarily great, in the same way as is every form of labor and every form of complex activity. It becomes even greater still once it is turned into a tool for training children in the apprehension of works of art, inasmuch as it is impossible to fully enter into a work of art if techniques that are part of its idiom remain utterly foreign. It is for this reason that a certain minimal technical familiarity with the system of every art has to become part of public education. 260. In this sense, those schools which have made mastery of techniques of each of the arts an educational requirement are proceeding entirely properly from the standpoint of pedagogy. Vocational training in art, however, harbors far more pedagogical risks than benefits. To the psychologist, all those grandiose and useless experiments at teaching music to absolutely every child, which became the rule for the middle classes in Europe and pre-revolutionary Russia over the last several decades, seemed to have had only an oppressive effect. If we think of how much energy was spent on mastering the most complex piano techniques imaginable, and if we compare this with the negligible results which were obtained after many years of practice, we have to admit that this enormous experiment, an experiment that was performed on an entire social class, ended in an utterly embarrassing failure. Not only has the art of musicianship not gained or acquired anything of value from this program, but, as is generally recognized, even the simple musical education of art of appreciation, apprehension, and experience of music never and nowhere stood so low as in that milieu where learning how to play music became a mandatory rule of good breeding. In terms of overall pedagogical eminence, such instruction was, quite frankly, harmful and destructive, since almost nowhere and almost never was it associated with the child's immediate interests, and wherever this instruction was undertaken, it was always on behalf of outside interests, which, for the most part, subordinated the child to the interests of his surroundings and refracted in the child's psyche the most brutish and the most vulgar everyday thoughts oft hose around him. Hence, vocational training in the techniques of each of the various arts, if we understand it as a task of general education and edification, has to be introduced within certain limits and reduced to a minimum, and the main thing is to conform with the other two paths of aesthetic education: first, the child's own creative potential, and, second, the cultural level of his aesthetic apprehension. Only that instruction in techniques is useful which goes beyond these techniques and teaches creative skills, whether those involved in creating or those involved in apprehending. Finally, until very recently, questions as to the cultural level of aesthetic apprehension had received the least amount of attention, inasmuch as educators had no idea how truly complex it was, nor did they think there was any problem here. To look at and to listen, to obtain pleasure, this seemed to be the sort of uncomplicated mental effort for which special instruction was absolutely unnecessary, whereas, in fact, it is just this element which constitutes the principal goal and principal task of general education. The overall structure of public education is oriented towards expanding the scope of finite personal experience as far as possible, towards adjusting the interface between the child's psyche and the broadest possible spheres of the Z61 social experience he has accumulated so far, as if to include the child in the broadest possible network in the world. These general goals wholly define the paths of aesthetic education. In art, mankind has accumulated such an exceptional and vast store of experience that all experience of one's own creativity and one's own personal achievements seem puny and wretched by comparison. Therefore, when we speak of aesthetic education within the context of general education, we must always bear in mind, basically, such an orientation of the child towards the aesthetic experience of mankind as a means of bringing the child face to face with real art and, through this experience, to include the child's psyche in that general labor mankind throughout the world has been engaged in for thousands of years. Sublimating the child's own psyche in art here is a fundamental task and the fundamental goal. And it is because efforts at understanding works of art usually resort to impractical techniques involving logical interpretation that specialized training and the development of special skills for the reconstitution of works of art are required, and, in this sense, lessons that consist in looking at paintings, like those lessons in slow reading that have been introduced in certain European schools, are true exemplars of aesthetic education. Here is the key to the most important task of aesthetic education: the introduction of aesthetic reactions into life itself. Art transforms reality not only in the constructions of fantasy, but also in a genuine recreation of things, objects, and situations. Dwellings and dress, conversation and reading, school holidays and strolls, all may serve, in equal measure, as the most gratifying substance for aesthetic treatment. Beauty has to be converted from a rare and festive thing into a demand of everyday existence. And creative effort has to nourish every movement, every utterance, every smile of the child's. Potebna put it quite elegantly when he said that, just as electricity is present not only where there are thunderstorms, so is poetry present not only where there are great works of art, but wherever man speaks. This is the poetry of every moment, and it is this which is the most important of all the tasks of aesthetic education. But it is still essential to keep in mind the most serious of all dangers, the risk that an artificiality might be introduced into life which, in children, is something that easily turns into affectation and pretension. There is nothing in worse taste than this acting cute crasivosra, those mannerisms some children introduce into games, into their way of walking, and so on. The rule to follow here is not the embellishment of life, but the creative reworking of reality, a processing of things and the movements of things which will illuminate and elevate everyday experience to the level of the creative. 262. Fables. Fables are usually thought of as the exclusive province of childhood. Two psychological arguments have been advanced in defense of this view. The first asserts that the child is not yet old enough to have a rational understanding of reality, and therefore has a need for a kind of surrogate or mediative explanation of the world. It is for this reason that the child readily accepts the interpretation of reality given in fables, and, second, discovers in fables what adults discover in religion, science, and art, that is, the primary explanation and understanding of the world, the reduction of the discordant chaos of impressions into a unified and integral system. For a child, fables are philosophy, science, and art. There is another approach which claims that, in accordance with the biogenetic law, the child, in the course of his development, repeats in abbreviated and compressed form the principal stages and epochs that mankind has experienced in its development. Hence that rather popular view which discovers a confluence between the child's psyche and creative urges, on the one hand, and the creative urges of the savage and primitive man, on the other, and the claim that, as he grows up, the child inevitably experiences animism, the sense of all things being alive, and anthropomorphism just as mankind as a whole has. It is felt necessary, for this reason, to transcend all these primitive attitudes and beliefs at some stage of development, and to introduce into the child's world all those ideas of devils, witches, wizards, and good and evil spirits which were once the companions of human culture. This approach sees in fables a necessary evil, a psychological concession to childhood, in the expression of one psychologist, an aesthetic pacifier. Both these views are profoundly mistaken at their very roots. As regards the first view, pedagogics has long rejected all kinds of mediation, inasmuch as the harm it introduces always outweighs any possible benefit. The point is that any benefit is always temporary. It exists until the child grows up and no longer has any need for such a mediative explanation of the world. The harm, however, remains forever, because in the psyche, as in the real world, nothing happens without leaving a trace, nothing disappears, rather everything creates its own habits, which then remain for all one's life. Expressed with scientific rigor, William James asserts, one may say that nothing may be entirely effaced from anything we do. This is especially true in the period of childhood, when the plasticity and impressionability of our nervous system is at its utmost, and when reactions only have to be repeated 2 or 3 times in order to last sometimes for one's entire life. If, in this period in his life, a child is forced to control and guide his behavior under the influence of false and deliberately misleading ideas and views, we can be quite certain that these views will create habits of behavior. 263. Along these false directions. And when, it would appear to us, the time has come for the child to free himself of these ideas and views, it may be possible for us, by reasoning rationally, to persuade him that all those ideas we would talk to him about were false. We may even be morally used in making excuses to him for the deception he had been subjected to for so many years, but never can he efface all those habits, instincts, and stimuli which have already evolved and which have become deeply embedded in him, and which, even in the best of cases, are capable of creating conflicts with newly implanted traits. The basic claim is that, in the absence of behavior, the psyche does not exist, and that if we introduce into the psyche false ideas that do not correspond to truth and reality, by this very act we are also fostering false behavior. Hence we are forced to conclude that truth must become the foundation of education as early as possible, simply because incorrect ideas are also incorrect forms of behavior. If, from early childhood, a child learns to trust in bogeymen, in little old ladies who are going to take you away, in magicians, in storks who bring babies, all this will not only clutter up his mind, but, what is even worse, it will cause his behavior to develop in false directions. It is entirely clear that children are either frightened off this world of magic or are drawn into it, but that they never remain passive towards it. In dreams or in desires, under the child's blanket or in a dark room, when asleep or when frightened, the child always responds to these ideas, responds with an extraordinarily heightened sensibility, and since the system formed by these reactions rests on an entirely fantastic and false foundation, for that very reason an incorrect and false way of behaving is methodically fostered in the child. To this we should add that all of this fantastic world depresses the child no end, and there can be little doubt that its oppressive force exceeds the Chi-1D's capacity for resistance. By surrounding child with the fantastic, we force him to live as if in a perpetual psychosis. Imagine for just a minute that an adult were, all of a sudden, to believe in the very same things he teaches a child. How extraordinarily confused and depressed would his mind become. All of these must increase many-fold once we show the child how to think, since the child's weak and unsteady mind proves to be even more helpless when confronted by this somber element. Psychological analyses of children's fears produce an utterly tragic impression, inasmuch as they always testify to and speak of those inexpressible germs of terror that were implanted in the child's soul by the fables adults themselves have told him. The educational benefits produced by introducing into family lore those tales of the old man who is going to carry you away are always limited to the immediate advantage given by intimidation, in which we get the child to stop playing practical jokes or induce him to perform some task. The harm which thereby ensues may manifest itself in humiliating forms of behavior that may last for many decades. 264. Finally, the last argument that may be brought against the traditional view of fables is the utterly profound disrespect for reality, the excessive importance ascribed to the invisible, which such fables methodically instill. The child remains dull and foolish when he relates to the real world. He remains closed up within a stagnant and unhealthy atmosphere, for the most part in a kingdom of fabulous creatures. He has no interest in trees or in birds, and the manifold variety of experience seems to lack all substance. The result of such an education is to make someone blind, deaf, and dumb in relation to the world. For all these reasons, we have to agree with that view which demands that all those fantastic and silly ideas children are usually inculcated with must be banished thoroughly and completely. It is, moreover, rather important that it is not only fairy tales which can produce the greatest harm here, but also all those silly and time-worn fictions which are used notonly by nurses to frighten children with, but which not even the most highly educated teacher is entirely free of. There is almost no teacher who would be innocent of the charge of having reasoned with a child on the basis of some incongruous nonsense, simply because he knew that the child would take this nonsense for the truth, and saw that the easiest way out of problem at hand was to adapt the admonitory line of least resistance by telling the child, "Don't go there, else the house will fall down," or to say, "Don't cry, else the policeman will take you away." It is pseudo-natural science nonsense of this sort that has taken up the role performed by the nonsense of fantasies. Finally, from the most general standpoint we have to say that every attempt by the teacher to humor the child is, from the psychological point of view, educationally harmful, since here one can never be certain of hitting the nail right on the head, and, in order to meet his teacher's expectations, the child is forced to likewise affect and distort his own reactions, and try to come as close as he can to what his teacher demands. This is simplest to understand if we think of children's speech, oft those instances when adults who are engaged in conversation with a child try to imitate his way of speaking, under the impression that this will make them more than easily understood, whether lisping or aspirating, pronouncing the sounds s and z as sh and zh, or pronouncing the sound r as l. For a child, however, such speech is not in the least more understandable. If a child's pronunciation is incorrect, this is not because he hears this way, but because he cannot pronounce correctly. When he then hears distorted speech coming from adults, he is totally lost and tries to approximate his own speech to this distorted speech. Most of our children speak in an unnatural way, their speech having been distorted by adults, and it is impossible to imagine anything more artificial than such affected speech. There is also that customary false way of speaking with children in overly familiar and endearing terms, in which a horse is spoken of as a horsey, a dog as a little doggy, and a house as the little house. To an adult, it might seem that the child thinks everything has to be little, though quite the contrary. He who does not belittle objects in children's imagination, but instead overemphasizes their natural dimensions, is proceeding in a far more psychological fashion. When we speak to a child of horses, which must seem a huge and massive thing to him, and talk of a horsey, the true sense of speech is distorted, as is the concept of horse, not to mention that false and sugar-coated attitude towards everything which such a manner of speaking establishes. Language is the subtlest tool of thought. In distorting language, we distort thought, and even if a single teacher were to think of the emotional nonsense she is uttering when she tells a child, "Let's hit the little doggy," or "the little doggy is biting you," she would certainly be horrified by the mental confusion she is creating in the child's mind. And though there are things in children's literature and in children's art which are, in fact, intolerable and repulsive, this is just because adults have been falsely humoring the minds of children. As for the need for children to gradually overcome the primitive beliefs and primitive ideas in fables, this, too, has not undergone serious criticism and slips away with the biogenetic law on which it is based. No one has yet to show that, in the course of his development, the child repeats the history of mankind, and not even science has ever had any grounds to speak of anything more than isolated correlations and more or less remote analogies between the behavior of a child and that of a savage. On the contrary, all those essential changes in the pattern of education that are a function of social circumstances and environment, more properly, as a function of the common fundament of life the child enters the moment he is born, are quite at variance with the biogenetic law, in every instance contrary to any direct translation of the law from biology into psychology. The child turns out to be entirely able to interpret phenomena realistically and truthfully, though, of course, he cannot immediately find an explanation for absolutely everything. Left to himself, the child is never an animist, never an anthropomorphist, and if these propensities develop in a child, the fault is nearly always that of the adults around him. Finally, what is most important here is that, even if certain psychological conditions did generate atavistic tendencies in a child, i.e., where his mind reverted to stages in his history he had already passed through, even if the child did contain within his mind something of the savage, in no way would the goal of education reduce to the maintenance, sustenance, and reinforcement of these elements of the savage in the child's psyche, but quite the contrary, his propensities would subordinate these elements to the more powerful and the more vital elements of reality in every way possible. Does this mean we have to think of fables as being ultimately compromised and that they are condemned to be banished entirely from the child's room with 266. All those false and fabulous ideas of the world that turn out to be mentally harmful? No, not really. There can be little doubt that most of our fables, which are based precisely on such unhealthy fantasy and lack all other values, must be abandoned and forgotten as soon as possible. But this does not mean that the aesthetic content of works of fantasy have to be forbidden to children. On the contrary, the fundamental law of art demands the freedom to combine the elements of reality in any way whatsoever, an essential independence from everyday truth, which in aesthetics effaces all the boundaries that separate fantasy from truth. In art everything is phantasmic or everything is real, simply because everything is hypothetical, and the realness of art refers only to the realness of the emotions any work of art is associated with. As a matter of fact, the question is not in the least whether what is related in a fable could exist in real life. What is more important is that the child know that it never existed in real life, that it is only a story, and that he get into the habit of responding to it as a fable, and that, consequently, the question of whether such an event could be possible in real life ceases to exist for him. In order to enjoy a fable, it is not at all necessary to believe in what it speaks of. On the contrary, belief in the realness of world of fables establishes such purely commonplace attitudes towards everything as to preclude the very possibility of aesthetic activity. Here we should explain the law of emotional realness of fantasy, a law of greatest importance for our field. According to this law, regardless of whether the world we are affected by is real/10, the emotions associated with this instance and which we feel are always real. If I am hallucinating and, upon entering an empty room, see a thief standing over in the corner, this figure will, of course, be one of delirium, and the collection of all those impressions associated with this figure in my mind will not be real, Inasmuch as there is no reality deist vitel and 0s corresponding to it, but the fear which I experience from this encounter and the emotion associated with the hallucination are entirely real, even if they are repressed by the comforting consciousness of having been mistaken. That we do have feelings, this is always a real fact. Thus, fantasy justifies itself in this law of realness of our feelings. We are not drawing children away from reality in the least when we tell them fantastic stories, if the feelings that arise thereby are brought to life. Therefore, the real emotional basis of a work of fantasy is its only justification, and it is not surprising that, though we may banish the harmful forms of fantasy, fantastic stories tales will nevertheless remain one of the many forms of children's art. Only now it will perform an entirely different function, however, it will cease to be the child's philosophy and science, and become only an exceptionally uninhibited type of fable. The principal value of fables is formed in the extraordinarily conceptual features of childhood. The point is that the interaction between the individual 267 and the world, which is what all of our behavior and all of our psyche ultimately reduces to, is, in children, at its most delicate and most underdeveloped stage, and, therefore, the demand for every imaginable form that might give emotion a degree of discipline is felt in a specially marked fashion. Otherwise, the vast bulk of impressions reaching the child in quantities far beyond his ability to respond would overwhelm him and make him confused. In this sense, a wise fable possesses an invigorating and restorative value within the overall structure of the child's emotional life. The most interesting of all the recent studies on the nature of the emotions reaches exactly the same conclusions as the law we have just discussed. It has long been noted that an emotion always possesses a certain outward material expression, though only very recently has it been noted that an emotion also always possesses a certain spiritual or mental expression, in other words, that feelings are connected not only with a certain degree of mimicry and external manifestation, but also with imagery, with representations, and with emotional thinking. While there are some feelings which thrive in bright colors and warm tones, there are others, on the contrary, which go better with cold tones and dim colors, and it is right here that the mental expression of the emotions manifests itself. The feeling of melancholy compels me not only to carry my body in a certain way, but to also select impressions in a certain way, and it finds its expression in sad memories, in sad fantasies, and in sad dreams. Essentially, dreams constitute a spiritual expression of emotion in pure form. Investigations have shown that a feeling which arises spontaneously, for example, the feeling of fear, is a kind of a unifying thread that weaves together the most diverse episodes and the most incongruous parts of dreams. Hence the emotional value of imagination becomes understandable. Emotions that are not realized in one's life find their outlet and their expression in arbitrary combinations of the elements of reality, above all, in art. It should be recalled in this connection that art does not just provide an outlet and expression for a particular emotion, it always resolves this emotion and liberates the psyche from its somber inerence. Thus does the psychological effect of fable converge with the psychological effect of games. The aesthetic value of a game manifests itself not only in the rhythm it imparts to children's movements, or in the mastery of primitive melodies in such games as square dancing and the like. It is far more important that games, which, from the biological point of view, constitute preparation for real life, from the aspect of psychology manifest themselves as yet another form of the child's creative urges. Some psychologists have referred to the law discussed earlier as the law of dual expression of the feelings, and it is precisely this dual expression which games subserve. In games, the child is 268. Always creatively transforming reality. In the mind of a child, people and things readily assume new meanings. For Ackland, a chair does not just represent a train, a horse, or a house, but actually participates in his games as such. And this transformation of reality in games is always oriented towards the child's emotional needs. It is not because we play that we are children, rather we are given childhood in order to play. This formula of Carl Greus expresses better than anything else the biological nature of games. Its psychological nature is wholly defined by the dual expression of the emotions, which is manifested in movements and in the discipline of games. Just like games, an artistically well thought out fable is the child's natural aesthetic teacher. Aesthetic education and natural talent. There is the belief that there are two entirely different systems of aesthetic education, one for the gifted and talented, and the other for ordinary, average students. There is no way for such thinking to become reconciled with the fact that the aesthetic education of especially gifted children shouldn't be any different than the aesthetic education of ordinary children. The conclusions of science increasingly lead us away from such a view and give us ever newer proofs in favor of quite the opposite belief, that there is no fundamental difference between the two, and that our concern should rather lie in the development of a common pedagogical system. As regards voice training, the view that every person is supplied with an ideal voice from birth, a voice that comprises potentialities that exceed many times over the highest achievements of vocal art, is increasingly taking root. In its normal organization, the human throat is the greatest musical instrument in the world, and if in spite of these, we always speak with terrible voices, the only reason for this is the fact that, because of shouting, improper breathing, and developmental conditions and dress, we appear to have spoiled the voice we are initially endowed with. Those who are the most gifted in terms of vocal qualities are not those who were supplied with the best voice to begin with, but those who have, by chance, succeeded in preserving it. On this point, Professor Bolden declares that Chelyabin's voice does not constitute a rare gift, but a rare instance of preservation of a common gift. Once a human voice attains such musical perfection, all our conceptions of the language of angels are left far behind. This view of the natural talents of the human organism is beginning to find more and more proponents in the most diverse fields of pedagogics. The ordinary conception of natural talent seems to have been turned upside down, and the problem cannot be posed as it used to be. One has to ask, not why is it that some people are more gifted than others, but, rather, why others are less gifted, since the high level of talent a human being is initially endowed with is. 269. To all appearances, the fundamental datum in absolutely all domains of the psyche, and, consequently, those cases where these gifts have been lost or are in less abundance have to be explained. One can still speak of this only as a scientific premise supported quite strongly, to be sure, by a whole series of facts. However, if this is to be established as something unshakable, the broadest imaginable potentialities open up before pedagogics, and the problem becomes one of determining how to preserve the child's creative talent. Though this question cannot be considered solved in its final, general form, in its special application to questions of general education it may be considered already solved now in the sense that, like every form of education of creative talent, the goal of aesthetic education must, in all ordinary circumstances, proceed on the assumption of the high level of talent of human nature, and the premise that the greatest creative potentiality of the human being is present, and that one's own educational influence must, thus, be accessible and guided in such a way as to develop these potentialities and preserve them. Thus, talent also becomes a goal of education, whereas in the old psychology it was present only as a premise and as a datum of education. In no other realm of psychology does this thought encounter such striking confirmation as in the field of art. For each of us our creative potentiality becomes the accomplice of Shakespeare when we read his tragedies, and the accomplice of Beethoven when we listen to his symphonies, and it is this which is the most striking indicator that in each of us there is concealed a potential Shakespeare and a potential Beethoven. The psychological difference between the composer and audience of a musical composition, between Beethoven and each of us, was brilliantly delineated by Tolstoy, when he pointed out the need for us to react to every impression, and emphasized the realness of art, an idea that is of the greatest importance for aesthetic education. Of course, he who wrote at least the Kreutzer Sonata Beethoven, that I saw of course, he knew why he found himself in such a state. This state led him to undertake certain actions, so that for him, this state possessed a meaning, whereas for us it has no meaning at all. This is why music only stimulates, but does not terminate. Thus, if there is a military march being played, the soldiers will march to the music, and the music will affect them. If there is dance music being played, I'll go dancing, and the music will affect me, and if Mass is being sung, I'll receive communion, and the music will also affect me, but this is only stimulation, and there is nothing I have toto in response to the stimulation. This is why music is so frightful, why it sometimes has so frightful an effect. For example, even though it is the Kreutzer Sonata, could the first movement be played, let's say, in a drawing room filled with young ladies in décolleté? Suppose this movement is played, can I then tap someone on the shoulder, and then have some ice cream and talk the latest gossip? These pieces 270 of music may be played only at certain important and significant social events and only when there are certain actions which have to be carried out and which are appropriate to this music. To play the music and to do what this music calls for, that is the point. So fashionable and, now, so popular a work as Tchaikovsky's C. I1R, T/ill, like all of Tchaikovsky's stories for children, is one oft better examples of these perversion of children's poetry with nonsense and gibberish. Tchaikovsky sends to proceed from the assumption that the silic something is. The more understandable and the more entertaining it is for the child. And the more likely that it will be within the child's grasp. It is not hard to instill the taste for such dull literature in children. Though there can be little doubt that it has a negative impact on the educational process. Particularly in those immoderately large doses to which children are now subjected, all thought of style is thrown out, and in this babbling verse Tchaikovsky piles up nonsense on top of gibberish. Such literature only fosters silliness and foolishness in children. To look here, said Peretlanov to the students. We have to understand this thoroughly. There is an allegory concealed here. Wolves go in pairs. And, yes, here /ve have a wolf and a hungry she-wolf. The wolf is full, but his mate is hungry. The wife must always eat after the husband. The wife must obey the husband in everything. It goes without saying that. From such a view, a work of art ends up without any independent value of its own. It becomes a kind of illustration of some general moral assertion. Which is where all attention becomes focused. And the work of art itself seems to fall outside the student's field of vision. And, in fact, with stick and understanding not only are no easahaic habits or skills created or fostered, not only is there no exibility, subtlety, or diversity of forms imparted to us the experience, but, on the contrary, the pedagogical rule becomes a mat croft, turning the student's attention away from the actual work of art towards its ethical meaning. Easily feelings are methodically extirpated as a result of such education, to be replaced by a moral elkty and alien to aesthetics. And hence that natural distaste for 99% of all of classical literature oft past which one can sense in our secondary schools. Many oft-lias who have spoken in favor of learning literature front the high school curriculum take just this point of v and claim that the best way of inculcating a dislike for some author and of dissuading someone from reading HMI is to introduce his works in a course in school. Why is it that morality and truth, says the hero of story, have to be presented not in undigested form but rather with extraneous elements forever sugar-coated and embellished form like a pill? This is not normal, it is a falsification. It is a deception. It is a trick of art to become manifest. A work of art has been experienced. It may actually enlarge our view of some realm of experience, force us to look upon it as if Whitley knew us. To generalize and to combine together bits of information that may often be entirely disparate. The fact is that, like every powerful experience, Xtliotic experience creates a very tangible environment for subsequent actions and, of course, never transpires without leaving some trace that manifests itself in our behavior later on. Many writers have been quite right to compare works of poetry with batteries or devices for the storage of energy that is to be consumed subsequently. In precisely the SETI way. Every experience of poetry seems to accumulate energy for future action. Points one in a new direction. And compels us to look upon the world with new eyes. More radical psychologists have even come to speak of purely motor environments evoked by this or that work of art. Come to think of it, we need only recall the existence of such forms often right as dance music to see that there is a certain motor impulse in absolutely every kstheic sensation. Sometimes it is realized right then and there. In rudimentary form. Whether in the movements of a dance or in the beating of time. And this belongs to the low /VCR forms of art. But there are also times when the impulsivity of the sensation reaches the highest levels. When? Because of their motor complexity. These impulses cannot become manifestel in full, and then this motor complexity is expressed instead through extraordinarily subtle preliminary labor for the evolution of subsequent behavior. Aesthetic experience disciplines our behavior. From the way one person walks as he leaves a concert, we can always tell whether he had been listening to Beethoven or to Chopin. Thus writes one researcher. The above notes are those of Vygotsky. Chapter 14. Exercise and Fatigue. On habit, William James writes, 99/100ths or, possibly, 999,000ths of our activity is purely automatic and habitual, from our rising in the M0 our ending to our lying down each night. Our dressing and undressing, our eating and drinking, our greetings and partings, our hat raising and giving way for ladies to precede, nay, even most oft forms of our common speech, are things of a type so fixed by repetition as almost to be classed as reflex actions. To each sort of impression we have an automatic, ready-made response. From this alone, it is clear how important it is in education to establish habits. The process by which a certain action is turned into a habit and acquires the characteristic properties of automatic movement is called exercise. Behavior itself we have defined as a special mode of organization of reactions, and now it turns out that only 0.001 of these reactions are determined by something other than habit. In James' expression, man is simply a living complex of reactions, and for this reason the goal of the teacher is to accustom the student to those habits which will be of benefit to him later on in life. Hence follows an important pedagogical rule, that we have to pay particular attention to processes of exercise. We have to look upon the process of exercise not as simple memory. Rather, we should think of exercise as creating a predisposition for optimal performance of these or that action. To investigate the capacity of exercise, one usually proceeds by Kripal's method, which involves the addition of one-digit numbers. If we turn our attention, writes Gopp, to the number of additions produced per unit time, we see that, for the most part, efficiency increases. This becomes even clearer whenever we compare the initial efficiency from one day to the next, and do this for several days in succession. A similar increase in efficiency occurs under the influence of exercise, which is known to facilitate and accelerate every form of labor, both physical and mental. Exercise is a kind of memory. By exercise, we do not mean the retention of 273, 274 individual impressions, but the facilitation of the overall direction of activity, expressed figuratively, in the creation of well-worn paths. Experimental investigations have shown that exercise at first develops slowly, and then is performed more and more rapidly, in spurts, that is, exercise induces a certain variation in the relative position of molecules in the brain. In this sense, writes James, the great thing in all education is to make of our nervous system our ally instead of our enemy. For this we must make automatic and habitual as early as possible, as many useful actions as we can, and as carefully guard against the growing into ways that are likely to be disadvantageous. The more off details of our daily life we can hand over to the effortless custody of automatism, the more our higher powers of mind will be set free for their own proper work. In this sense, that saying which calls habit our second nature expresses a profound truth. Could the young but realize how soon they will become mere walking bundles of habits, they would give more heed to their conduct while in the plastic state. We are spinning our own fates, good or evil, and never to he undone. Every smallest stroke of virtue or of vice leaves its never so little scar. The drunken Rip Van Winkle, in Joseph Jefferson's play, excuses himself for every fresh dereliction by saying, "I won't count this time." Well, he may not count it, and a kind heaven may not count it, but it is being counted nonetheless. Down amongst his no/e cells and fibers the molecules are counting it, registering and storing it up to he used against him when the next temptation comes. Nothing we ever do is, in strict scientific literalness, wiped out. In one of Chekhov's stories, the hero, after having experienced and been deceived in love, writes in his diary that King David possessed a ring with the inscription, "Everything passes." In response to this, he writes in his own diary the following words, "If I could order a ring for myself, I would select as inscription, 'Nothing passes,' and, in fact, each of our slightest steps has its own meaning for the future." From the psychological point of view, both these contradictory assertions are equally and definitely true. Psychologically speaking, everything passes, and every repeated movement, simply because it was preceded by a first movement, has already lost something and has already acquired something new. But it is just as true that, psychologically speaking, nothing passes, that everything leaves a trace and has its own influence in the present and in the future. With this law in mind, any teacher can see how great and significant is the meaning of even the slightest deed once it has become habitual. A careless gesture, a spontaneous movement, or an innocent prank, even if performed just once, already leaves a trace in the nervous system, and this 275 trace may very well prove to be imperceptible to us, but will be perceptible to our organism. William James discusses 5 rules for the education of habit given by the psychologist Alexander Bain in his discussion of moral habits. L. Accumulate all the possible circumstances which shall reinforce the right motives, put yourself assiduously in conditions that encourage the new way. 2. Never suffer an exception to occur till the new habit is securely rooted in your life. Each lapse is like the letting fall of a ball off string which one is carefully winding up. A single slip undoes more than a great many turns will wind again. Continuity of training is the great means of making the nervous system act infallibly right. 3. Seize the very first possible opportunity to act on every resolution you make, and on every emotional prompting you may experience in the direction of habits you aspire to gain. It is not in the moment of their forming, but in the moment of their producing motor effects, that resolves and aspirations communicate the new set to the brain. A tendency to act only becomes effectively ingrained in us in proportion to the uninterrupted frequency with which the actions actually occur, and the brain grows to their use. When a resolve or a fine glow of feeling is allowed to evaporate without bearing practical fruit, it is worse than a chance lost. It works so as positively to hinder future resolutions and emotions from taking the normal path of discharge. There is no more contemptible type of human character than that of the nerveless sentimentalist and dreamer, who spends his life in a weltering sea of sensibility, but never does a concrete manly deed. 4. Don't preach too much to your pupils or abound in good talk in the abstract. 5. Offer something like this: keep the faculty of effort alive in you by a little gratuitous exercise every day. That is, be systematically heroic in little unnecessary points, do every day or two something for no other reason than its difficulty, so that, when the hour of dire need draws nigh, it may find you not unnerved and untrained to stand the test. Even purely physiological investigations demonstrate how enormous is the value of repetition of actions and of the fatigue associated with repetition for the ordinary course of our behavior. Repetition turns out to be associated with the effect of virtually the most important of all our nerve mechanisms, the struggle for the total motor field. Sherrington enumerates 4 factors that determine the outcome of this struggle. In addition to the relative force of competing stimuli and the effective coloring of the rhexes, he refers to fatigue, which he views as possessing a dual effect. First, fatigue leads to an attenuation of the reflex that dominates our ultimate total field. Over the course of time, the reflex, all on its own, loses the ability to preserve its relation with this field. What is most remarkable in this case is that, in and of itself, the ultimate total field almost never 276 suffers from fatigue. Obviously, fatigue is not localized in a working organ, but constitutes an appropriate adaptation, an exceptional prolonged dominance of one particular reflex that has been developed by the nervous system. The organism, to be successful in a million-sided environment, must in its reactions be many-sided. Were it not for such so-called fatigue, an organism might, in regard to its receptivity, develop an eye, or an ear, or a mouth, or a hand or leg, but it would hardly develop the marvelous congeries of all those various sense organs which it is actually found to possess. Second, the effect of fatigue is to facilitate the appearance of some reflex, one that is the antagonist of one that has been operating for a prolonged period of time, and even to amplify it. This phenomenon Sherrington refers to as spinal induction, by analogy with similar phenomena in the organ of vision, which Herring had termed visual induction. Thus, we see that together with the biological utility of habitual actions, which we may understand as appropriate, stereotypical reactions to uniform, stable, and more or less constant stimulations that reach us from the direction of the environment, the nervous system has available one more mechanism which is no less important, biologically speaking, but one which is its diametric opposite in terms of both meaning and sense, that of the mechanism of fatigue, whose function it is to break down habits, to shut down the nerve pathways of habit, and to facilitate the appearance of new reactions. The necessity of both mechanisms is entirely self-evident. If there were no habits, this would entail an enormously uneconomical mode of behavior. Recall that every act of thinking, i.e., every non-habitual act of behavior, every adaptation to new conditions, every invention of new reactions, arises inevitably out of difficulty and is anticipated by a more or less lengthy delay, i.e., a cessation of fall movement. An animal that possessed no habits and that made no use of these form of behavior would meet with 2/fixal reaks in absolutely everything and would react to absolutely everything only after some delay. Were there no fatigue, on the other hand, there would be no struggle for the total motor field and no transitions in this field from one receptor to the next. All the functional diversity of animals' adaptations to the environment would vanish and be replaced by a uniform, automatic reaction. The dialectical contradiction and the relationship between the two mechanisms is fully in accord with the general law of development of living matter. 277. Pedagogical value of exercise. Conscious behavior is distinguished by a special feature, that before carrying out any deed whatsoever, we always exhibit a disinhibiting, latent reaction which anticipates beforehand the result of our deed and serves as a stimulus with respect to a subsequent reflex. In other words, every deliberate deed is preceded by some definite thought. Dinsterberg says in this regard that, I think of taking off book before I move my arm toward it, and again it is fundamental that the foregoing idea of the end corresponds to the final effect. Yet it seems as if the most essential part is left out after all. Is there not a middle process, a feeling of impulse, an act of decision, between my thinking off book and my getting up and fetching it? Is not the whole mystery oft will enclosed and hidden just here? But an exact psychology has nothing to do with mysteries. A careful analysis can disentangle this last impulse experience, too. Yes, it is easy to demonstrate that in reality this is nothing but the foregoing idea of the first movement to be performed in order to reach that final end. If I think of taking down the book, the final stage depends upon the first step, the getting up from my chair. The entering into the first movement decides whether the whole action is to be carried out. Accordingly, I must have in consciousness the idea of the first motion as the real cue for the whole process. This idea of first movement preceding the movement itself is the whole content of that which we usually call the feeling of impulse. The impulse feeling is such a foregoing idea oft effect with reference to the first bodily movement to be performed. In other words, the whole conscious experience of volition, including the feeling of decision and impulse, is made up of the balancing of rival ideas of ends. One of these ideas secures predominance, associates itself with the idea of the first movement to be carried out, and this mental state discharges itself into the movement. We have the feeling that it was our own will which brought it about, because that final end reached corresponds to the preceding idea of the end. Thus, all the achievements of our behavior depend on a clear idea of goal, i.e., on how firmly and decisively the latent reaction which precedes some goal dominates our consciousness. There is no special will faculty to be trained, no special mental power which arranges the transition between the idea of the end and its realization. What the child must slowly learn through his development is the power to hold the end of action steadily before his mind. Here is practically the center of the educational influence. To do what we really will means to do our duty, and no aim of education stands higher than that of securing this power to hold before the mind that which we will. With our deepest volition. Z 78. The pedagogical value of exercise becomes perfectly understandable from this analysis. Münsterberg is right when he says that all the child's other functions evolve simply over the course of time, whereas the child's attention develops only as a result of methodical and careful exercise. Let us see why exercise plays such a role in the act of attention. Recall that attention involves adaptive, orienting reactions on the part of our organism. What is referred to as spontaneous attention arises thanks to an internal mental reaction. Consequently, it will appear the more frequently, the greater the number of internal stimuli with which it is associated. In other words, in order to appear, it has need for a great store of internal stimuli. To exercise attention is to induce it to function each time by means of such an internal reaction. It goes without saying that the more often we do something, and the more often we induce these instances, the more reinforce the relationship between the internal stimulus and the reactions of attention. This is why Münsterberg says that there is absolutely no way of influencing this behavior other than by strict regulation of external action, through the suppression of meaningless movements and the reinforcement of appropriate movement. Thus, conscious behavior presupposes attention, and attention is established through exercise, i.e., through the repetition of certain movements that are reinforced by means of the method of conditional reflexes accompanied by a representation of these movements. But this is only one side of the question. There is also the problem of habit to consider. In fact, what new item is it which habit introduces into our conscious behavior? It lengthens the foresight of our behavior, so to speak. It permits our thoughts to work with ever greater groups of interdependent movements without any effort on our part. We only have to compare some habitual action with an unhabitual action in order to see how enormous is the economy of effort that is achieved through automatism. Just think how easy it is to count from 1 to I00, and how difficult is the process of counting if we do it in reverse order, from 100 to 1. Or think of how easy it is to read in the ordinary order, from left to right, compared to how hard is the same process when we begin to read from the end of words to their beginning, even though we are putting together the very letters. Then there is the economy we achieve when we read a sentence in the ordinary order by comparison with what happens when we read it in reverse order, which we must ascribe wholly to the economy of exercise. Experimental investigations have shown that when we read, our eyes undergo intermittent movements, that we perceive in spurts, rather than reading with our eyes moving uniformly. By filming the movement of eyelids, or through the use of micro-levers attached to them, we are able to clearly observe this jerky path of our eyes. Hence, we read by means of a 279 stationary eye, rather than by means of a moving eye. In other words, we are always perceiving whole groups of letters. Once we have noticed the first letters, we guess the whole word. In contrast, when we read a word in reverse order, we have to deliberately count letter by letter. This is all the work of habit, which manifests itself in the fact that it automatically connects together a series of reactions and thereby relieves our consciousness of the need to look after these reactions. The greater the number of reactions that our habits extend over, the more distant the goal that our consciousness may set itself and focus upon. For example, if I habitually associate all those actions by means of which I get up from bed and get dressed, my conscious decision may involve just the thought, I have to get up. If this thought is associated with the first movement, the entire process is performed without any trouble, and while getting dressed I can think about anything I feel like. But if the habit also includes having breakfast, and taking a morning walk, and going to work, then my initial conscious orientation may be expressed all at once in the thought, I have to go to work. And, thus, the basic orientation may encompass a lengthier series of actions. The economy of habit manifests itself in the fact that we do not possess an awareness of precisely how our movements are to be performed. I do not know which muscles I need to take down my book from the shelf. I think of taking down the book and I perceive the movement of taking it. How one has brought about the other is no concern of my conscious volition. My will relies upon the correct play of this mechanism. But the same is true for the movements of our ideas. I may will to translate a word into another language or to solve a mathematical problem or to think about a plan, and in every case the whole array goes on in accordance with the end. We are not aware how an idea oft end is securing this smooth performance. The education of habit provides our will with increasingly more powerful mechanisms and permits it to pose for itself ever more distant goals. Habits relieve the will and, thus, allow it to turn to higher goals. If the process of reading and writing never become habitual with us, it would absorb all of our volitional energy, leaving nothing left over for concentrating on meaning, which we have to bring to bear every time in these processes. The broader the range of activity embraced by habit, the lower the level of volitional energy we have to bring to bear to achieve our desired goals. The only danger is that habit always denotes a mechanical mode of behavior, and therefore may be useful only where there are uniform conditions. Habitual behavior may prove to be harmful whenever a new and anticipatory adaptation is needed. Hence habits enrich us and make us free. 280. To give our efforts to higher aims, but habits also enslave us and resist our efforts. Education must be most careful to consider both aspects of habit. F0 and the dual nature of habit becomes quite clear if we recall the indisputable relation that exists between processes of exercise and processes of memory. Memory functions purely reflexively, and automatically. Nothing is recalled without cue, says James. A cue, this entity that serves to initiate a memory reflex, may possess a dual nature. If it is one of the more or less constant and stereotypically functioning stimuli and requires just as patterned and template-like a response, the habitual action will be a commendable and routine response to the cue which corresponds to the conditions of the reaction. But if the cue relates to novel, unanticipated, and unforeseen circumstances, if, moreover, it includes a kind of obstacle against the routine course of stereotypical reactions, the habitual action will be the worst response to it and will only serve as an obstacle against thinking. There is one more psychological rule that is extraordinarily important for a proper understanding of exercise. Exercise turns out to be successful only when it is accompanied by internal satisfaction. Otherwise, it turns into tiresome repetition the organism will rail against. A successful effort is the most essential condition for progress. Every complete satisfaction with the result evidently brings about a new setting and settling in the nerve adjustment. This is full of pedagogical significance. It suggests that the mere repetition alone does not secure progress, inasmuch as only the successful practice helps toward the desired setting of the central nervous system. If the same movement is simply repeated and repeated, fatigue will bring unsuccessful results, which directly interfere with the forming of new paths of least resistance. The study of fatigue, says Gopp, is the antagonist of exercise. The point is that the process of exercise may require the concerted activity of several of our organs simultaneously. For example, when we write or walk, the movements of our hands or of our feet are regulated and determined by the work of our eyes, and everyone knows how difficult it is to write or walk with one's eyes closed. Thus, all afure activity induces work not only in just this or that organ, but in several organs together, and, in every acto-fatention, is accompanied by an intentional delay and inhibition of all other reactions. This is also because of the fact that, in addition to purely muscular fatigue, which develops in a working organ, for example, in the writing hand, there 281 is also the phenomenon of general nervous fatigue, which may spill over and make our body incapable of further activity. There are three basic concepts that have to be distinguished at this point: exhaustion ustal 0st, fatigue utam lini, and overwork perudum lini. We will understand exhaustion to refer to the nervous state that may arise in us whenever there is no other physiological basis for the onset of fatigue. Exhaustion may also occur after a good night's sleep, or following hypnosis, or as a consequence of a loss of interest or boredom in those processes we happen to be involved in. Under ordinary conditions, exhaustion signals to us the onset of fatigue. Fatigue is a purely physiological factor, and certain researchers believe it is associated with the introduction of special intoxicants into the nervous system. For some time, it was even believed that there exists a special fatigue drug that intoxicates our tissues when we are engaged in intense and prolonged work. The existence of such a drug could in no way be proved, however, and the physiological nature of fatigue has yet to be fully disclosed. In any case, the rather simple and generally well-known fact that every nervous action is performed through the effect of certain physical substances that are found in us in our nervous system, and that, consequently, the depletion of these substances will, sooner or later, have to put an end to the work occurring in our body, cannot be denied. Then the nervous system, in its need to replenish spent nourishment, falls into a kind of torpor, which, in its diffuse forms, may assume the nature of sleep. In his investigation of these phenomena, Pavlov came to the conclusion that sleep constitutes of broadly diffuse processes of internal inhibition in the large cerebral hemispheres. Thus, fatigue is an entirely healthy and essential condition that regulates our behavior in the sense of inducing us to cease effort whenever it has become harmful to the organism. In this sense, too, the ordinary onset of fatigue amounts to a mandatory law of absolutely all types of work. The educator not only must not be apprehensive of fatigue, rather he need be concerned only with those instances when an extraordinary degree of fatigue sets in without any exhaustion. This may happen whenever we exert our will by suppressing our exhaustion and overcoming it, for example, when we have to do some complex and difficult task, or, when, because of great straining, we experience such excitement that we can't get to sleep. Thus, it is self-evident that exhaustion is a subjective reaction, whereas fatigue is an objective state of our organism. Fatigue does not manifest itself all at once, but gradually, and may become paralyzed by the slightest interruption in a task or by a change in the form of work. Hence, it is Z82 extraordinarily important for the educator to determine how long a child may work without stopping or becoming fatigued. In very small children, the sense of fatigue is much greater than in older children, and for this reason we cannot but recognize how great a pedagogical error we are committing when we allow lessons for younger children to last the same length of time as those for older children, despite the fact that the onset of fatigue occurs at far from the same point in 8-year-old children as in 16-year-olds. Hence the need for intermission, i.e., frequent interruptions in work, and the need to change from one type of work to another, in order that the uniformity of work not lead to fatigue too early. In and of itself, fatigue is the worst condition in work. It is like a protest of the organism against work. It disturbs the organism, slows it down, reduces its accuracy, and diminishes the performance and results of exercise. A special pedagogical restorative mode of work represents, therefore, a most important need, where the child's tasks would be distributed in such a way as to lead him to become fatigued in a healthy way, but would not so overload him with work when he is already fatigued. In this sense, fatigue, in and of itself, is a desirable factor, since it creates powerful stimuli for tranquility, rest, and sleep, and, thus, promotes the restoration of consumed forces in the most energetic way possible. In this sense, work that brings the child to the very threshold of fatigue, rather than leaving him several steps short of it, is far more useful. On the other hand, overwork denotes an abnormal consumption of forces in which it is no longer possible to completely restore these forces. Then there always arises a certain deficit, an irreplaceable consumption of energy that threatens to bring with it unhealthy consequences for the organism. Labor which induces overwork creates the most profound contradictions for the entire organism. Chapter 15. Abnormal behavior. The concept of abnormal behavior, the concept of the average, is among the most difficult and indefinite of all scientific ideas. In the real world, there is no average at all, since an infinite set of different variations and deviations from the average are encountered, and it is often very difficult to tell where one deviation has crossed the boundaries beyond which the domain of abnormal begins. There are no such boundaries anywhere, and in this sense the average constitutes a purely abstract concept having to do with a certain mean value, the concept of the most frequent instances of a phenomenon, and, in fact, is not encountered in pure form, but always with a certain admixture of abnormal forms. Therefore, there are no exact boundaries between normal and abnormal behavior. However, these deviations sometimes attain such quantitatively impressive dimensions as to fully justify our speaking of abnormal behavior. Such forms of abnormal behavior may also be encountered in ordinary people, constituting temporary and transitional forms of behavior, but they also may be encountered in the form of more prolonged and even permanent patterns of behavior. From this point of view, the different patterns of abnormal behavior may be divided into the following groups: L. Short-term and random patterns, slips of the tongue or of the pen, forgetfulness, delirious ravings, intoxication, etc. 2. Lengthy and persistent states, neuroses, psychoses, certain forms of mental illness, and, finally, 3. Permanent and lifelong defects of behavior. We will first speak of these latter forms, though the reader should be forewarned that the older view, according to which abnormal forms of behavior constituted a total aberration from the healthy forms, is false. We will oppose this view everywhere below, and always try to show how narrow are the boundaries that demarcate the healthy from the abnormal, and how frequently ordinary behavior is studded with psychopathological features. 283. 284. Physically disabled children. Physical disability may be either congenital or acquired, and may assume the most diverse forms, depending on how the disability is expressed. It may be expressed either in the absence of certain organs or limbs, for example, arms or legs, and then it manifests itself in that particular defect in behavior which distinguishes a crippled person. The whole group of reactions associated with the particular organ or limb slip out of the child's behavior. That the child's behavior is, in fact, abnormal then becomes clear from the fact that the organism confers new functions on its other organs and limbs, and organizes its behavior in a way that differs from how other people behave, in an attempt to compensate for its deficiency and to make up for absent forms of behavior. For example, if one has lost one's legs, one's hands are given the responsibility of helping out when it is a matter of moving one's body about in space. A second consequence of this disability will always involve the consciousness of one's own deficiency, which isolates the child from the entire social unit and places him in a less advantageous position than all the other children. Hence the teacher must be concerned with ensuring as healthy a resolution of the different consequences of particular disability as is possible. If child's life is properly organized, there is no way a physical disability can make the child feel utterly inadequate, nor does a physical disability have to turn someone into a public charge as an invalid, in view of the modem differentiation of social functions. The whole point is simply that educational techniques have to be individualized in these cases, depending upon each special case, and as for methods of compensation, on the one hand, and methods of adaptation, on the other, the question can be solved without any trouble. As for the crippled person himself, With the proper education it is possible to preserve the sum total of his value to society, to the extent, that is, that the incidence of his disability can be reduced almost to nil. It is not so long ago that crippled people were banished from society because of their deformity, and their social functions confined exclusively to a parasitic existence which depended on the pity of others. The miracle of public education is that it teaches the crippled person how to work, the mute person how to speak, and the blind person how to read. But this miracle should be understood as simply a perfectly natural process of educational compensation of his disabilities, as will be shown below. Abnormal behavior assumes far more intractable forms when it is associated with impairments in the organs of sense, the analyzers. Children who are congenitally blind or who are congenital deaf mutes represent more complex pedagogical problems than all the other forms of disability. In this case, it is not any one of the child's functioning organs which is impaired, but rather the 285 perceiving organs through which the enormously important relations with the environment are established. Here everything depends on how important is the corresponding analyzer within the context of the overall system of behavior. Where such functions as the sense of smell or the sense of taste degenerate, the consequences for the overall structure of our behavior may not be very great, and, under the contemporary conditions of our existence, the result may represent a barely perceptible and, perhaps, even an entirely insignificant disability. In the modern world, there are extraordinarily rare instances when the sense of smell has to be employed, and its biological function is becoming increasingly negligible. It would appear, however, that the isolated functions of sense of smell and of taste virtually never degenerate, and instances where the sense of touch or of motor sensibility degenerate are just as rarely encountered. On the other hand, congenital forms of blindness and of deaf-muteness are encountered extremely often. It is easiest to show what constitutes the principle of the education of disabled children using these forms of disability as illustration. Let us first consider the blind child. A disability of blindness, in which all the other forms of behavior remain unimpaired, denotes the disabling of the most important of all the analyzers, that which enables us to establish the subtlest and most complex of all relations with our surroundings. Accordingly, the blind child proves incapable of undenecking all those forms of movement in which the sighted person excels. Hence, the pitiful social role of blind, which has been their lot in all epochs and in all societies, on the one hand, and the inner sense of oppression and their depressed state, both of which have been the constant companion of the blind for many long years, on the other. The belief that one has to feel sorry for beggars and cripples, that it is necessary to provide them with public subsistence and assist them in barely eking out a miserable existence, served as the principle of education, according to which virtually everything was put in the hands of charity. For the blind themselves, the thought suggested itself at every turn to look upon one's misfortune as divine punishment or as G0D's way of testing them, and to accept it with the greatest of humility. There was never any attempt made to go beyond being simply reconciled with one's disability, and the adaptation of education to the particular disability, rather than to its conquest, became the fundamental pedagogical rule. And instead of the conquest of disability, there were created psychological myths of seemingly extraordinary and secret sixth sense of blind, a sense that allows them to see in the dark, by some wise providence, and of the extraordinary development of the sense of touch among them, which seems to exceed in force and subtlety the sense of touch in ordinary people. All of this was profoundly false. The point is that the behavior of the blind obeys precisely the same sort of rules as does the behavior of perfectly ordinary people, except for the fact that the analyzer organs they lack, i.e. those associated 286 with the eye, are replaced by other analyzer pathways in their accumulation of experience, for the most part by tactile and motor pathways. It is in this sense that the process of reading employed by the blind is extremely curious. Books for the blind are printed with ordinary letters, which, however, bulge out, as embossed type, as if extruded out of the paper, so that from early childhood a blind person is taught to associate the reaction of pronouncing a particular sound with the tactile sensation that originates in his touching a particular extruded letter. The whole difference from the way sighted people read is simply that, here, visual sensation is replaced by tactile sensation. But we have to always remember that, in educating a conditional reax, it makes absolutely no difference which new stimulus we will be dealing with. The dog's salivary reax turns into a conditional reax and settles into a new relation whether it is stimulated by a blue light, by being stroked with a brush, or by the beating of a metronome. Blind people are far more likely to make use of special type created by Braille, a type that involves a special alphabet. In this alphabet, each letter is formed from different combinations of 6 dots, which are inscribed in paper in embossed format. If a sighted person who is not accustomed to this type tries to touch the page with his hand, he will feel a set of raised dots arranged haphazardly, and will receive a series of meaningless sensations and not even be able to say how many dots there are or what is their relative position. For the blind person, these dots are associated with the idea of sounds. Sounds for the blind person are put together into words, words are connected into sentences, and thereby is a definite meaning produced. It is not too hard to understand with this in mind that every act of reading bears a purely conditional, reaxive character, and that any system of sensations may serve as an alphabet for recording human speech. For this purpose it is only necessary to associate the new stimulation with the old sound as a conditional reflex. Hence, it is understandable that the sense of touch in the blind is in no way any better or any subtler than in sighted people, except for being associated with a far greater number of relations and except for having far greater accumulated experience than in the sighted. To see this is so just think of how a literate person might look at a printed page of or text as compared to how an illiterate person might. A literate person has no trouble at all in orienting himself quickly and precisely to the thousands of letters there. To someone who is sighted but illiterate and who is looking at a book for the very first time, each page will seem like a haphazard agglomeration of thousands of signs in which his eyes become helplessly lost. Thus, order and meaning are introduced not by the acuteness of vision and touch, but above all by accumulated experience, above all by the already established relations of our conditional reactions, which bring together and link up the aggregate of external stimuli. In teaching the blind, the whole problem is to replace relations between one set of stimuli by relations between 287. Another set, though all the other psychological and pedagogical laws that constitute the foundation of education remain in force. Bear in mind that the ultimate goal of every effort at settling these types of conditional relations is the acculturation of the blind person to the social environment of her people, and that this acculturation will have been achieved once we have succeeded in causing the aggregate of the blind person's conditional sensations to converge as closely as possible to generally accepted social systems of intercourse. Thus, although the Braille script is highly efficient and convenient, from the psychological point of view it is not the right approach, since its use isolates the blind person from the general mass of people. A letter written in Braille will be understandable only to someone who is blind and, thus, will not serve as a basis for broad intercourse between the blind person and the sighted population, but only for the narrow and closed world of the blind. Moreover, in absolutely all of our requirements we have to strive towards bringing the blind person's realm of experience out of narrow constraints of his disability and to relate his experience to the social experience of mankind in as broad and intimate way as possible. It is for this reason that we have to suggest a possible reduction in programs of special education for the blind, and insist on bringing the blind child into ordinary schools, both secondary and post-secondary, as early as possible. The isolation of blind children in private and specialized schools cannot lead to good results. In this form of education everything focuses the students' attention on their blindness, instead of guiding them in other directions. Such schools intensify the psychology of separatism that is natural to the blind and locks them up in a tight and narrow little world. There is the widespread belief that the blind are different from other people also by possessing a spiritual constitution all of their own. There is that special sensitivity of the blind, their passion for philosophizing, their gluttony, and fourth. To the extent that all of these springs from reliable observation, it is not too hard to turn it into a truism. However, it would be a short-sighted view for us to conclude that blindness, understood as a congenital disability, is the real cause of all these features. There can be no doubt that they are defects not of the student, but of education itself, i.e., secondary developments in the behavior of blind. They originate far more out of particular social environment in which the blind person grows up and is educated, than out of the inherent structure of his personality. It is in this sense that Korolenko's story, the Blimel Musicius/1, is odd. The hero of the story is always suffering from, and is always tormented by, an instinctive striving towards light and from the consciousness of his disability. Sherbina, himself blind, is entirely correct when he points out how incorrect is such a judgment on the part of a sighted person regarding the blind, adding that blind people lack any sort of sense of living in some kind of darkness. To imagine that blindness is a state where one lives permanently in a state of darkness is to reason. 288. About the blind from the standpoint of a sighted person. There is, however, some truth in Korolenko's story, which coincides entirely with the psychological theory. The blind musician languishes in endless torment so long as he is closed up in the narrow circle of his personal and self-centered suffering. But after wandering about with blind beggars, he submerges his own personal grief in the ocean of pain of Feverion's suffering, and only then does he become enlightened, i.e., find himself as a man, spiritually and inwardly. What is extraordinarily curious is that the very same music now saves him, that previously could not teach him anything, other than new forms of suffering. When his mother had tried to convey in the language of sound the world of colors, this had only served to underscore and sharpen his feeling of being disabled. But once music had become for the blind man a source of broad social experience, it actually helped him overcome his disability. Social compensation for the defect of blindness is the fundamental principle for the education of blind. Here as nowhere else do we see the utter impotence of individualized forms of education in comparison with the healthy resolution of the problem of blindness within the context of public education. Children who are deaf-mutes represent an even more complex problem. In most cases here we are dealing basically with deafness, which is a congenital defect, while muteness represents a secondary phenomenon, as a consequence of the fact that the speech of the child who has not been nourished by any sort of verbal models from without, and is not under the child's own control, becomes fixed at the stage of pre-exive shout. From the moment he is born, the deaf child hears neither other people's speech nor his own speech, and consequently becomes mute, though his speech centers and his speech apparatus are not in the least impaired. Thus, in the case of deafness we are dealing with an entirely different type of defect than blindness. Though the entire external world manifests itself for us more through our eyes than through the ears, and though sounds play a comparatively negligible role in the total picture of the world, nevertheless deaf-muteness represents an incomparably greater and more terrible defect than blindness. To the blind person the world of nature is closed, though, in return, the social world is open to him, whereas for the deaf person, in contrast, the perception of the world of nature is preserved nearly entirely, though all possibility of social intercourse is excluded. Here we see quite graphically how much more essential and important are social relationships than are natural relations in the modern world. Essentially, only the need to hear human speech is associated with sounds, though this turns out to be entirely necessary for the inner development of personality. Nowhere as in the case of deaf-mutes is it so clear that our consciousness has a purely social origin and evolves in the mold established by our intercourse with other people. 289. Mimicry develops very early in deaf-mutes, so that audible stimuli are very often replaced by visual stimuli. Mute people converse by means of a manual alphabet. They converse by means of this alphabet in just the same way as we converse by means of sounds, and in both instances we find systems of conditional stimuli used to denote our reactions. Their language of mimicry, however, represents the lowest stage and narrowest form of the development of speech and of consciousness. It only allows the deaf mute to communicate with other deaf mutes and locks deaf mutes up within the narrow and restricted circle established by their disability. Moreover, this form of speech bears the traces of primitive thinking, and is therefore incapable of serving as a means of expression or of cognition of any sort of complex and subtle phenomenon. Finally, what is most important is that speech, in addition to fulfilling the functions of social intercourse, possesses yet another function, that of the construction of consciousness. We have seen that all affour mental reactions, all affour orienting acts, constitute, for all intents and purposes, inner speech. Thus, muteness also points to the absence of fully developed thinking as well. The principle of education of deaf mutes may be stated in the form of very same rule as for the blind, that of compensation for the disability through an expansion of social experience, and by leading the deaf mute to engage in healthy normal new forms of behavior. This may be achieved through more complex pedagogical techniques. It's not enough to simply replace the system of auditory stimuli by visual stimuli. What is needed here is to also restore the impaired mechanism of feedback reaction. The point is that to develop a purposiveness to speech and the capacity to control speech, it is necessary that one's own reaction revert back to the individual himself, in the form of a new stimulation. What usually happens is that when we speak, we hear ourselves, and an awareness of our speech develops thereby. In the deaf mute, this mechanism of the feedback reaction is realized by means of kinesthetic sensations that arise in speech and which supplant the act of hearing. Only when the speech mechanisms arise in the mind of the student does he learn to control his own speech and to construct it deliberately. He learns to relate it to the visual inscription of the word and to the visual impression of someone else's pronunciation. As a result, the deaf mute may be taught to speak, and to understand the speech of other people, by correlating speech with the movements of the lips in the same way we might correlate someone else's speech with a text written down on a sheet of paper. It is only such a development of speech that can guarantee the social rebirth of the deaf mute and that can ensure his mental development. Left to himself, without the means of speech, the deaf mute is condemned to remain at a stage of extraordinary mental retardation and underdevelopment. The history of the development of deaf mutes is extraordinarily instructive both psychologically, 290, and educationally. There is the well-known case of Helen Keller, who has achieved such a stage of consciousness as to have succeeded in writing several interesting books on a number of different topics. The machine used in communication between the blind and deaf mutes is a good indication of the state of the entire educational process. Communication is based on the use of the 6 dots of the Braille code, which are embossed by depressing the 6 corresponding buttons of the machine. By depressing the buttons, the blind person produces the desired combination of dots and forms words out of them, which the deaf person then reads. For his part, the deaf person performing the same task leads the blind person to feel the raised dots and thereby to grasp his meaning. Here we see how easy it is for education to triumph over physical disability and create an opportunity for social intercourse, and, consequently, for individual development, through the formation of new conditional relations. Mental disability and psychopathology. The education of children with mental disability represents a more complicated problem. There are 3 groups of children involved. In the first group are children with different forms of congenital imbecility differing in terms of severity, beginning with idiocy and ending with mildly severe retardation. These manifestations tend to be associated for the most part with certain organic defects in the nervous system or with congenital endocrine illnesses, and the associated disabilities are expressed in attenuated forms of accumulation of individual experience. Children in this group usually turn out to be slow in acquiring new conditional reflexes and, consequently, are limited from the very start in their capacity to develop a sufficiently rich, diverse, and complex pattern of behavior. The natural goal for education in the case of children in this group, therefore, is the formation of the most essential of all those vital reactions that could assist these children in attaining a minimal adaptation to the environment, make them useful members of society, and make their lives meaningful and focused on work. The teaching methods to follow with these children are generally the same as those used with normal children, with only the pace of instruction slowed down somewhat and instruction itself somewhat less intense. From the psychological standpoint, it is extraordinarily important not to isolate them in special closed groups, but to give them as much opportunity as possible to practice interaction with other children. For pedagogics, practical considerations regarding the feasibility of education in this area sometimes are in contradiction with the psychological requirements. For example, when the principle of auxiliary school was put forward, some educators believe that it is not always useful to 291. Isolate retarded children in special schools, though, from the standpoint of carrying out the educational program, it is desirable to relieve the public schools from the burden of having to teach retarded children. In severe instances of retardation, however, there can no longer be any doubt of the need to entrust the educational process to schools that are specially adapted for this purpose. The full range of pedagogical features of such schools may be encompassed by a single general psychological rule. That is, such schools must constitute a facile social environment, i.e., one that will not overwhelm the child's weak mind with a multitude and heterogeneity of relationships, but will instead give him the opportunity to acquire essential conditional relations slowly and patiently. Children who are nervous, who are epileptic, who suffer from hysteria, and so on represent pathological deviations in their patterns of behavior and are more in need of therapy than education. Nevertheless, it is here that Zalkind's idea assumes special force, that, essentially, there can be no sharp boundary between education and therapy, between pedagogy and psychotherapy. The two are simply different forms of social hygiene koursiagogika, i.e., methodical and planned social construction. And in fact, by observing children who are mentally ill, we see, ultimately, that the way to properly educate them lies through an organization of environment that would make it possible for them to acquire desired relations by means of education. The pedagogical requirements that may be imposed on this type of education once again reduce to adapting the environment to the particular nervous disease the students are suffering from. If these children cannot stand harsh and noisy stimuli, their lives should be so arranged as to ensure the child's organism peace and quiet. No one could be such an optimist as to think that every kind of abnormal behavior might be ultimately redirected and made to owe in healthy channels through the techniques of this form of education. We are only saying that we still don't know 1/100th of all the possibilities which public education can provide, and if one cannot speak of completely overcoming every disability, there is nevertheless every reason for declaring that, without such education, no other form of education is capable of imparting socially useful patterns to this type of abnormal behavior. There remains for us to discuss the last group of the various patterns of abnormal behavior, that of psychoneurosis in children. By infantile psychoneurotic forms of behavior, we usually understand a transient and temporary illness. It has been suggested that psychosis should be distinguished from neurosis by the following sign. Psychosis arises out of a conflict between the environment and personality, out of the fact that an inner drive of the personality comes into collision with the conditions of the environment. Neurosis, on the other hand, springs from a conflict within the ego itself, when certain inner drives are in contradiction with the fundamental moral level of personality. In any case, in 292. Both there is mental illness arising out of an inner conflict and attesting to the fact that there is a certain unhappiness in the interaction of the individual with the environment. It goes without saying that displacement of conflict entails the elimination of the causes that have generated it and, in this case, therapy of a child suffering from psychoneurosis reduces to re-education. Such re-education may be achieved through new interrelations which are established between the environment and the child, which make it possible to gradually overcome conflict painlessly. This becomes especially self-evident if we consider as an example the nature and character of infantile psychopathology during wartime. War, always an enormous social upheaval, induced in our society vast shifts and vast breakdowns and, naturally, created a whole series of nervous conflicts. Out of the soil there grew what came to be called the into neurosis, i.e., the attempt on the part of personality to overcome its own conflict, its own deviation from the environment, expressed in different kinds of delirium, imagination, and abnormal behavior. Social hygiene and therapy, i.e., imposition of a compulsion to overcome conflict in socially acceptable and useful forms of behavior, is the only correct way out of these forms of psychopathology. Re-education of psychoneurosis is, in general, fully in accord with all the other laws of public education of the conditional re-exes. It is not only a matter of supplying a certain outlet for inhibited and bottled up energy. Present-day psychology is, therefore, inclined to look upon infantile psychopathology as a social phenomenon, and to see it as a matter of antisocial manifestations in children. This is how Zalkind puts it, just as circulars patients with manic depression, as in Ernst Kretschmer's typology lost their cycles under the influence of external conditions, so did the schizophrenics not only not continue to experience a breakdown, but even made up for their own past losses, so that one must reject the idea that one is fated to be psychopathological on the basis of a diagnosis of psychopathology except, possibly in really severe cases. And even in severe cases, explicit and particularly clear-cut forms of psychopathology would be subject to an entirely different rate, an entirely different depth of development under other social and pedagogical conditions, as we may more often than not verify. Thus are the different forms of infantile psychopathology dissolved in public education without leaving anything over. Psychopathology of everyday life but abnormal behavior manifests itself not only as congenital disability or transient illness. It also takes root and seeps into our everyday lives and is encountered at every turn, and in every person. For a long time, these phenomena escaped the notice of science, inasmuch as science and popular wisdom took 293 them to be accidents and did not attach any value to them, since it did not seem they played any sort of major role in a person's life. Sigmund Freud has referred to these phenomena as the psychopathology of everyday life, and has subsumed under this term different forms of our behavior, such as accidental forgetfulness, when we forget the last name of someone we know well or the name of some location on a map with which we are well acquainted with. Next are instances of accidents, or when we cause damage to certain objects. There are cases when we forget our own intentions and symptomatic actions where we, while engaged in conversation, play with some object, tear a piece of paper into small pieces. There are slips off tongue, slips off pen, misreadings vygotsky, and so on. If a careful approach is undertaken, these instances are all revealed upon investigation to be strictly deterministic processes. The very concept of chance has to be banished from scientific investigation, since we have to suppose from the very start that there are no random actions that are without cause, that the most accidental and slightest forms of our behavior are essentially determined by and conditioned upon profound causal relations. For example, if we were to ask someone to give the first number that comes to mind, and he says, for example, 3448, it can be shown by means of psychoanalysis almost always why just this number was given, and not some other number, and what are the reasons for this choice. It may be shown just as precisely what are the causes responsible for all of our little mistakes, our forgetfulness, slips of the tongue, and so forth. It turns out that these forms of behavior are always based on certain subconscious desires or drives that burst forth in these instances. Such, for example, is the meaning of slips off tongue, which give away a speaker's concealed thought or unconscious intention, very often without the speaker himself expecting it. What is clear is that, in such cases, we are dealing with rudimentary forms of psychoneurosis, since every slip of the tongue and every forgotten name constitutes just as much a consequence of conflict as does every major neurosis, except for the fact that here conflict is induced by an insignificant collision of two insignificant thoughts. The study of these forms of behavior is of profound importance, however, not just to explain the general foundations of mental causality, but also to gain an understanding of the actual mechanism which directs neurosis in its simplest form. In his everyday activity, The educator should not have to be overly concerned with these phenomena, though he must know what he is dealing with, and has to always understand that in every slip of the tongue, he may discern the subconscious showing through as if through a crack. 294. Hypnosis. Hypnosis is one of those forms of behavior which are not of much practical interest to the educator, but which are extremely important in the study of fundamental forms of behavior. By the term hypnosis, we understand a state close to sleep which is induced artificially in some person, differing from sleep only by the extraordinarily vivid manifestation of suggestibility which nearly always accompanies it. A special relation is established between the hypnotist and his subject, called rapport, which places the subject in a kind of subordinate position relative to the hypnotist. By his own devices, the hypnotist can usually induce hallucinations, and negative hallucinations, in his subject, and to suggest he carry out this or that action or deed. The nature of hypnosis has yet to receive sufficient study, despite a wealth of observations that have been made in this area. In most general outline, however, it may now be assumed that hypnosis denotes nothing other than a broadly diffuse inner inhibition in the cerebral hemispheres which the hypnotist disinhibits through his words, first in one direction, and then in another, and first in one area, and then in another. It is therefore not remarkable that hypnosis is induced either by any sort of sharp and powerful overwhelming sensation, or by a peaceful and quiet, prolonged and monotonous sensation applied to some perceiving organ. Post-hypnotic suggestion represents the most curious form of hypnotic behavior. While he is asleep, the subject is given the suggestion that when he awakens, he will perform some deed, but only after some appreciable length of time has elapsed. The hypnotist might suggest to him, for example, that in 3 months he is to write a letter dealing with this or that topic or go somewhere, or, on the other hand, when he leaves home, he will perform some harmless, though odd deed, or, in response to some sign, or upon hearing someone utter the word, water, or call out some number, will move in a certain way. The subject is then told he has to forget what it is that was suggested to him. And in fact, upon awakening and during the intervening time period, the subject will have no memory of what he has been told to do. Once the time period has elapsed, or once the stipulated sign has been made, however, the suggested action is quickly carried out to the letter. What is most curious is that the subject usually feels it's as if he is being drawn into performing the particular deed, and will think up pretexts which he uses to try and justify the strangeness of his deed. Thus we see that the conditional reflexive relation which we may cause to settle in a hypnotized subject may be entirely unconscious and that it may not be correct to ascribe it to him. A person may not even suspect the existence of the relation, which nevertheless may have an effect on him with unerring precision. 295. Quite often, hypnosis resembles education, and some educators, for example, Gaio, are inclined to declare that education, in general, constitutes only a series of coordinated hypnotic suggestions, hence, all forms of suggestion are made out to be hypnotic, and then it is proposed that genuine hypnosis be used in certain instances with children who are hard to teach. It has to be admitted that, in fact, hypnotic suggestion plays an extraordinarily significant role in education, though it differs from ordinary educational techniques by the fact that it often creates artificial and alien relations in the student's nervous system instead of following these relations to arise in a natural way in the course of experience. The theoretical value of hypnotic experiments is that they disclosed for the very first time and with perfect clarity the realness of the unconscious. They demonstrated that we can carry out certain deeds without knowing anything at all of the true cause of these deeds, i.e., suggestions concealed in the unconscious, and instead possess an awareness of a false, surrogate motive. And in general, abnormal behavior harbors a host of possibilities for the investigator. The nursery, writes Carl Buehler, lunatic asylums, and schools for the mentally deficient, are places where one can learn most about the structure of the human mind and the general lines of its development. Chapter 16. Temperament and Character. The importance of terms from the earliest development of psychology, aside from special topics in human behavior, the subjects of temperament and character have been proposed as disciplines whose study encompasses all of human behavior as a whole. Throughout this entire period of time, the content of these terms has changed repeatedly, and even now when we use them we can never be certain of being understood properly, simply because certain investigators have invested in these terms the most diverse content and have used them with different meanings. In all these instances, different understandings are being combined together, nothing more, and the use of the same words to denote different concepts is being justified. This general rule expresses the idea that every individual human organism has a special character and mode of behavior as a whole inherent to him alone, and, despite their particular differences, these distinctive features of behavior may nevertheless be reduced to certain special types. In other words, it is believed that the full diversity of these distinctive features may be reduced to certain fundamental classes of typical cases. If this were in fact so, it would mean that all individual manifestations are subordinated to a special law and could be encompassed by certain general laws. This question is of extraordinary importance for the educator, inasmuch as he actually has to always deal, not with the child's individual reactions, but with the child's behavior as a whole. And to what should we ascribe the evolution of the overall composition of the child's personality, whether his inherited features or aspects of his personality that have evolved or were acquired in the course of education, in other words, whether temperament and character are the givens of education or are its results, is a question which has given rise to the most discordant ideas imaginable, and it is these ideas which have come to dominate the field of pedagogics. In our subsequent presentation, both these terms will be used with the meaning which is most commonly employed in modern psychology. Thus, 297. 298. By temperament, we will understand the distinctive features of the aggregate of innate and inherited reactions, the inherited constitution of the organism. Thus, temperament is a concept which is, for the most part, physiological and biological in nature, encompassing that sphere of personality which manifests itself in instinctive, emotional, reflexive reactions. Throughout that realm of our behavior which is usually acknowledged to be involuntary and inherited, it is temperament which is the dominant concept. By character, on the other hand, we will understand that special aggregation of personality which develops under the influence of acquired reactions. In other words, character will denote the very same thing as regards the individual superstructure that is built up on top of innate behavior, which temperament denotes as regards the unconditional forms. Thus is the discussion divided up so that temperament becomes a given precondition of the educational process, and character the ultimate result of the educational process. Of course, this usage is somewhat arbitrary, though it is entirely legitimate, since, on the one hand, it does not involve a sharp break with psychological tradition, which has always ascribed character to the sphere of will, and temperament to the sphere of feelings, and on the other, since it distinguishes two radical layers in human behavior, that which is innate from that which is acquired. In other words, linguistic usage is legitimate, since it accords with everyday reality. Temperament, even ancient teachings of temperament conflated it with the structure of the body and established which tissues or fluids in the organism seem to constitute the bearers of temperament. Thus, the dominance of one temperament was ascribed to the dominance of bile in the organism, and the dominance of another temperament to the dominance of the blood, and so on. Subsequently, other observations of the same order have been made. For example, Lescaft pointed to the decisive importance which the width of passageways and thickness of the walls of the blood vessels in different people holds for temperament. Other writers have conflated the concept of temperament with various internal tissues in the organism, though despite all the differences between these views, they are unified by a common belief that the sources for distinctive features of temperament must be sought in certain features of bodily structure. There are investigators who have abandoned these teachings and have thoroughly forgotten them, and in their place have advanced a theory which ascribes a purely mental essence to temperament. By means of this theory they have attempted to attribute differences in temperament to different 299 relationships between mental forces in the organism, for example, between the higher and lower passions, between ideal and sensual desires, or between abstract and concrete ideas. It must not be forgotten that, whereas the former attempts at explaining temperament did not bear any fruit simply because these attempts could never confirm in graphic fashion the relationship which they suggested, nor could they defend this relationship, the latter attempts proved illusory by their very nature, since they took the unknown to be the solution, and made of the problem an answer. The point is that explaining temperament in terms of different combinations of mental properties means an explanation idem per idem, i.e., on the basis of synonymity trans, since the whole problem of temperament is only a matter of explaining the existence and dominance of certain passions and ideas in one person's psyche, and of other passions and ideas in someone else's psyche. Thus, a vicious circle is the inevitable defect of virtually all psychological theories of temperament. It was because of this fact that the subject of temperament ended up as a backwater of scientific psychology, and became the subject of semi-fictionalized and semi-anthropological description and, or, lacked any status at all in serious psychological systems, or was interpreted incidentally and without sufficient depth. Structure of the body and character in the mind of man. In the street, the devil is usually lean and has a thin beard growing on a narrow chin, while the fat devil has a strain of good-natured stupidity. The intriguer has a hunchback and a slight cough. The old witch shows us a withered hawk-like face. Where there is brightness and jollity we see the fat knight fall still red-nosed and with shining pate. Thursday peasant woman with one sound knowledge of human nature is undersized, tubby, and stands with her arms akimbo. Saints look abnormally lanky, long-limbed, of penetrating vision. Pale, and godly. Thus begins Kretschmer's physique and character. As is clear from these lines, as regards temperament and character, Kretschmer returns to the ancient teachings, according to which there exists the closest imaginable dependence between character and bodily structure, and in this regard, he gives a helping hand to the popular view of the human body, which sees in it the truest signification of temperament. His theory is now only in a rudimentary state, though the material which he has discovered indicates rather convincingly that there is a grain of truth to it. His investigations began with the mentally ill, and he succeeded in showing that the structure of the face and the skull, the outer surface of the body and its constitutional structure are in a direct and clear-cut relation with the particular form of mental illness the patient is suffering from. 300. Kretschmer proceeded from an assumption that there exists two basic forms of mental illness, the cyclorhymic and the schizophrenic, and established a correlation between an individual's constitution and his character in these cases. Since both these forms of mental illness are accompanied by extraordinarily acute and heightened forms of character formation, as well as by explicit features of bodily structure, as in the popular case of Devil and the Saints, in this case as well a dependence could be established with exceptional graphic force. The conclusions that Kretschmer reaches, however, go far beyond psychiatry. His idea is to pass beyond the boundaries of psychiatry in order to encompass within his purview absolutely all human traits, by claiming that all of them are based on the same two types, the cycloidal and the schizoidal character, which are essentially distinct and which in their extreme expression yield mental illness, though they are encountered also in everyday life in more or less dilute and attenuated form. It is in this sense that it becomes extraordinarily important to grasp Kretschmer's fundamental classification. 3 concepts underlie his study. By constitution, he understands the aggregate of all particular properties which are due to heredity, i.e., that are genotypically fixed. By character, he understands the aggregate of all affective and volitional capacities of human reactions in the form in which they manifest themselves throughout a person's lifetime, i.e., thus from among those traits which are passed down, or given, by heredity and all the exogenic factors, the somatic influences, the education of the mind, the environment and experience. Thus, the concept of character encompasses the mental personality as a whole together with its affective aspect, and it is impossible to set it apart from intellect, however one tries. Finally, for Kretschmer the expression of temperament is no longer an isolated concept, but becomes just provisional notation. Though he does not yet know what is its scope, Nevertheless, it is his belief that it must be a starting point for the principal differentiation of biological psychology. For now, he distinguishes two principal, intersecting realms of action, l. The psychic apparatus, which is more or less what one calls the system of psychic reflex arcs, that is to say the factors which, by means of a train of happenings which probably has some phylogenetic foundation, bring about the perceptual and imaginal digestion of psychic stimulation, from the moment of sense impression to the effective motor impulse. Their bodily correlates are the brain centers and paths in inseparable combination with the sense organs and motor events, that is to say the sense-brain motor apparatus. 2. The temperament. It is, as we know certainly from empirical observation, codeterminate by the chemistry of blood, and the humors of 301. Body. Its physical correlate is the brain glandular apparatus. The temperament is that group of mental events which is correlated with the physical structure, probably through the secretions. The temperament works in with the activity of psychic apparatus, providing feeling tone, inhibiting, and pushing forward. The temperament, so far as our empirical investigations go, has a clear influence on the following psychic qualities: a. On the psychesthesia, abnormal sensitivity or insensitivity to psychic stimulation; b. On the mood coloring, the pleasure or pain coloring of the psychic content, particularly on the scale which lies between gay and sorrowful; c. On the psychic tempo, the acceleration or retardation of psychic processes in general; d. On the psychomotility, on the general movement. Tempo, mobile or comfortable, as well as on the special character of psychic activity, lame, stiff, hasty, vigorous, smooth, rounded, etc. Kretschmer also allows for the possibility that the humoral influence of the hormones extends to the anatomic structure of brain, and likewise to the structure of the rest of the body as well, so that, he writes, the question assumes an almost dizzy complexity. We shall therefore do well to sum up under the notion of temperament such psychic elements as experience teaches us to be particularly, readily, and frequently responsive to acute chemical influences of an exogenous, alcohol, morphine, as well as of an endocrine nature, that is to say affectivity and general psychic tempo. Thus, Kretschmer proceeds by ascribing paramount importance to the internally secreting endocrine glands for bodily structure and the evolution of temperament. We have already remarked that together with glands which discharge their secretions externally, tears, saliva, gastric juices, perspiration, etc., there also exist in the organism a number of glandular bodies of precisely the same structure though lacking any external outlet duct. For a long time, the function of these organs could only be conjectured about until, that is, scientists succeeded in establishing by empirical means and through experimental excision and grafting that these bodies were apparently glands which discharged their secretions directly into the bloodstream. They have therefore been termed phlebotomic glands, or endocrine, incretorial, or internally secreting glands. Here the material for observation consisted, first, of pathological cases of congenital or acquired glandular deficiency, or the overdevelopment of some gland; second, experimental excision and surgical grafting of glands from one animal to another; finally, third, surgical experiments at the rejuvenation of human beings which have been carried out quite recently. These observations are all in agreement in demonstrating that the activity of these endocrine glands, which discharge 302 into the bloodstream certain still unknown stimulants, usually called hormones, from the Greek meaning I excite or I move, alter the chemical composition of our blood in direct fashion, and, through the medium of blood, exert a paramount and unimaginably powerful effect on absolutely the entire organism and on all the processes which occur in it. It must not be forgotten that further investigation revealed a third type of gland, one which seems to function on two fronts, in the words of one Russian scientist, I.E., possessing, on the one hand, external secretion discharged directly through a special outlet duct, and on the other, internal, hormonal secretion. Among these glands, incidentally, are the sex glands of men and women. The activity of internal secretion regulates the growth and structure of the body, the size and shape of bones, cartilage, muscles, and tissues, the functioning of brain and nervous system, developmental changes in the human body, and the sexual features in the body. Where there is congenital absence of the thyroid gland, cretinism and idiocy inevitable ensue, from which a complete cure may be achieved by grafting of a new gland onto the patient. Castration leads to a change in the structure of the entire body, where in men the body assumes effeminate features and in women masculine features. There then follows degeneration of the voice and of all the features of temperament, which, according to the testimony of all observers, changes beyond recognition. By grafting the sex glands of the opposite sex onto castrated animals, experimental biology has been able to achieve a kind of experimental change in sex, i.e., a total regeneration of absolutely all the secondary sexual features. Such an experimental hen in Vygotsky's experiments lost all the features of its sex, comb and spur grew out, a cock's crow appeared, an attraction for females sometimes manifested itself, and, in general, in terms of behavior and bodily structure, it displayed an unmistakable resemblance to a male. Experimental transformations of sex in the opposite direction are also possible. Similarly, hypertrophy of a cerebral process or of the hypothalamus brings with it gigantism and the disfiguring efflorescence of individual organs. Underdevelopment of the gland leads to diminutive growth. Finally, rejuvenation experiments have demonstrated that all those changes in our body and character which are associated with particular developmental periods in the life of man constitute essentially a direct consequence of internal secretions of sex glands. By regulating the activity of the sex glands through surgical intervention, by increasing its internal secretion at the expense of external secretion, we may achieve rapid and startling rejuvenating effects in the body and character as a whole. 303. In cruder experiments on animals and in man, direct transplantation of this gland, placed somewhere in a neutral organ, for example, behind the ear, have produced the same effects in even more striking forms. A direct and intimate relationship between the internally secreting organs and chemical secretions and the chemical composition of the blood due to these secretions, on the one hand, and between absolutely all of man's psyche and his bodily structure, on the other, may be considered to be fully established. Until now, investigations have succeeded in establishing only this one single dependence, though the subject has entered a different phase of development, and the question has become one of establishing a correlation between bodily structure and character, since the two possess common generating causes, i.e., the functioning of secretory apparatus. In this sense, we return to the ancient view of the soul, as we already pointed out, and in accordance with this view we are inclined to also localize the soul in the bloodstream and to claim that man's bloodstream is actually of paramount importance for the psyche. It is the bloodstream which is the organ that unifies the functioning of the brain, the nervous system, and the endocrine glands. 4 types of temperament. For a long time now, the description of temperament given in traditional psychology has usually encompassed 4 types, and this classification was itself based on even more ancient teachings of the fundamental types of human behavior. These types are described in the most varied way imaginable, though despite all the differences in their various definitions, 2 fundamental elements have remained unchanged. First, that each of these types possesses a certain bodily expression, that temperament may be illustrated by a picture, and, second, that movement, and the rate of movement, possesses a certain character, a thesis that constitutes the basis for making an interpretation of a person's psyche on the basis of his outward behavior. Here is a brief summary of these 4 types, given by Kornilov with respect to children. A detailed description of these temperaments is as follows: there is the child who possesses a sanguine temperament. He is thin, well-built, and graceful. In his movements, he is jumpy and too quick, even fidgety. He takes up every new activity impulsively, but, not having the persistence to see it through to the end, quickly grows cool towards it. His mind is keen and lively, though it lacks sufficient depth, and he is not thoughtful. 304. Enough. His feelings quickly build up, though they grab him too superficially. He is overflowing with life, loves to have fun, and seeks it out. Overall, he is a nice, charming child, without cares for of the future, and without profound regrets for the past. A somewhat different constitution is presented by the phlegmatic child. In physical appearance he is plump, and in his movements slow, even lazy, and sluggish. His mind is logical, he is thoughtful and observant, and is so filled with knowledge as to lack originality and creativity. He is not fervent in his feelings, but constant. Overall, he is a good-natured, even-tempered child who doesn't give his parents or teachers much trouble. The other two types, the strong types, are the opposites of these two types, what we may call the weak types. There is the choleric type, the child who is thin and well-built, but too hasty and critical, and therefore often precipitate in his movements. He is audacious, persistent, and hasty in carrying out his intentions. His acute, penetrating, and derisive mind is too categorical in reaching conclusions. In his feelings he is too passionate and hasty in displaying his likes and dislikes. He is ambitious, vindictive, and inclined to every imaginable type of conflict. Such a child is most restless and least well balanced of all children, giving his parents much to worry about, though, for all that, where educational conditions are favorable, promising much for the future. The child who possesses a melancholic temperament represents a different picture. Such a child is gloomy and forever serious, he is slow and dogged in expressing his will. Possessing a strong, profound, and thoughtful mind, he is inexorable and persistent to the point of obsession in his most cherished opinions. Extremely impressionable, gloomy, and reserved, he rarely expresses his own feelings. Such a child grows old before his time. There is little in him that recalls their joy de vivre of child, and he inspires his parents with involuntary deference and suppressed fears for his future. In order to move on from such overly general and abstract descriptions of temperament to more exact investigation, it is necessary to find some sort of basic feature in which temperament would be realized with exhaustive and 305. Unmistakable completeness and certainty. Thus we return to the objective study of these external manifestations of temperament. From the foregoing discussion alone, it is perfectly clear that, ultimately, temperament is determined on the basis of the type of movement which our organs perform, put differently, in terms of the capacity or readiness to undertake movements which we divine in the features of the body. Consequently, our observations have to be based on the epiphenomenon of reaction as the fundamental and integral element out of which all patterns of behavior are composed. By relating temperament to the various types of reaction, we at once acquire a vast store of material from experimental psychology on the transient dynamic characterization of reaction for use in the determination of an individual's temperament. It has long been established that each of us possesses a customary rate of response that is inherent to us, and in this sense people may be distinguished as fast or slow in terms of nature of their reactions. Further differentiation may be achieved if a new component is introduced into the description of reaction, that of dynamism or force. By taking a cross-correlation of these two components, we then obtain in a natural way the four fundamental types of human behavior, which Kornilov describes thus: L. Individuals with a natural disposition towards a strong and rapid mode of response, or active muscular type. 2. Individuals with a natural disposition towards a weak and quick mode of response, or passive muscular type. 3. Individuals with a natural disposition towards a strong and slow mode of response, or active sensory type. And 4. Individuals with a natural disposition towards a weak and slow mode of response, or passive sensory type. It is not too hard to see that these four types, which have been determined entirely independently of science of temperament, are, in their ultimate conclusions, entirely identical with the classical teachings of temperament. It is also not hard to see that the passive muscular type of person, the sort of person who reacts quickly and who is easily excited, but whose reactions do not attain their full force and expressiveness but are extinguished just as quickly as they flare up, have usually also been referred to and usually continue to be referred to as individuals who possess a sanguine temperament. The characterization of choleric personality is identical to that of the active muscular type, with both types defined by quick and strong reactions, and it is not without reason that such a temperament has been ascribed to great and vigorous historical figures, people of great persistence and will. The melancholic type reacts slowly and strongly, and is the same as the active sensory type. Hence, what seems like a permanent state of sluggishness and obstructiveness, or one of delay and tension, is observed in melancholic. 306. Temperaments, their capacity to attach themselves to a single idea or thought for many years, and their seemingly unexcitable state, associated in an individual with a kind of stern resolution and manly tension. And, finally, the phlegmatics, those with a natural disposition towards weakened and slowed rates of reaction, correspond to the passive sensory type. We gain an indisputable advantage by stipulating the existence of such a system of four types, no matter how many faults we see in it and even if we regard it only as a preliminary and rough scientific scheme. That is, with such a scheme the question of temperament assumes an objective ground, and it becomes possible to study it from the aspect of its complaisance to the influence of education. Any decision as to the actual limits of re-education of temperament is a matter of extraordinary complexity, and only by undertaking to study temperament from the standpoint of reactions does it become possible to study experimentally the possibility of transforming a person who possesses a natural disposition towards one of the above four types of response into someone with a different type of temperament, whether as a result of educational training, exercise, canine surroundings, and so on. General conclusions of experimental investigations have shown that all the rules of re-education of temperament may be comprehended by a single general law, a law which is of paramount importance for pedagogics. It is not hard for anyone to assume an intensified mode of response starting from a weakened type, i.e., to turn from a passive mode of response to an active on, and from a slowed rate of response to one which is speeded up. A change in the reverse direction, from a quick rate to a slow one and from a strong type of response to a weakened type, proves to be extraordinarily difficult and in a whole series of cases virtually impossible. Hence, it is entirely understandable that it is easiest to re-educate people of the passive sensory type, i.e., phlegmatics. Inasmuch as individuals in this type have no trouble mastering the form of behavior which is typical of active choleric natures. Such, in fact, has been the distinguishing mark of all so-called figureheads in history, who, as one psychologist has put it rather wittily, were phlegmatics who pretended to be choleric. The intermediate switch, from a phlegmatic temperament to melancholic or sanguine, is also possible, since each of these types is associated with a change in only a single characteristic component in one of the possible directions which is amenable to re-education. Phlegmatics readily change into sanguines when they begin to move more quickly, and then their reactions become more intense, and they begin to resemble the melancholic type. The group of choleric temperaments are the most difficult to re-educate. What one can never make of a choleric is to train him to be cool and composed regardless of the circumstances he confronts. But forms which 307 are transitional with respect to the phlegmatic type remain nearly inaccessible to the choleric, and such a child is nearly always among the most difficult of all children to educate. In the pedagogical literature it is just these children which one speaks of as not fitting into their environment, or as being rebellious by nature. The two other temperaments, which, roughly speaking, may be assumed to be only partially amenable to re-education, occupy an intermediate position in terms of re-education. In other words, a melancholic temperament can be easily turned into a choleric temperament if the individual's reactions are speeded up, and the sanguine temperament, also under certain conditions, may be easily conflated with the choleric temperament if the individual's reactions become more intense. The sanguine individual who has learned to have strong feelings and to speak in a commanding tone and who had, at some point in the past, recognized what it means to have powerful desires and to manage on his own, is no longer distinguishable from a choleric in any way whatsoever. Whereas the pedagogical conclusions may seem to possess too great a degree of generality and the conclusions may seem overly diffuse, the very same scheme may possess far greater value for making decisions and for arriving at judgments in vocational psychology as regards a person's occupational suitability. The problem of career and vocational psychology: every type of labor is formed out of particular combinations of reactions which are inherent to it. Though one occupation may differ from another, this happens not because of the overall character of their psychological composition, but because of nature and order of reactions which are typical of the occupation. It is for this reason an extraordinarily simple matter to decompose every form of occupational labor into several primitive constituent elements, i.e., to reduce all of labor activity to a series of known types of reactions and to combinations of these reactions. It is extraordinarily important to establish whether this or that person is suitable for a particular occupation. This is a requirement which is not only a matter of concern to the business itself, but also for the sake of a proper development of personality. Thus do we arrive at a determination of someone's suitability by considering both of his points of view simultaneously. Initially, vocational psychology arose out of a concern for ensuring the proper management of a business, and business confronted the practical problems of what became known as negative selection. The task of negative selection is to choose from among all the applicants. 308. For a job those who are absolutely unsuitable on the basis of psychological tests, i.e., those who could not handle their job under any conditions no matter what and who would only be a drag on the enterprise. Accordingly, vocational psychology began by devoting all its attention to the development of the minimal requirements of a job which, if not met by some applicant, would be equivalent to saying he was unsuitable for their job. The range of concerns of the scientific discipline then expanded, and one began to speak not only of negative, but also of positive selection, i.e., deciding which psychological tests would make it possible to judge not only the unsuitability for an occupation, but also a positive degree of talent, and a calling, for this occupation. Accordingly, instead of the development of a minimum quantity of necessary and sufficient conditions, psychology came to be concerned with the compilation of a detailed psychogram for each type of professional labor, i.e., a detailed psychological analysis of all the constituent parts of the particular type of labor. It was not possible to base such a psychological analysis of most varied types of professional labor on the overall typical gamut of labor processes involved, i.e., establishing certain basic types under which the full diversity of different occupations could be subsumed. According to the scheme proposed by Kornilov, there are several different types of labor processes. First is the natural type of labor process, which corresponds to those occupations which require neither strenuous physical effort nor intense mental effort. Among such occupations are household work and the labor of technical attendants, hall porters, watchmen, maids, and so on. In all these occupations, the labor reactions are formed out of a series of movements which are more or less customary to every one of us in our everyday life. The working conditions are such that the entire job transpires more or less stereotypically and automatically, requiring no particularly intense level of attention, and, finally, what is most important, such occupational labor occurs nearly always in a more or less natural and untrammeled state, requiring on the part of the worker no special straining of effort and no particular seal writing. Naturally, it is easiest to select suitable applicants for these natural types of labor processes through the use of vocational psychology, since, although any worker reveals a definite natural propensity towards a particular reaction, nevertheless no worker should have any difficulty handling the functions of these type of work. The second type of labor, what are known as muscular labor processes, requires concentrated attention focused not on the object of labor, but mainly on the movements peculiar to it. This kind of work represents a more complex type. Work of this sort entails enormous muscular strain and 309. Significant peripheral consumption of energy. The jobs involved include stone quarrying, and the occupations of blacksmith, miner, blacksmith striker, woodcutter, and others. Here the vocational psychological requirements dictate in entirely exact and clear-cut fashion that we decide in favor of those temperaments which would be conducive to the expression of muscular and vigorous types of reactions. In other words, phlegmatics and sanguines whose reactions are customarily weak, i.e., individuals whose actions manifest an insignificant release of energy, are out of place in such occupations. What is even more important, such individuals find themselves in real conflict with the basic proclivities of their own organism if, in the course of their life, they nevertheless take on such work. Of the two remaining types, the most appropriate is the melancholic behavioral pattern and temperament, since the slow rate of perception typical of this temperature provides an assurance of a degree of accuracy, insatiability, a calm and orderly state of mind, and a persistent attitude on the job. Indeed, the enormous force associated with every movement assures a desired effect. In contrast, cholerics, who die down just as quickly as they flame up, are restrained and less persistent in their work in this regard. The third type of labor process may be provisionally denoted the sensory type. It is characterized by totally opposite features from the preceding types. Attention here is focused mainly on the object of labor, with the reactions involved entailing, as their sine qua non, a minimal external release of energy, though an extraordinarily slow and complex perception of external sensations. These occupations include those of watchmaker, mechanic, lathe operator, tailor, and others. It is again obvious that the most appropriate types of applicants are those with a temperament type characterized by just these features, i.e., slow and weak reactions. Phlegmatics can become excellent watchmakers and rather good tailors, with a far greater chance of success than people with any of the other types of temperament. People who possess an inappropriate reactive composition are especially destructive in a particular type of occupation, a fact which had been established by simple observation long before the advent of vocational psychology. For example, there are people who, before they have reached the point where they are ready to engage in some powerful and vigorous reaction, prove to be entirely incapable of grasping, for example, the art of clock repairing, despite the fact that their overall intellectual development is entirely adequate, and this may go on for years and years. Thus, they inevitably bend some spring or cannot bend it back, though they are in no 310 way capable of tempering their movements and imparting to them the subtle and delicate aptitude which would make them uniquely useful and effective on their job. In this sense, ordinary observation coincides with the results of vocational psychology. There are people who can never be entrusted with washing glasses, since they are, in general, incapable of holding anything fragile and breakable in their hands without squeezing it with such force as if it were a vessel made of copper. Those which require complex types of reactions, called discriminating reactions, constitute the fourth type of labor process. Such processes are typical of printing and typesetting. Before engaging in a labor movement, a printer or typesetter must accurately discriminate between all the stimuli on a sheet of type and in his case of type, and must not produce a response before this act of discrimination has been performed accurately and correctly. Obviously, it is not possible to determine someone's suitability for this type of labor process in an unambiguous fashion on the basis of just a single feature of temperamental constitution, as we did above for all the simpler types of occupations. Obviously, here the reactions are more complicated due to fact that the demand for central processing is so great that such complex central processes as thinking, attention, and so forth turn out to play a far greater role in any assessment of the effect of labor than do all the elementary properties of a reaction which may be discovered in temperament. In view of the natural diversity of individuals and their variable suitability with regard to these occupations have to be described by a far more complex scheme than that which is used to make the roughest selection of applicants on the basis of vocational psychology. Here we are in the realm of those complex mechanisms whose functioning is more a matter of character than of temperament, i.e., more due to learned and acquired reactions than of hereditary reactions. Therefore, as a general rule, one which is equally applicable to all succeeding types of temperament, it may be assumed that, in general, no matter what temperament someone has, he will be equally suitable to a particular type of occupation depending upon the functioning of the most complex types of mechanisms which go to make up his character. However, here we may also point to the most likely vocational suitability of all those people whose reactions occur slowly and in attenuated fashion, all other conditions being equal. That is, the sensory component is, without a doubt, amenable to appreciable intensification in these occupations, whereas the motor component is relatively neutral towards the ultimate effect of labor. Nevertheless, reactions which proceed weakly usually become more closely associated with intense thought and guided attention than in the opposite instance. 311. Incidentally, this rule expresses, in general, a tendency of all of human labor, which is increasingly being transformed so that in place of enormous and wasteful releases of mental energy, it is now characterized more by weak, though complex, and intelligent reactions. The general pedagogical rule, therefore, says that if we wish to teach a child the proper reactions for the higher forms of labor, we have to teach him weak movements, because weak movements are the most intelligent. Moreover, this rule holds true in any given instance. Fifth are those labor processes which involve making choices, requiring discrimination not only in the perception of stimuli, but also in the course of producing responding actions. In these types of labor, it is necessary to discriminate between and take into account in precise fashion two components, first that of stimulation, and second, that of response. The occupations in this group include those of chauffeur, conductor, streetcar driver, typist, pilot, and others. A streetcar conductor has to perceive in accurate fashion the objects in front of him which lie in the path of the vehicle, but it is even more important for him to make an unerring and proper choice between the decision to turn the engine handle to the right or to the left, thus between a movement which involves applying the brakes versus one which involves increasing its speed. Thus, here there is a kind of double discrimination or choice reaction in its purest form. The element of response rate is of substantial importance here, since one can hardly say it doesn't matter at what rate the brakes are applied or released when danger is spotted, or how quickly a typist will be done with a particular text, or how many instants it will take a pilot to respond by turning the rudder towards the side of plane which is listing. In our analysis of the elementary properties of temperament, we do not get a clear enough idea of the suitability of a particular applicant, and again have to defer the decision pending a more rigorous analysis of complex behavioral reactions. However, here we already can see the general path we have to follow if we are to reach a correct decision, a path which involves the experimental investigation of all those types of reactions that are required in a particular occupation. In other words, if we are dealing with the reactions of a streetcar conductor or of a pilot, in which the essential element of the job is that of a choice reaction, we always have to test to see how the choice reaction manifests itself in the particular subject, and at what speed and intensity, if we wish to determine this person's vocational suitability. Likewise, it should be perfectly clear to the reader that if there are two applicants who are equal in all respects, other than in terms of the 312 rate at which they produce their choice reaction, i.e., one of them responds with the correct and necessary movements to a properly perceived stimulus in 0120 to 0.130 seconds, and the other in 0.60, 0.180 seconds, of the two candidates the first is the more suitable one for the given occupation. This principle also holds true of all types of complex labor processes which vocational psychology is in the habit of investigating on the basis of tests of the integral functioning of the organism in the course of some complex reaction. Sixth are the recognition type of labor processes, i.e., those which require the recognition of a particular stimulus as an anticipatory condition of a given reaction, where this stimulus is not previously known to the worker. This type differs from that of simple discrimination only by the fact that the act of discrimination presupposes potential stimuli which are known beforehand to the entire group, whereas it is a matter of recognizing an indefinite and vast quantity of stimuli which the candidate could not previously take into account. Such, for example, is the work of a proofreader who is not supposed to make any movement before he notices and recognizes a particular error in a printed text. Here it is clear that this type of labor will differ from that of a typesetter only by the fact that the typesetter deals with a predefined quantity of alphabetic elements, whereas a proofreader can never tell ahead of time just what kind of error he will encounter next. Last are the most complex labor processes, those involving associations, under which it is most appropriate to subsume the intellectual occupations. In these occupations, the most diverse operations on a specific subject are required on the part of the worker, either by means of free or constrained association, or where some sort of work has to be undertaken involving a mental selection to achieve of some goal which had been decided on once upon a time. These types of processes are the most complex of all and, quite naturally, require the most complex techniques of vocational psychology in order to decide on a candidate's suitability. The overall conclusion of all the investigations which have been carried out in vocational psychology may be reduced to a single rule which has been given by Kornilov in roughly the following form. Every transition from a peripheral consumption of energy to central processing involves greater effort than the transition in the opposite direction. Put differently, the transition from mental labor to physical work is always easier to realize than the reverse process, that of transition from physical work to mental labor. 313. The pedagogical value of vocational psychology is, of course, not confined to the sort of elementary analysis we have just presented. Such an analysis, however, is entirely sufficient for obtaining a general idea of the subject of vocational psychology in the field of pedagogics and of its basic methods of application. Bear in mind that the content of vocational psychology is not confined solely to the determination of vocational suitability, and instead plays a far more substantial role in teaching and in education. It always allows us to get an idea as to how successful the reactions of our students have been trained and have developed in the particular direction we have selected as the goal of our labors. Thus, in vocational psychology we possess not just a precautionary counselor and masterful judge at the start and end of the educational process which together give us a basis for deciding whether it is worth the effort to teach this or that occupation to a given student, and, second, whether a given student has learned a particular occupation. But in addition to this, we possess in vocational psychology a constant companion and guide in our educational process, one which can show us every day with objective precision what point we have reached as regards the reactions we are teaching that very day, what has been achieved so far, and what must be achieved, and which aspects of these reactions, and in what sequence, have to be the object of our concern and of our educational responsibility. We have to note that in the ordinary understanding, the subject of vocational psychology assumes a quite narrow and limited meaning, since as the saying goes, there is far more to life than the particular vocation we choose to pursue. Education possesses much broader goals than the training of a professional. After all, it is often of profound indifference which occupation a particular person chooses, so long as he turn out a fully developed and completed personality. Such a view, since it proceeds from a fairly low opinion of choice of vocation, is the most damaging legacy of Tsarist school, which steered the basic goals of education to a point somewhere off in the distance, to certain ideals of a harmoniously developed and perfected personality which had never been realized anywhere in the world, and missed the point of work and, accordingly, arranged the daily routine under close watch in the feeblest and crudest way imaginable, with all those daily lessons, all that busy work which, after all is said and done, filled up all the student's time and sapped all of his strength. The complete and basic failure of every student was, in this way, sanctioned and foreordained. Students were not prepared for the life they actually lived, and this real life was declared to be a matter of indifference. 3L4 to them, whereas there was no other life whatsoever possible or feasible for them to lead. Such complete and basic failure usually assumed the form of a melodrama, a dissatisfaction with one's own work, the idea that life had lost all meaning, together with all those features which characterized the mental outlook of the Russian intellectual of the not-too-distant past, who was the typical pupil of such schools. The emptiness and futility of abstract and far-fetched ideals, meanwhile, accorded with the disgrace and narrow-mindedness of a petit bourgeois existence, and work, which has always determined the most important aspects of individual existence, was condemned to assume the most humiliating, the most brutish, and the most servile forms. From the standpoint of occupational education, therefore, vocational suitability has to be evaluated in an entirely different fashion. From a side issue and a slight matter of pure practicality, the general theoretical problem of deciding which specific and concrete goals should be made part of the education of each individual student has to assume paramount importance. It is when, on the basis of general pedagogical reasoning and approaches, we have reached a point where we are thinking of one student in particular and are concerned with the student's individual personality, that we have most assuredly moved from problems which are purely pedagogical in nature to those which involve vocational psychology. Thus, for us the subject of vocational psychology encompasses nearly the entire field of personal pedagogics, though we will have to speak of it separately in a chapter on the study of giftedness and the measurement of the individual features of each student. Endogenic and exogenic features of character. Accurate discrimination between mLgenic and xerogeny features of character is of decisive import for the educator. Here it is a matter of distinguishing between those features which are determined by the mental and nervous organization of the child and which function in fully prepared form from the time of birth, on the one hand, and those features which constitute a product of external influence and are of most recent acquisition, what we may term the muglet_QCX, on the other. In other words, the question is to decide what it is in character which belongs to the innate constitution of the organism, and what it is which is due to education. This topic still represents a subject of the most passionate and bitter dispute, and, depending on the fields in which they carry out their observations, investigators are inclined to point to one aspect as being the dominant one rather than some other aspect. In particular, biologists and physiologists 315. Gists are inclined to discern the decisive importance of the physical and innate component, and to associate in a direct relationship the most complex forms of character with various physiological processes. For example, Kretschmer, whose theory was set forth in brief above, is all for reducing those groups of characters he refers to as the silent good-tempered man, the formal aristocrat, romantics eeing from the world, the cold, masterful natures, the egoists, and so on, exclusively to biological components of constitution. Hence the view whose essential core reduces to the claim that heredity determines absolutely the entire composition of our personality in the most important and subtlest way imaginable. The role of education and, in particular, that of the social environment to which personality assumes its orientation and in which it evolves, becomes virtually nil. The opposite view is taken by psychologists of a sociological bent whose investigations have penetrated to the realm of concrete historical and sociological reality and who are led to conclusions that possess a diametrically opposite meaning by drawing on the thousands of bits of information they come upon day in and day out. These observations show with indisputable persuasiveness that not only the final strokes in the overall picture of our personality, but even the most fundamental outlines of this picture, those which define its very look, develop in no other way than under the sovereign influence of environment. Between these two extreme points of view there would appear to be no compromise attainable, and science confronts the option of acknowledging either heredity or the environment, and so the dispute always goes on in just this plane. Only with the development of science of conditional reflexes has it been possible to shed light on this question, and made it possible to test an entirely novel formulation of the question. This science has reconciled these two extreme points of view and determined the true role of each of these two components with the precision of experimental natural science. There is nothing more misguided than the idea of the child which dominated the old Tsarist pedagogics, according to which the child was imagined to be a clean sheet of paper, i.e., an absolutely pure complex of potentialities which had not been realized in any way. To think in this way is to expunge not only all the processes involved in embryonic development and the birth of the human infant, but the entire limitless path of organic evolution, which has led to the creation and development of human nature. It is clear in advance that neither may be excluded from attention, though it is quite unlikely that just a single unadorned potentiality, in which there 316. Would be nothing that would be foreordained by the nature of these processes, would be obtained as a result of these processes. On the contrary, we are now inclined to take account of all these influences in the most absolute fashion imaginable, and come closest to scientific truth when we say that there is absolutely no fact from the life of man or his animal ancestors or from the influences which a mother and fetus are subjected to that occurs without leaving a trace for the organism of newborn infant, and that the latter comprises within itself the lengthy aggregate of accumulated genetic experience whose final links are the infant's mother and father. In this sense, we would have to speak not so much of heredity in the narrow sense as it settles in within the family circle, as oft broadest forms of inheritance of the experience of mankind. In this sense, too, we are inclined to ascribe to the component of heredity absolute importance in the behavior of child and to declare that not even the slightest movement in the child's future life arises from any source other than that of capacities and reactions which have been passed down to the child by heredity. Without the slightest exaggeration, we may assert that absolutely every movement and every mode of behavior which this future adult and citizen of the world will have available to him throughout his entire life had already been given to him when he was in the crib and helplessly flailing without being able to focus his eyes or to hold still. In fact, where do all those movements, with all their new potentialities, come from that appear later on in life? There is nowhere they could come from, just as there is nowhere that new organs in the body could come from. However, there cannot be the slightest doubt that this inherited experience, once it has been reduced to certain entirely conventional and stereotypical forms of behavior in all the individuals of a given species, does not constitute something permanent and congealed, but rather something which is prone to constant change. And just as our preceding remarks hold true, so does our second assertion, that absolutely none of those movements which the child has at its disposal while still in the crib remain in precisely the same form throughout the individual's subsequent lifetime and continue to function in precisely the same way in which they were passed down by heredity. The mechanism of education of conditional reflexes also reveals those laws under whose influence inherited experience is adapted to the particular conditions of environment, and if the behavior of the adult differs from that of child, this is only because into that chaotic melange of the newborn infant's uncoordinated and disorganized movements, discipline, meaning, order, and succession are introduced through the methodical educational influence of environment. The infant's helpless flailing is transformed into the adult's struggle with the world and with himself in an utterly tragic and profound sense. 317. The point of public education may be defined with scientific exactitude as that of a kind of social selection which education produces from out of wealth of potentialities contained within the child, allowing only one potentiality to be realized. The child, say Frank, plays at being a soldier, a pirate, and a horse because there is really concealed within him the propensities of a pirate, soldier, and horse. The point of education is that from out of this multitude of personalities there is realized through me the dical influence and selection one and only one personality. Thus, the educational process loses that tranquil and joyous character of a concern for the child and an interest in lending a hand to nature, which is what had been prescribed for it in previous times. It manifests itself from a new angle as a dialectical and tragic process of unceasing atrophy of certain social potentialities for the sake of realization of others through the unceasing struggle of different parts of world for the individual, and through an unceasing struggle within the individual, without the clash between the most diverse forces within the individual himself ever abating. This struggle, just like its outcome, is, as we showed in the early chapters, determined in its most essential respects by the very order of world in which the child finds himself from its very first moments. Thus, a well-balanced point of view proceeds from a recognition of both components, though not through a settlement of all questions that bears the impress of a compromise and of irresolution, whereby this or that half or this or that sphere of influence is allotted to one or the other of the two connecting sides, but in the sense of a dialectical confluence through the full recognition of their contradictoriness. In other words, we are also not denying the existence of contradiction between heredity and the environment, It is just that it seems to us that this contradiction exists not just in the mind, but in life itself. And it is just this fundamental point, this contradiction, which education takes as its foundation. If the child were to be born with all those forms of behavior which correspond to its life in the future, as if it were a plant, there would be no need whatsoever for education. The very demand for education arises, in Thorndike's expression, from the fact that what exists is not what should exist. Therefore, education always denotes change and, consequently, the negation of certain forms of behavior in favor of the evolution and triumph of odors. Only in this light does education disclose itself as a process which possesses a meaning that gives it absolutely the same status as all the other processes of life. And in this sense, too, that assertion is profoundly true which points to the tragic character of this process, a feature which it holds in common with all the other processes of life. Without pain no mother could give birth to a child, nor could a star come into being. 318. It is in this sense, too, that character has to be understood not statically, as a kind of foreordained aggregate of features, regardless of whether these features happen to be innate or acquired reactions, but instead as a dynamically flowing stream in which the two types struggle against each other. In other words, character arises not from the inherited features of the individual taken as such, as they actually exist, and not from the social influences of the environment considered independently but from a discordant clash between the two and out of a dialectical transformation of inherited behavior into personal behavior. Hence that assertion which requires from us a recognition of the presence of both types of elements in character, becomes understandable. Hence, too, does the solution to the problem of re-education of character become plain to see. Whether character is wholly amenable to education, or whether education has to be considered together with it as an invariable and foreordained condition, this is not the way to ask the question in scientific psychology. That which we provisionally denote by character constitutes an unceasing disruption and clash of individual life and inherited experience, and in this process of disruption and struggle the teacher may intervene at any time, and one can actually see that both assertions are simultaneously true. Struggle is created not by education, it began before education and proceeds independently of it. Hence, it is understandable that any intervention in this struggle presupposes the most highly perfected and the most exacting measurement of absolutely all the elements that define the status of the struggle at any given moment, but by this very circumstance educational passivity may be overcome and, by organizing in a novel way all the elements of the environment in whatever way we wish, we throw into the struggle ever new forces or, on the other hand, take out of the struggle and disable all those forces which we feel are undesirable. Thus do we attain the greatest results imaginable, often by means of most negligible doses of intervention. In order to start tip a body at rest, an immeasurably powerful thrust is required. In order to exert an influence on a complex system of moving forces, slight intensification or relaxation of a single one of these forces is often sufficient in order to impart a new direction to the entire resultant force and give it a new meaning. Thus, in war a little force is sometimes enough to decide the outcome and to give the victory to one of the combatants. It is in this sense that William James likened the art of education to the art of war and declared that, in some sense, to educate means to engage in a battle. In some sense, pedagogics also denotes a science of strategy. 319. Thus, the general educational rule remains true in this case as well. There can be no direct intervention of any sort in the formation of character. All talk of moral influences on the development of the student's character, all talk of good teacher fashioning, as if from wax, the soul of his students and imparting to it desirable forms, this is all either foolish talk which should not be trusted, or it overlooks what is most important and ascribes to moral influence that which is, in reality, realized by quite different forces. For the educator to exert a direct influence on the formation of character is just as incongruous and ridiculous as a gardener would be who takes it into his head to promote the growth of a tree by pulling on it mechanically from the ground up. But the gardener influences the growth of plants, not directly by pulling on it from the top of a plant, and thus dragging it up from out of the ground, but indirectly by changing the environment appropriately. He moistens the soil, applies fertilizer to it, creates a perimeter about the tree, alters the temperature, light, air, and so on, and through all these effects actually attains the results he desires. In the same way, too, by influencing the surroundings and organizing it appropriately, the teacher determines the character which is assumed by the clash between inherited forms of behavior in the child and the environment, and, consequently, gains the ability to influence the evolution of child's character. Bear in mind in this connection that here as everywhere else nothing happens and nothing passes without leaving a trace, and that the teacher has to forever deal not only with the influence of heredity, but also the influences of all of previous experience, i.e., the accumulated capital of all the child's reactions which had been acquired previously. In this sense, for the sake of clarity we will introduce for the term, temperament, as if a parenthetical definition, first, all those purely hereditary elements of character which are given from the very start in the form of elementary properties of character. Next is what we may term static character, i.e., the customary form of behavior which develops as a result of individual experience and represents a kind of summary of this experience. Finally, we have to make a special distinction of dynamic character, that fluid something which in science has yet to acquire any exact name, but which constitutes the most genuine, the most authentic and essential reality in the child. The problem of giftedness. Individual goals of education, personality and education, constant reminders of the social character of the educational process, should by no means be taken as denoting abolition of personality in the school or as mandating a spirit of indifference toward it. Ultimately, education always has to do with the individual personalities of students, and the social environment is composed, or more properly, is realized in the ranks of separate individuals. It goes without saying that the role and guiding importance of the student's personality in the educational process in no way recalls that pedagogical sing-song in which individualistic education sometimes reduces the process that exists wholly between teacher and student. Where the student's personality formerly amounted to the focus of the educational world, now it has acquired a new sense and a new meaning. The subject of personality may refer to several separate topics in public education simultaneously. First are all those individual differences which are inherent to each student. In view of the natural generality of the structure of the human body and of human behavior, every human constitution is distinguished by special, unique, and isolated properties and qualities which belong to this one individual alone, and, essentially, constitute a variation of the average type of man in general. The latter has to be looked upon as only a convenient methodological technique, as an abstraction, and nothing else. Man in general, like his separate parts and aspects, say, the human skeleton, human psychology, and so on, exists only in an abstract sense. In fact, in genuine reality there exists only this or that person, the skeleton, and the psychology of this or that person. And it goes without saying that concern for these concrete features of each individual person has to become obligatory for the educator and the psychologist. The construction of education is never undertaken in a void. Education never undertakes to forge entirely novel reactions, it never makes the first thrust. On the contrary, it always issues out of already prepared and given patterns of 321. 42. Behavior, and only intends to alter these patterns, always seeks to replace them, and not to create something entirely novel. In this sense, every form of education constitutes a re-education of what has already been realized. Every form of education, therefore, has as its first requirement the demand for entirely exact knowledge of hereditary forms of behavior. It is upon this foundation that the personal realm of experience must be constructed. And it is precisely here that knowledge of individual differences manifests itself with a special force. This is particularly striking whenever we are dealing with very clear-cut and very explicit deviations of personality from the general average type. Just think of a child who is blind, or one who is deaf-mute, or one who has some congenital organic defect of the central nervous system, say, suffers from mental retardation. It should be clear to the reader that every form of teaching and upbringing, though it must also not run counter to the fundamental laws of pedagogics, must nevertheless be guided in one particular direction or another, and possess some one particular meaning with regard to these children. In blind children, for example, conditional rexes evolve that are just as accurate as in sighted children, it's just that they involve the sense of touch, and not vision, and accordingly, the blind person reads with his fingers from embossed type, i.e., he touches and feels letters, rather than perceiving them with his eyes. Thus, the whole process of reading and the events associated with it assume an entirely special character and slant. For the deaf-mute child and children who are mentally retarded, all processes of training and adaptation to the workaday world likewise involve explicit differences which the educator cannot but take into account. Deaf children, for example, usually do not learn to speak from birth, since they do not hear the words spoken by other people, nor do they hear the very sounds they themselves make. To help them interact with each other and with normal children and also to accustom them to human speech, it is necessary to focus their attention on those movements of the lips which we make every time by pronouncing a particular word, and to teach them to connect each of these movements with a particular mode of inscription of the word and with a particular referent. Then we have to teach them to read off human speech with their eyes, from the lips of other people just as we might read off a passage of text from a sheet of paper. To train a deaf child how to speak, it is necessary to give him the opportunity to perceive his own motor speech reactions and to control these reactions. Since this usually cannot be done by means of ear, in this case hearing has to be replaced by kinesthetic and tactile stimulation. By placing the student's hand on his throat, we thereby teach him to sense those movements he performs in the course of speaking and which, once they have been repeated back to the speaker himself, help him develop the capacity for deliberate speech. In those of us who are not mute, speech develops by means of ears, by virtue of fact that we 323 not only utter words, but also hear them and, consequently, evaluate what we have uttered. In the education of children who are mentally retarded, we must likewise resort to psychological techniques in order to reinforce and settle in the child the same conditional reactions as when we are educating other children, and it is often necessary to employ the most primitive instincts and needs in such a child in order to teach him normal forms of behavior. For example, in order to teach certain mentally retarded children how to wash up or get dressed, we have to relate these acts with that of food, since it is only under the pressure of the very powerful stimulation of hunger that such a child is capable of overcoming a state of immobility and forcing himself to engage in some activity. Thus all those techniques that might merit the severest censure were they to be employed with children who do not suffer from any disabilities turn out to be the only reasonable ones, and necessary, when it is a matter of educating children who are mentally retarded and who suffer from other disabilities. Similarly, if we think of some other extreme example, say children who are specially gifted, here we come up against the need to alter certain general techniques and principles of education just for their sake. Once again, this becomes as easiest to see and is most pronounced in certain special forms of giftedness, for example, in children who have a special gift for music or art, or dance, where only early special education beginning at a very tender age can ensure the normal development of the capacities with which the child is endowed. It is for this reason that the education of abnormal children, whether those who are impaired in some way or those are gifted, has long been thought of as seemingly outside the field of pedagogics, as constituting a realm which the general laws of education do not reach. We have to say that such a view is profoundly mistaken, and that there is no justification for thinking of the field as falling outside pedagogics, and indeed such a view was arrived at only by error, out of a natural misunderstanding of phenomena which had not been subjected to investigated. The general laws of pedagogics can become scientific laws only when they remain applicable to every sphere of education equally. The laws of pressure and of gravity are entirely the same whether we are laying rails in a mountain tunnel or in marshaled. The physics is absolutely the same in both places, though the practical labor connected with the laying off track will always assume an entirely different form at one site as opposed to another. The fact that the labor involved at one site as opposed to the other assumes, of necessity, distinctive forms scarcely means that there exist separate laws at each site, but only points to the fact that the same laws may be expressed differently and may possess different quantitative meanings. 324. Thus, when they are children, both the genius and person who is mentally retarded constitute just as much a subject of education as does every other child, and the general laws of pedagogics hold just as well for them as for all children of the same age. Only by proceeding on the basis of these general pedagogical laws are we able to discover correct ways of realizing the process of individualization which has to be imparted to the process of educating every child. Likewise is it false to think that the problem of individualization arises only in relation to that which goes beyond the average. On the contrary, in every individual child we confront certain forms of individualization, of course not so sharply pronounced and not so sharply expressed as in blindness, genius, deaf-muteness, or mental retardation. But a phenomenon does not cease being itself if its quantitative expression is diminished. The demand for individualization of educational methodology, therefore, also amounts to a general demand in pedagogics and extends to absolutely every child. Hence, the educator confronts two problems: first, the individualized study of all the particular traits of each individual student, and, second, the individualized accommodation of all of educational methodology and all the effects of the social environment to every student. To force everybody into the same mold represents the greatest of all the delusions of pedagogics. The fundamental prerequisite of pedagogics inevitably demands an element of individualization, that is, conscious and rigorous determination of the individualized goals of education for each particular student. Modern psychology is increasingly beginning to be imbued with this idea of the specificity of the individualized goals of education, and is thus inclined to review the traditional concept of giftedness, as abstract and general capacity, or in any case to introduce major correctives into this concept. Cyril Bird, for example, replaces the concept of mental giftedness by that of academic readiness, and in just this way imparts to the entire subject a vocational bias. The child is then viewed in terms of the extent to which he is in compliance with all those practical goals which the school places before him, in absolutely the same way that vocational psychology studies the worker in terms of the extent to which he is in compliance with the demands of a particular occupation. In place of abstract capacities, this point of view suggests concrete and practical investigations and testing of genuine skills, whether in writing, in arithmetic, or in reading. Yet another major corrective is to replace the concept of general and abstract giftedness with that of special and concrete giftedness. This corrective justifies itself with equal clarity in the case of the disabled child and in the case of the gifted writer. Every form of giftedness is unfailingly a special form of giftedness toward some one thing. Tolstoy, for example, would be first in any list if it was giftedness in writing which was under study, though he would occupy a very modest position, perhaps one of the last spots, if it was musical abilities. 325. Suitability for engineering activity, or mathematical talent which was being investigated. Chekhov was a very average physician and a great writer. Instances in which semi-retarded people may be blessed with such phenomenal memory as to make them seem like geniuses are not at all that uncommon. All these examples only go to show that there does not exist any kind 0F giftedness in general, rather that there exist special predispositions to certain types of activity. Chapter 18. Basic Forms of Investigations. Of the personality of the child, contemporary psychology makes use of three basic techniques in its study of the personality of the child. First is what may be termed scientifically ordered observation, which involves the observation of the particular characteristics of any one of our students, but only in a scientifically ordered way. To comprehend the meaning and goals of this method, we have to recall the difference between scientific observation and ordinary observation. All of us observe an extraordinary breadth of facts every day, and scientific observation differs from such observation in only several essential features. First, unlike ordinary observation, scientific observation presupposes a predefined selection of facts which are subject to observation. Let's suppose a solar eclipse has been observed by an average person, by an astronomer, by a zoologist interested in animal behavior, by a psychologist, and so on. The observations which are scientific will always identify a special series of facts out of the set of phenomena associated with a solar eclipse. And whereas the average person will be guided by his own interests and the random sequence of facts, and will shift his gaze from the frightened cow to the person making the sign of cross, and from the darkened solar disk to its ash-gray region in the water, the scientific observer will always limit his observation to just a single group of facts, striving to avoid going beyond these facts even for 1 minute. The astronomer will follow only the gradual darkening of sun, the zoologist only the behavior of the animals, and so on. Thus, the first skill which is the mark of scientific observer is in knowing which group of facts is to be isolated from all the others. The classification of observed facts would have to be acknowledged as the second condition of scientific observation. By this we mean the ability to place similar facts together into groups, as if transcending the individuality of each, and to discover some characteristic sense and reference which it shares with other facts. The tallest stack of entirely reliable observed facts will still never amount to even the most primitive elementary datum of science. It is 327. 328. Necessary to know what purpose is served by the collection of these facts. In other words, we have to make a new, second selection of essential properties within these facts and pick out those facts in which these properties stand out and manifest themselves with unmistakable clarity. Finally, the third rule of scientific observation is the demand to establish a certain relationship between individual groups of facts, i.e., the ability to construct a connected and integral picture of some one aspect of a process under investigation that would draw into itself a whole fragmentary group of facts. And the very last feature, the fourth one, the capacity of scientific observation to not only describe facts, but to also explain them, i.e., discover the principles and relationships which constitute the foundation of these facts. The same kind of general conditions must be imposed on the form of scientific observation peculiar to psychology as well. We have to insist that our concern here should not be with the general question of technique in psychological observation, but the special question of deciding which of the techniques of psychological observation are proper to pedagogics, i.e., the sense and reference which psychological observation represent for the teacher. Moreover, the assumption is that we are always working not with a psychologist, but with a person who has turned to psychology only for auxiliary assistance. And it is in this sense only that all those schemes, programs for the observation of personality, and plans for the study of child's mind come to the teacher's assistance. Though they go under different names, they all have the same goal, that of placing in the teacher's hands a means whereby he could subordinate the mass of observations which he makes on a daily basis to the above four rules and to thereby transform his own observations of students' personality into scientific psychological observations. Without concerning ourselves with the particulars of each of these plans, let us note the general principles and fundamentals of each. In fact, every such plan seems to be in the form of a series of questions directed towards the teacher and applies to this or that individual chapter, subchapter, section, or subsection. Say chapter 5 is composed of material that responds to questions having to do with memory, touching on different aspects of this function, for example, the duration, accuracy, and volume of memory, and so on. In turn, each of these subchapters may be subdivided into a series of passages that respond to various specific questions which direct the teacher's attention to those symptoms which may be ascribed to the given instance and be indicative of it. Here is how a question might be posed: how long does a student retain material he has mastered and has absorbed, or how much repetition does a student require in order to memorize a particular poem? The plan usually is produced in the form a notebook or workbook printed on 1/2 of page so that the teacher may enter the appropriate observations opposite each question in the space left blank. 329. A printed version of this type could also be used for an entire school if entries were to be made in separate notebooks next to numbers printed in each notebook that would correspond to each of the questions, sections, and chapters. The teacher would have to be familiar with the plan in all its particulars beforehand in order to know how to work with it. Then the process of gathering psychological observations goes on in an entirely unremarkable fashion in daily life at home or in the school. In such a process, the teacher, tutor, or parent enters each fact, datum, relating to the child's behavior which he or she has observed in the notebook, after first determining where it belongs and which question it corresponds to, in terms of number. If there is no appropriate question for the particular datum, this means that this datum is not supposed to be observed and noted down. Such a mode of record keeping and such a process of gathering observations goes on for a long period of time, say 6 months or even a year, and much material is gathered as a result. It also turns out that we have thereby realized in fully mechanical fashion the first two conditions of scientific observation. First, a selection of all the essential observations has been achieved as if all by itself, and, second, because of the very existence of a plan, any datum which is of little or no significance has been absolutely banished from the focus of our attention. Finally, thanks to the system of record keeping adopted, facts are not simply gathered, but are classified in mechanical fashion, inasmuch as they are placed in an appropriate place and, consequently, the meaning of each datum is thereby determined in prototypical and generic sense. With this in mind, a daily log serves as a kind of collection box into which observed data are placed as if into compartments set aside for them beforehand. Thus, the teacher is left with the responsibility for the two components of scientific observation, that of systematizing all the observations which have been gathered, and then explaining them. In view of the unusual difficulty of the fourth component, even in the case of a rigorously formulated scientific investigation, and the particular obstacles in the way of any complete explanation of observed facts, we have to admit that this condition may be satisfied only partially in those areas which are most amenable to interpretation, while only the goal of systematization of observations is fully achieved. There exist several techniques of such a process of systematization, though once again the feature which is common to all of them consists in a transition from a series of specific observed data to certain general conclusions and formulations regarding a particular aspect of behavior. Let's assume that after a year we have gathered several dozen observations which support the hypothesis that this or that student always recalls exceptionally large and significant masses of material. But there will be virtually no one datum we might have happened to have taken note of in the course of the year which reinforces the 330 length of recall in our case. It goes without saying that by systematizing our observations, it is natural for us to conclude that the reinforcement of reactions in our student has to be acknowledged as having achieved an incredibly high level of development and vigor in the sense-oft volume of reactions mastered and embraced, though it represents an extraordinarily modest quantity if we bear in mind how long this reinforcement will last. This example makes it entirely and clearly obvious that, essentially speaking, systematization does not involve anything new. In any process of systematization it is extremely important to avoid any kind of strained interpretation, or contrived explanation whatsoever, or to construct from it any sort of fantasy or wild conjecture, and so on. There must be nothing present in the systematization other than what is present in the facts themselves, though it must proceed only from a description of individual facts to general formulations. Then a causal explanation becomes desirable and even conceivable here, only when the actual compilation of the individual groups of observed data which crop up in the course of systematizing these observations suggests the existence of a causal dependence between two groups of observed data. If in the section characteristic oft receptive component of some reaction, we are led to the conclusion, on the basis oft observed facts, that the visual receptors in our student function in weakened and slackened fashion, and if at the same time in our characterization of memory we are also able to actually establish that, of all the different types of memory, it is visual memory which is the most poorly developed in our student, then it is natural for us to conclude that in this instance, We are dealing with causally connected phenomena, and it just for this reason that the student's visual memory is underdeveloped, that his visual perception is weak. Among the advantages of these mode of scientifically ordered observation, we may note, first, the natural quality of observations that are obtained, second, the scientific classification of observed data, and, third, the simultaneity of observation and work in school. Come to think of it, we are always observing the student in a natural setting, i.e., while he is working, and the observed facts we gather always refer to those direct methods of work that are customary methods for the particular student. Second, facts such as those we are classifying again fit within the natural setting of schoolwork, simply because this is how they appear. And, finally, the last point is that never and in no way does the student suspect he is a subject of observation. For our part, we never cease our instructional labors to make any special observations, but incorporate these observations as a constituent part of the overall process of educational methodology. This system also possesses a whole series of very major drawbacks, however. The first, and most important, point is what may be thought of as the indeterminate. 331. Nacy and the spontaneity of such a system of observation. We are not the master of the situation in such instances, on the contrary, we are left to wait calmly until the datum we need to observe appears all by itself. We might, therefore, have to wait a long time, sometimes for years, for the desired observation, and it may sometimes happen that it does not disclose itself in the student's schoolwork at all. That various facts relating to one area or another are missing in the case of some one student, therefore, is hardly an indication that that student lacks these forms of behavior, but instead says only that they cannot be observed in a school or family setting. The second drawback lies in that duplication of attention which is required on the part of teacher or tutor when, functioning simultaneously as psychologist and educator, he not only has to be involved in what he is doing, but he must also observe. It should be clear to the reader that with such a duplication of attention both areas readily suffer, the accuracy of observation as much as the intensity of pedagogical creativity. Third and finally, such a system also suffers from the drawback that it distracts the teacher with the need to attend to several students, indeed a mass of students all at once. Now when observations are carried out over a lengthy period of time, the teacher doesn't have a chance to recall which aspects, belonging to which students, have already been reinforced sufficiently in the observations and which are still not represented in his daily log at all. Because the process of observation is haphazard and unsystematic from one moment to the next, and from one day to the next, observation is deprived of all effective, deliberate character. In an effort to avoid these drawbacks, another form of psychological observation, one which is also extraordinarily popular and which is closely connected with the study of giftedness, has appeared. It may be termed the experimental investigation of the personality of the student. Experimental psychological investigation of the personality of the student. In the experimental psychological method of investigation, the student is placed under special conditions which involve presenting him with various problems so as to evaluate individual aspects of his personality. Of all the different techniques which may be used for this purpose, there are two which, in our experience, are the most popular, and these we shall now discuss. Bear in mind, though, that all the different methods of psychological experimentation may be easily broken down into three basic groups, the first consisting of methods of stimulation, in which the force, composition, and interdependence of the elements of a stimulus are varied to determine particular relations, and 332. Connections between an external cause and the reactions induced by it. The second, methods of expression, which are intended for the study of those physical manifestations, such as changes in pulse rate, respiration, facial expression, and speech through which various mental states are manifested, and the third, or methods of reaction, in which previously conditioned reactions are induced upon some signal. In pure form, none of these methods is applicable to children. What is needed from such an investigation is not a detailed analytic description of observed facts, but a more or less integrated determination of complex articulated groups and patterns of behavior. Accordingly, any one reaction is always associated with a whole series of other reactions, and behavior is studied in its integral and connected form. Binet and Simon constructed a measurement scale for the investigation of giftedness in children as a function of age. The scale consists of a series of tests or problems that are geared to each age group. It is assumed that the correct solution of all the required tests is indicative of a level of development in the particular child which is normal for that age. One has to admit, however, that the accuracy of Binet's tests in terms of age represents only a gross approximation. It assumes that 50% of all the children at a given age will solve all the tests correctly, 25% will be ahead of their age group, and 25% will lag behind it. And in general, a child's age is not a quantity which expresses itself in his development with such precision as to allow us to make judgments about children's development in an entirely objective and precise fashion. This is not, however, a serious drawback of the system, since here, as in any measurement, the unit may be selected in an entirely arbitrary fashion. For us, what is important is to have some sort of exact standard in order to make comparisons between children, and moreover, such a standard can only partially correspond to the real stages of a child's development. The examination process itself consists in asking the child to complete all the tests that belong to some one age level. It is necessary to find the boundaries between which his solution ranges, i.e., on the one hand, to find out at which age level he is no longer able to solve any problem, and on the other, to determine the age level at which he is able to solve all the problems. For this purpose, we have to move forward and backward by age levels, beginning with the level corresponding to the child's physical age. Those levels at which some of the problems can be solved, and some cannot be solved, will be located between the two boundaries. The calculation is then performed in the following way. Say a boy has solved all the problems appropriate to an age of 8, and then 3 problems appropriate to an age of 9, 1 problem appropriate to an age of L0, 2 problems appropriate to an age of L1, but none of the problems appropriate to an age of 12. For each problem solved at any one level, 1/5 of a year is 333. Counted up for the child. Thus, the whole calculation takes the form, 8 plus 3/5 plus 1/5 plus 2/5 equals 91/5. These figures also determine the child's mental age. Now we only have to find the difference between the mental age and the physical age, and to say whether the child is lagging behind or is ahead. It is this which is given by the difference between mental and physical age. Thus, in our example 9 and 1/5, 8 equals 1L/5, which means the child is IL/5 years ahead of his age. The ratio of mental age to physical age is then computed, a ratio that is also an index of the child's giftedness or his backwardness. Finally, it is also important to keep in mind the number of age levels between the boundaries. A child's mental age may correspond to his real age or even be ahead of it, yet it may nevertheless not be possible to think of the child's development as being normal. It might be that the figure for mental age has been derived from individual problems that are scattered among so many age levels that the child would have to be acknowledged as possessing a clearly uneven development. Thus our brief presentation of the Binet-Simon method. The method's distinguishing feature is that it attempts to apply its own tests to the investigation of complex mental processes, taking individual patterns of behavior in the form in which they are encountered in the real world, and not broken down, where we study memory, attention, and other functions separately. Binet selects those actions in which a combination of reactions that is typical of a given age level is expressed. Binet's tests, therefore, may be easily adapted to different countries, and may represent a concise rough guide until new tests to replace them have been constructed. Such a guide allows us to analyze 3 new areas. First, it allows us to select from out of the mass of normal children a group whose members have to be acknowledged as being abnormal simply because they are lagging behind, and thus have to be placed in special educational institutions. Next, it serves to convince us that the development of rest of kids is more or less genuine. And, third, it allows us to keep track of the overall course of each child's development by supplying us, from one year to the next, with measurements that tell us how far this one child has progressed. Ra-Solomo's method, which the author refers to as reducing to the creation of a psychological profile, pursues the same goals. The choice of name emphasizes the fact that it is not integral patterns of behavior which are investigated, but rather isolated psychological functions, such as memory, attention, will, receptivity, acuity, and so on. Each function is subjected to a total of 10 tests. A test that has been solved is denoted by a plus, and an unsolved test by a minus, and the overall total of pluses for any one function then characterizes its height. Next, this result is plotted in the form of a graph on a sheet of paper which has been subdivided into L0 squares. The number of tests that have been solved is indicated by means of dots entered at the corresponding height. 334. The arithmetic mean is then computed, and taken as characterizing the child's overall giftedness. The mean of each of the three basic groups, that of volitional processes, of memory, and of associative processes, is also computed separately. Versions of tests that are just as much an approximation exist for the investigation of elementary representations in very young children. The general drawback of these types of experimental investigations is the fact that they rest on the entirely false idea that there exists some sort of general mental giftedness. Undoubtedly, this doctrine is based on ideas, already out 0f date scientifically, which are echoes of the psychology of capacities. The very concept of mental giftedness has to be replaced by that of special adaptability. Moreover, we cannot but emphasize the relationship between these systems and the old Tsarist school, where all the educational techniques were based on mental training. These systems, therefore, involve nothing more than an investigation of intelligence, but not an investigation of the emotional nor the volitional sphere of the student. These systems intellectualize the personality of the child in one-sided fashion and, therefore, represent it in a false light. Finally, all these systems suffer from the drawback inherent to any experimental investigation, that of artificiality. Since the subject is forever being placed in an extraordinary situation, there is no guarantee, moreover, that the student's memory or attention will function in school in precisely the same way it functions in the laboratory. Despite the fact that any experimental investigation presents extraordinary opportunities from the standpoint of the opportunity it affords for the production of any change in the student's behavior which one might wish for, nevertheless, it suffers from all those drawbacks that are inherent to any experiment. It places the student under new conditions. Moreover, there can never be any certainty that the conclusions which are obtained are valid. Thus, an experimental method, while avoiding the drawbacks of observation, bears within itself new defects. A way out of these and other defects is supplied by the third system of psychological investigation, called natural experimentaire. For purposes of illustration, we now present Binet's method in the form set forth by K.P. Veslovskaya. Binet-Simon method to determine the levels of giftedness and backwardness of children of different ages. Binet and Simon outline the following sequence of questions. Basic forms of investigations of the personality of the child for 3-year-old children: show me your or her mouth, nose, and eyes. Repeat a sentence consisting of 6 syllables. Repeat one of 3 pairs of numbers. Call out the natnies of several objects in a picture. For 4-year-old children, tell me whether you are a boy or a girl. Name 3 objects in common use in the home, example knife, key, coin. Repeat a series of 3 digits. Compare 2 lines, 5 and 6 centimeters in length, and tell me which one is longer. For VE-year-old children, compare 2 pairs 0 boxes _ 1 pair of and 12 grams, and the other of and I 5 grams, and tell MC which one is heavier. Draw a square. Repeat a sentence code $is lil lg of I0 syllables. Add up 4 single sou pieces. Construct a parallelogram from 2 line segments. For 6-year-old children, tell me what time it is. Give me a definition or simple description of 5 objects. Draw a rhombus, add up 13 identical coins. Compare 2 faces from an aesthetic point of view, pictures taken from special albums provided in the Binet-Simon test. For 7-year-old children, show me your right hand and left ear. Copy a picture. Perform 3 small assignments. Add up 3 simple sums and 3 double sums. Tell me the names of 3 colors. For 8-year-old children, compare from memory 3 pairs of objects. Count from 20 down to 0. Tell me what are the missing parts in the faces in the pictures in front of you. Tell me what is today's date. Repeat a set IES of 5 digits. For 9-year-old children, tell me how much change is left over if 16 coins are subtracted from Z0. Tell me the definitions of 5 objects. Express all the coins of our country's monetary system in terms of a single unit. List the months of the year in order. Respond to 3 simple abstract questions. For 10-year-old children, arrange 5 boxes old different weights in order. Draw from memory a simple picture. Find something out of place in 4 sentences. Respond to more difficult abstract questions. Construct 2 sentences using 3 given words. For 12-year-old children, teach the child to resist a suggestion, for example. Show him 6 pairs of lines, the first pair 4 and 5 centimeters in length, the second 5 and 6 centimeters in length, and the third 6 and 7 centimeters in length. With all the lines in the remaining pairs being 7 m in length, if a subject who is attempting to compare the FTH and 6th pairs keeps on saying that the longer lines are the ones which lie to the right, this is counted as a suggested response. Construct a single simple or compound sentence using 3 given words. Say at least 60 words in 3 minutes. Define 3 abstract concepts. Place words that have been deliberately mixed up in the right order. For 15-year-olds, repeat a series of 7 digits. Select 2 rhyme schemes for a given word. Ask him to construct a sentence consisting of 26 syllables. Explain the meaning of 3 pictures. Derive a conclusion from a series of facts. Chapter 19. Psychology and the Teacher. The psychological nature of the work of the teacher. Until now we have been concerned with the psychology of the pedagogical process from the point of view of pupil and student. We have tried to explain those laws and nuances to which education is subordinated in terms of how this process depends on the child. The psychological wellsprings of the educational process, insofar as they are embedded within the child's psyche, have constituted the subject of all of our preceding discussions. This, in fact, is how things go in the majority of modern courses in educational psychology. Such an approach is, however, extremely incomplete and one-sided. To get a complete idea of the entire integral process of education and to represent all the most important aspects of the overall process in the light of psychology, it is not only necessary to take into account the psychology of the work of the teacher, we also have to show what sorts of laws it is bound by. But we cannot make this the subject of the present concluding and brief chapter. Only in a complete and fully developed course in educational psychology, which is a project for the future, could it find its proper place. Science has yet to achieve the sorts of results and discoveries which would help it discover the key to the psychology of teacher. Instead, we have only scattered data, only fragmentary remarks which have yet to be reduced to a system, and on top of that, certain attempts of a purely practical nature to assist in the vocational psychological selection of teachers. Do not forget that the development of a psychological profile for teachers within the realm of vocational psychology presents far greater difficulties than in other occupations. Accordingly, we have to acknowledge the fact that it is hardly possible to write a scientifically rigorous chapter on the work of the teacher within the framework of educational psychology. Thought has been given to the most general considerations in this area more than once, however, so that the present volume would be incomplete without some discussion. Therefore, some space must be given over to a discussion of these basic considerations for the purpose of completeness and conclusiveness of the presentation. 337. 338. There is no denying the fact that every theory of education imposes its own conditions on the teacher. In the pedagogics proposed by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the teacher is only the child's guardian and keeper, protecting him against bad influences and from becoming spoiled. For Tolstoy, such a person has to be an unfailingly virtuous person who arouses the child by own personal example. For ascetic pedagogics, an educator is someone who knows how to fulfill the precept, break the child's will so that he does not perish. In D0NMSRR0I, once again new capacities are required of parent or teacher when it is prescribed, punish your son severely from the time he is a little boy, and you will be at peace in your old age and have some pleasure. And do not ease up when you are striking a small child, for he will not perish if he is beaten with a rod, but become wiser. Because by striking his physical body you will save his soul from death. For Guyot, the teacher is a hypnotist, and, according to Guyot, only he will be good teacher who is able to convey ideas to someone else by means of hypnotic suggestion and to subordinate someone else's will to his own. For Pestalozzi and Froebel, the educator is a kind of gardener who works with children. For Blinsky, the educator is an engineer who makes use of anthropological methodology anthropo/ck/anika, of a science of child engineering, that is, an engineer whose science of the cultivation of human beings operates just like plant growing and animal husbandry, as if of the same type. There have been many who have compared the work of a teacher with that of an artist, assigning paramount importance to all questions of individual creativity. On the other hand, there have been those, Kamensky, for example, who have declared that we have to hope that the method followed in the education of human beings would become mechanical, i.e., that it should be prescribed in such definite form that everyone, whatever he is learning and whatever he is involved in, cannot but succeed. Kamensky has referred to this kind of teaching as reducing to a teaching machine's /Akrichevsky Mashalm. A similar view was maintained by Pestalozzi. Thus, we see that every individual conception of the educational process is associated with a particular view of nature, of work, of teacher. We can therefore well understand that new point of view which has now been put forward in pedagogics that attempts to construct a new system of education, thereby creating all at once a new system of educational psychology as well, i.e., a new scientific discipline that serves to justify it, and it stands to reason that a new system of educational psychology, i.e., a new view of the nature of the educational process which attempts to explain absolutely every single one of its aspects and all its elements from a unified conception, leads to a new understanding of work of teacher. We have already pointed out in one of the early chapters that, from the standpoint of his own work, the teacher represents a person engaged in what is psychologian. The teacher 339 essentially a dual phenomenon just like any type of human labor. A teacher can seem like a mere fount of knowledge, a reference volume or dictionary, a manual or illustration, in a word, an auxiliary aid and tool of education. It is not very hard to see, meanwhile, that it is just this aspect of the work of teacher that made up 9/10 of the content of the labor of the teacher in the Tsarist school, as we have shown earlier. Now this role is increasingly disappearing, and is being replaced in every way imaginable by the active energy of the student himself, who, at all times, has to himself seek and obtain knowledge on his own, even when he gets it from the teacher, and not gulp down all that stuff pishcha the teacher is filling him up with. We have already taken leave of that prejudice which seemed to demand that the teacher educate. Consequently, we are also far from that view which supposes that a person has to carry heavy loads all by himself. It is in this sense that we are quite right in saying that the real secret of education lies in N_OT teaching. The process of development is subordinated to the very same iron laws of necessity as is everything else in nature. Consequently, parents and teachers have just as much power right to prescribe to this new being as to tell the stars what path to follow. The student educates himself. A lecture that has been presented by the teacher in finished form may teach many things, but it inculcates only ability and drive, and everything it makes use of comes from the hands of others, without accomplishing anything or checking anything. For present-day education, it is not so important to teach a certain quantity of knowledge as it is to inculcate the ability to acquire such knowledge and to make use of it. And, like everything else in life, this may be achieved only in the very process of labor and in the very process of attaining this knowledge. Just as you cannot learn how to swim by standing on the seashore, that to learn how to swim you have to, out of necessity, plunge right into the water even though you still don't know how to swim, so the only way to learn something, say, how to acquire knowledge, is by doing so, in other words, by acquiring knowledge. Thus, the teacher must shoulder a new burden. He has to become the director of the social environment which, moreover, is the only educational factor. Where he acts like a simple pump, filling up the students with knowledge, there he can be replaced with no trouble at all by a textbook, by a dictionary, by a map, by a nature walk. When the teacher presents a lecture or explains a lesson, in these instances he is only partially acting in the role of teacher, say, in that area of his labor which establishes the child's relationship to all the elements of environment which affect him. Where he is simply setting forth ready prepared bits and pieces of knowledge, there he has ceased being a teacher. 340. The greatest danger associated with the psychology of the teacher is that it is just this latter side of teacher's personality which might begin to assume the dominant role there. Thus, the teacher begins to think of himself as a tool of the educational process, as a record player, without a voice of his own, singing what some record suggests to him. Quite frankly, there is no denying the fact that every kind of occupation which contains an element of teaching superimposes characteristic indelible features on its practitioners, and creates pitiable figures that assume the role of propounders of commonplace truths. It is no accident that the teacher, this walking storehouse of sayings, has always seemed like a comic figure, the object of laughter and mockery, and has always been a funny character beginning with the comedies of ancient Greece right down to modern stories. Chekhov's straight-laced man, or that hero of his who would be forever saying, "The Volga owes into the Caspian Sea, and horses eat oats and hay," was for this reason alone a terrible sight, constituting a vivid example of utter absence of personality, of Simeon who had finally lost all feeling and thought. That the Volga owes into the Caspian Sea is an extremely important scientific fact of vast educational import, and there is nothing funny about it. What is funny is that this fact is made into a roll of wool the individual wraps himself in, that it consumes his entire life, and that for this fact the person has entirely ceased to exist. Truth is not a very wise thing if those who are its heralds are, for the most part, stupid, thus says a character in one old comedy about such a straight-laced person. What is seen here in caricature basically constitutes a permanent feature of the teacher so long as he is treated as a tool of education. It is extraordinarily curious that the very same picture Chekhov drew of teachers may be seen in all those professors who, 30 years ago, would give lectures on aesthetics without understanding anything about aesthetics and who were being profoundly convinced that it is not Shakespeare who is important, but the commentaries on Shakespeare. The point, that is, lies not at all in some little bit of knowledge, in a circumspection of outlook, and in how insignificant are the facts themselves. The point is not that man always swims in shallow waters and knows very little, rather that the very transformation of a person into a teaching machine represents an extraordinarily willful misrepresentation of man, in terms of a human being's own psychological nature. Thus, the fundamental requirement imposed on the teacher under our new conditions is the utter rejection of all woolly thinking and the development of all those aspects which breathe off movement and life. In all those forms of work which teachers would engage before the revolution, there was a certain musty and stale odor, as in stagnant and undisturbed water, and this did not help along the ordinary doctrine of teacher's sacred mission, of teacher's consciousness of his very own ideal goals. 341. Psychologists have demanded of the teacher educational inspiration, and it is this which defined in their eyes the personality of teacher. The concern has been with the teacher's inner warmth. A teacher who does not feel the beauty and the sacredness of his mission and who has entered the school, not because his heart was full of the desire to teach the youth, but just to have a job and to earn a living, is doing harm to the pupils and greater harm to himself, says Hugo Munsterberg, to the writer who has given the clearest expression of this view. What is required of teacher is enthusiasm, and it is with such inspiration that the teacher may nourish the students. Continues Munsterberg, for the teacher at his desk it holds as true as for the minister in the pulpit, that without belief in his heart, he is doomed, and if the enthusiasm has touched the soul, everything will become living and inspiring. There is no need for a distorted perspective. It is not necessary to teach the irregular verbs as if they were the center of the intellectual universe. Everything may remain in its right place. On the other hand, the pupil's interest is absorbed because his interest in the enthusiastic teacher is projected into the indifferent material taught. These are the words of Hugo Munsterberg, one of the founders of the field of vocational psychology, and he has discovered nothing better than an inspired faith in the value of human ideals upon which the work of the teacher may be based. Truth in this view is mixed up with error. Munsterberg is quite correct when, speaking in the language of psychology, he demands of the teacher a certain innate emotional temperament. Whoever is neither ardent nor cold, but only lukewarm, can never be a good teacher. He is also right when he points to the danger of placing the work of teaching increasingly in the hands of women. To put the education of boys in the years in which their manhood is developing, essentially into the hands of women cannot be without danger to the best interests of the community. It is also true that, because of the economic balance of forces, the occupation of teaching has become a place where all those who are maladjusted or unlucky, all those who have suffered defeats in every area of life huddle together. We can think of school as a refuge which life allots to vessels that have suffered shipwreck. It is for this reason that a natural selection of delicate, unfit, and crippled human material has been created for the vocation of teacher. It says something that there was a time when retired soldiers would take up teaching. Those who have retired from life's battleground now, in fact, make up 3/4 of the ranks of teachers. It is terrible, writes one educator, that there are so many spinsters and bachelors and, in general, every imaginable type of failure, among our teachers. How can someone teach a child to have faith in life if his own life has been a failure? So perhaps we should come right out with it and admit that far from everyone should be a teacher, but only those who are most suited to the profession. 342. With this the present-day point of view is fully in accord. Moreover, it is also in agreement with the demand that the teacher has to know a lot. He must possess a complete grasp of the subject which he teaches. The teacher must draw from a full spring, writes Munsterberg. It is not enough that he know what he wants the pupils to know and that he hastily supply himself in the morning with a reserve fund to answer the questions of the next morning. He alone can give information in an interesting way who might give 100 times more than he has a chance to give. If a teacher interprets a single poem, it makes all the difference whether he is versed in the whole literature or not, and his nature study may be confined to the elements in the classroom, and yet those elements demand that the wide perspectives of real modern science be opened before his eyes. 5. This may be compared with the process of walking, when we can take a step with confidence only when we can see IOOO steps ahead of us, and it is only the path which our very next step is to follow which remains to be discovered. This example also elucidates for us quite well the role which has to be assigned to specialized knowledge in present-day pedagogics. The point is that to take aerial step forward, to place our foot down somewhere, an extraordinarily narrow space is needed. Why, then, do we need a wide and open road? It is needed not so much for the foot, as for the eyes, so as to steer and regulate the movement of the foot. In just the same way, the teacher who has been relieved of the obligations of having to instruct must know far more than before. Ultimately, in order to instruct, one need know very little, but one must know it clearly and distinctly. In order to guide the student's own knowledge, one must know far more than he knows. Until now the student has always stood on the teacher's shoulders. He has looked upon everything through his teacher's eyes and judged everything by the way his teacher thought. The time has come to place the student on his own 2 feet and to recognize that there is not very much knowledge the teacher can impart to the student, just as one cannot teach a child to walk by means of lectures and the most painstaking demonstration of skillful perambulation on the part of the teacher. The child must himself be made to walk and to fall, to suffer pain from injuries, and to decide what direction to follow. What is true as regards walking, that it can be learned only on one's own 2 feet, and only by one's own tumbles, is equally applicable to all aspects of education. But there is a profound divergence between the reasoning taken by the old Tsarist pedagogics and today's pedagogics as regards the teacher's idealistic inspiration. Mdinsterberg is profoundly correct when he speaks of relationship between every particular fact and the overall value of an entire subject, and points out that the experience of value has to be imparted to the student even in the study of the irregular verbs is profoundly true. The error lies only in the 343 determination of means through which psychologists have hoped to achieve the success they are aiming for. Psychologists have seen as the guarantee of this success the enthusiasm that the teacher is imbued with, in the background which forms in the teacher's own mind, and in the interest which arises in the student towards an inspiring teacher. All of these constitutes the greatest of psychological delusions. Inspiration, first of all, is psychologically so rare an event and so difficult a process to guide as to make it impossible to construct on its foundation any one thing of vital importance whatsoever. Either we end up with false inspiration, that image of false pathos where the teacher speaks of irregular verbs as if they were actually the center of the universe. Or, there is the inspiration which is not contagious, just like the actor who experiences sincerely and who cries real tears, but who makes the audience laugh. There is no counting how many times an inspiring teacher finds himself in such a situation. Nor can we forget yet another noble type of teacher, the Don Quixote idealist who is infinitely enraptured with Livy's style, or the contours of the island of Madagascar, to the greatest amusement of his students. Whether someone is an inspiring teacher is not the point in the least. Nor is the problem the fact that this inspiration does not always reach the student. The real point is that the student must be made to become enraptured by the very same thing. It is even worse when inspiration does not succeed, and, like the case of the cold actor, there appears in the teacher that contrived, rhetorical pathos which found a rather splendid expression in the style of some of the textbooks from before the Revolution, where history or geography was set forth in an exceedingly bombastic tone as a way of reaching the student's feelings and inspiring him. But even when inspiration reached the student's consciousness, it was always misguided, turning into veneration of the teacher after having assumed profoundly anti-pedagogical forms. Nowhere did the sickness of the Tsarist pedagogics exhibit itself with such special clarity as in those instances when, in place of open warfare between teacher and student, there sprang up friendly relationships. The deification of favorite teacher, which assumed the form of adoration, represents, in fact, a genuine psychological problem that recalls that which in psychoanalysis is referred to as transference. By the term transference, the psychoanalyst is referring to that special false relationship which springs up between the patient suffering from a neurosis and the doctor who is treating him when unhealthy. Neurotic interest is focused on the D0's personality, when the interests nourishing the neurosis are associated with him, and the doctor's personality turns into a wall that separates the patient's inner world from the world outside. Thus, the problem is, instead, to induce in the student inspiration of his own, and not to tell the teacher how to go into raptures when presenting the country's 344 history, as was done in the regulations distributed by the Prussian Ministry of Education. Enthusiasm is akin to fraud, and inspiration to risk-taking. There is an age of enthusiasm even in poetry, this eternal refuge of these dark force. There is hardly a single American manufacturer who would entrust the management of his own factory to the enthusiasm of a manager, or an admiral who would entrust a ship to the enthusiasm of a captain. The preference is always for the experienced engineer and the skilled seaman. It is time that pedagogics, too, followed this road and sought out people who possessed an exact knowledge of laws and the methodology through which the child's own sense of inspiration could be aroused within the confines of his own soul, making use of whatever means were available, by whatever means possible, the child's own inspiration. Thus, exact knowledge of laws zero furlurio in this, above all, is required of teacher. It is in this sense that we can avail ourselves of Münsterberg's expression, that there must exist many different types of teacher, though the true teacher is always the same, is applicable. And the true teacher is that teacher who constructs his own educational work not by inspiration, but on the basis of scientific knowledge. Science is the truest path to the mastery of life. In the future, every teacher will have to construct all his own work by psychology, and scientific pedagogics will become an exact science based on psychology. Scientific pedagogics must be based, says Blinsky, on scientific psychology, i.e., on socio-biological educational psychology. Thus, in place of quacks we will get scientists. Thus, the first condition which we impose on the teacher is that he or she be a scientifically trained professional, that he or she be a true teacher before he is a mathematician, or a teacher of literature, or whatever. Only exact knowledge, exact calculation, and sober thought can become the true tools of the educator. In this sense, the primitive ideal of educator qua nursemaid, which demanded of teacher warmth, tenderness, and concern, is not quite to our tastes. On the contrary, for the psychologist the Tsarist school must be condemned just from the fact that it made the very profession of educator into one that demanded little talent. It reduced the educational process to such monotonous and negligible functions as to have methodically corrupted the educator in the most profound way possible. And it was no psychological paradox that grades and detention rooms, examinations, and inspections, corrupted the educator even more than the student. The gymnasium exerted a greater educational influence on the teacher than on the students. No psychologist can write a single page that would hold any interest if his subject is the psychology of teacher of Tsarist school. Now, in the light of psychoanalysis we can say without flinching that the pedagogical system as organized before the revolution was a place for the education of thievery. 345. Possible type of mental illness in the teacher, and in the full sense of the word, created a kind of neurosis peculiar to the teacher. In this sense, Sologov's hero, Peredanov, does not constitute any kind of absurd or monstrous fiction. Now with all the problems the teacher has to deal with, which become more complex from one day to the next, the number of instructional techniques required have become so infinitely varied and their complexity so great that any teacher who would like to be a scientifically trained educator must master an extraordinarily large volume of knowledge. Ida said that only had to know one's own subject, the curriculum, and, of course, how to raise one's voice at the class in a difficult situation. Now pedagogics has become a real and complex art that grows out of a scientific foundation. Thus, what is required from the teacher is enhanced knowledge of the subject, and enhanced knowledge of the methodology of his craft. Moreover, the very method of instruction demands of the teacher that same sense of activity, that same sense of group spirit, with which the soul of the school must be infused with. The teacher must live within the school collective, as if an integral part of it. It is in this sense that the relationship between teacher and student can attain a force, a transparency, and a depth without equal in the entire social scale of human relationships. But this is only half the problem. There is also the fact that the teacher has to satisfy a requirement that is of an absolutely opposite order. He must be a teacher through and through, but he must also be not only a teacher, or to put it somewhat more properly, he must be more than just a teacher. Strange as it may sound, if we think of it as a profession, teaching constitutes, from the psychological point of view, a false reality, and there can be little doubt that it will vanish in the near future. This, of course, does not mean that rejecting what was said above regarding the extraordinary complexity of the specialized areas of knowledge the teacher has to possess. And though there can be little doubt that the teacher of the future will be not an instructor, but an engineer, a seaman, a political worker, an actor, a worker, a journalist, a scholar, a judge, a doctor, and so forth. This, however, does not mean that the teacher of the future will be a dilettante when it comes to pedagogics. Our only concern is that there exist within the very nature of the educational process, within its psychological essence, the demand that there be as intimate a contact, and as close an interaction, with life itself as might be wished for. Ultimately, only life educates, and the deeper that life, the real world, burrows into the school, the more dynamic and the more robust will be the educational process. That the school has been locked away and walled in as if by a tall fence from life itself has been its greatest failing. Education is just as meaningless outside the real world as is a fire without oxygen, or as is breathing in a vacuum. The teacher's educational work, therefore, must inevitably be connected with his creative, social, and life work. 346. Only he who exerts a creative role in real life can aspire to a creative role in pedagogics. It is just for this reason that, in the future, the educator will also be an active participant in society. Whether in theoretical science, in the sphere of work, or in practical social activity, he will always relate the school and the real world through the subject which he teaches. Thus, pedagogical work will inevitably be linked to the broad social work that the scholar or political leader, the economist, or the artist, pursues. In the city of future, there will not be any one single building from which one might hang the sign, school, because the very word, school, which denotes in the rigorous sense of the word, leisure, and which has meant setting aside a special building gone the assignment of particular individuals for leisure activities, will be absorbed altogether in work and in life, and schools will be held in factories, and in the public square, in museums, and in the hospital and the churchyard. As Munsterberg says, there are windows in every classroom. The right teacher will look out from his desk into the wide world, into the turmoil of men, into the joys and duties of life. 7 And in the school of the future, these windows will be opened as wide as can be, and the teacher will not only look out, but also actively participate in the duties of life. That which was responsible for the mustiness and spiritual stagnation in our schools, was due to and sprang from the fact that all the windows to the outside world in our schools had been tightly shut, first and foremost, in the teacher's own soul. To many it seems that in our new system of pedagogics the teacher will have a negligible role to play, that it is a pedagogics without an educator, and a school without a teacher. To think that in the school of the future the teacher will have nothing to do is just like thinking that the role of man in mass production has diminished or been reduced down to nothing. One might even think that in the school of today the teacher has been turned into 11 mechanical mannequin. But on the contrary, the role of the teacher increases beyond all bounds. The school of today requires of teacher a/tig/year/ll/ff life in order that he possess the capacity to turn education into the creation of life. Life as creation there has existed until now, unfortunately, the conviction that since the educational process is expressed in a relationship between teacher and student, it is confined for the most part to imitation alone. Even in the latest systems of Marxist pedagogics, there are writers, example Zalkind, who sometimes speak overreacts of imitation as if it were a kind of foundation stone of education. And the teacher has to seduce, he has to attract the individual who is to be educated. Zalkind goes on, with the tempting content oft example of his own example. 347. Else all attempts to set the student's reflexive machinery in motion will come to naught. This is all basically false. To the extent that the pedagogical process is itself transformed in the light of scientific knowledge, all idea of foundation and nature of education has been altered. Above all, the very concept of education has expanded. The concern is not simply with education, but with the reforging of men, in Trotsky's expression. And this reforging requires, above all, as we have indicated repeatedly, the greatest possible use of the innate substance of behavior. Therefore, none of child's reactions must go to waste. William James has said that respect then. L. beg you. Always the original reactions, even when you are seeking to overcome their connection with certain objects, and to supplant them with others that you wish to make the rule. Bad behavior, from the point of view of the teacher's art, is as good its starting point as good behavior, in fact, paradoxical as it may sound to say so. It is often a better starting point than good behavior would be. Thus does the creative character of the educational process manifest itself with full clarity. Thus does the creative nature of the educational process, directed not towards the simple cultivation of natural data, but towards the creation of supernatural human life, becomes understandable. In this sense, present-day pedagogics radically diverges from the theory of natural education, which sees the ideal of education in the past. For Tolstoy and for Rousseau, the child constitutes the ideal of harmony, and all subsequent education only spoils the child. For scientific psychology, the child is disclosed as a tragic problem, what with the terrible imbalance and disharmony of his development. Without saying a word of biogenetic parallelism, we may nevertheless declare that the newborn infant is a clod of previous experience. He is unclothed biology, and in the several years of his development he actually has to go through the entire path which mankind has gone through from the apes to the airplane. The whole difference is that the child has to travel this road on his own 2 feet and not at all in parallel with the paths of history. Once we bear in mind the incredible vastness of this path, however, it becomes entirely understandable that the child will have to enter into a brutal struggle with the world, and that in this struggle the teacher has to have the final word. That is when we get the idea that teaching is like warfare. 348. The science of psychology, and whatever science of general pedagogics may be based on it, says James, are in fact much like the science of war. Nothing is simpler or more definite than the principles of either. There would he nothing but victories for the masters of the science, either on the battlefield or in the schoolroom, if they did not both have to make their application to an incalculable quantity in the shape of mind of their opponent. The mind of your own enemy, the pupil, is forking away from you as keenly and eagerly as is the mind of the commander on the other side from the scientific general. Thus does pedagogics disclose itself from the standpoint of the battlefield. Zalkind says that since the goods of 3/4 of modern social reexhive installations constitute, because of the chaotic structure of mankind under capitalism, a collection of SOCI 0PL10 bis 1s. For this reason the inculcation of a concrete social force in any one individual is a bitter struggle, now concealed, now explicit, between teacher and student. Therefore, sociogogy, pedagogics, psychotherapy, must not and cannot be politically indifferent. The true sociologist, i.e., teacher, is always politically involved. The education of social reexes constitutes the education of all the individual social patterns of behavior, i.e., political education. Pedagogics, sociogogy, is never and was never politically indifferent, since, willingly or unwillingly, through its own work on the psyche, social reflexes, it has always adopted a particular social pattern, i.e., political line, in accordance with the dominant social class that has guided its interests. Therefore, the borders of education have never before spread so far apart as today, when the revolution has undertaken the task of re-educating all of mankind and has created in the midst of its very being a clear-cut direction for education. Bear in mind that the sociogogics of the individual reduces the production of consistent and profound changes in all its socially reexive settings, i.e., in all its reexes without exception, since all of them are diminished by the social elements. The education of opinions, of sensations, of knowledge, oft drives all of this is only a partial and improper expression of a single common conception of the education of the individual as a whole, in all his functions, and especially in the social portion of his functions, since the inculcation of definite knowledge, sensations, and so on is, at the same time, the education of a definite social type of breathing, of digestion, and so on. Opinions and feelings cannot be isolated from the organs, neither in a theoretical sense nor in a practical sense, and it is necessary to be done with this fictionalizing as soon as possible. Let us add to this the fact that such functions of organism as growth, the formation of bone, and so on also depend to a large degree on public education. Thus, education reveals itself as the greatest problem in the world, the problem of life as creation. It is in this sense that Zalkind is correct when he merges artistic creativity together with every other mental act. 349. Zalkind also said that other than in quantitative strength, the basic elements of the process of artistic creation do not differ whatsoever from any of the other mental acts, even the simplest. Every impulse in man's mental machinery, the slightest shift in the chain of so-called thoughts, sensations, and so on constitutes an act of social adaptation of individual, the manifestation of individual's social struggle for self-preservation. Only a state of social discomfort will induce a change in the mental machinery. Utter happiness would submerge it in deep slumber. The source of every movement of the soul, from the slightest thought to the discovery of a genius, is one and the same. Every thought that has ever been expressed, every picture that has ever been drawn, every sonata that has ever been composed, has been born out of a state of unease in their originator, who has sought through re-education to change the state of unease into that of the greatest contentment. The greater the intensity in this sense of unease and, at the same time, the more complex the individual's mental mechanism, the more natural and the more insurmountable the pedagogical eruptions of this unease, the more powerfully do they force their way outside. The creative person is always from the race of the discontented. This is why education can never be limited to a single faculty. For such dislocations and snags, an inner affinity is needed between teacher and student. They must be close in terms of feelings, and in terms of thinking. Education is a process of mutual and continuous adaptation of both camps, where sometimes it is guide or leader which represents the most active and the most original effective side, and sometimes those who are being led. A pedagogical process of this sort comes to be a real social world, like the shifting of victory from one side to another in a field of battle, like a tense battle in which the teacher is, in the best of cases, the embodiment of a small part of the class. Often he is in a class all by himself. All his personal traits, his entire experience of feelings and thoughts, other than the will, he makes continuous use of in this atmosphere of tense social struggle, this inner pedagogical effort. The chain of his personal dissatisfactions, his discontent, his strivings is adapted, and the pedagogical revelations which ensue consequently constitute all told that very chain of artistic creativity which we have sketched just above. The teacher as educator cannot but be an artist. Pure objectivity in the educator is utter nonsense. A teacher who is sober-minded teaches no one. It should be clear to the reader that the more intense this discontent, which provides the initial push for all movement of the soul, the more intense is the movement itself, and therefore education and creativity are always tragic processes, inasmuch as they always arise out of discontent, out of troubles, from discord. The world evolves without any particular purpose in mind. It is just for this reason that childhood is the natural time of education, that it is the 350. Time of greatest tragedy, discord, and incompatibility between the individual and the environment. The harmony of education arises out of dissonance, which it thereupon strives to resolve. The older we become and the greater is our sense of fitting in and the greater is our feeling of contentment in the world, the less that remains in us of creative spirit and the less amenable are we to education. None of that pedagogics which sugar-coated the golden time of placid childhood and sweetened the educational process with rose-colored water lies along our road. On the contrary, we know that the tragedy of childhood is the greatest motive force for education, just as hunger and thirst are the inspirers of the struggle for existence. Education, therefore, must be guided in such a way as not to conceal and not to mask the stern features of the true discontent of childhood, but to push the child into a confrontation with this discontent in the sharpest way possible and as often as possible, and to force him to conquer it. Life then discloses itself as a system of creation, of constant straining and transcendence, of constant invention and the creation of new forms of behavior. Thus, every one of our thoughts, every one of our movements, and all of our experience constitutes a striving toward the creation of a new reality, a breakthrough to something new. Life becomes creation only when it is finally freed of all the social forms that distort and disfigure it. Questions of education will have been resolved when questions of life will have been solved. Then man's life will become one of continuous creation, a single aesthetic ceremony that will arise not out of a striving toward the satisfaction of isolated little needs, but out of conscious and brilliant creative eruption. Eating and sleeping, love and play, work and politics, every feeling and every thought, all will become the subject of creation. What is now realized within the narrow confines of art will thence infuse all of life, and life will become creative labor. The infinite potential for the creation of life in its infinite diversity discloses itself to the teacher. Not in the narrow confines of his own personal life and his own personal affairs will one become a true creator in the future. It is then that pedagogics, as the creation of life, will assume the foreground, alongside technology, writes Trotsky. Pedagogics, in the broad sense of psychophysical formation of new generations, becomes the domain of social thought. Pedagogical systems will gather about themselves powerful camps. Socially inculcated experience and the competition of diverse methodologies will assume a scope that now cannot even be dreamed of. Man, finally, has taken it upon himself to make a serious effort to discover a sense of inner harmony. He has given himself the task of instilling in the movement of his own limbs, whether in labor, in walking, or in play, a degree of intelligibility, appropriateness, and economy of the highest order, and, thereby, elegance. He wishes to become master of all the semi-conscious. 351. Processes in his organism, and then all the unconscious ones as well, such as breathing, the coursing of his bloodstream, digestion and reproduction, and, within necessary limits, to subordinate them to the dominance of reason and the will. The human species, which crystallized in the form of Homo sapiens, once again enters into a process of radical redevelopment and becomes the subject of the most complex methods of artificial selection and psychological conditioning at man's very own hands. This is fully within the realm of development. Man first banished the dark elements from industry and from ideology, supplanting brutish routine with scientific technology and religion with science. Next he drove the unconscious out of politics, having toppled the monarchy and class-conscious democracy and replaced them with apologetic rationalistic parliamentarianism, and then at one fell swoop, by the transparent Soviet dictatorship. Theblind element had firmly lodged in economic relationships, but man chucked it out through the socialist organization of labor. Finally, in the deepest and darkest corner of the unconscious, in the spontaneous well springs, in the underground of our soul, we find the nature of man himself concealed. Isn't it clear that the greatest efforts of analytic thought and of creative initiative will be led in just this direction? The human species did not cease crawling about on all fours in front of God, Tsar, and capital just so that it could then bend down submissively before the dark laws of heredity and blind sexual selection. The free man wishes to attain the greatest sense of balance in the workings of his organs, the most uniform development and use of his own tissues, in order to, at one fell swoop, bring the fear of death within the realm of the organism's appropriate reactions to danger. For otherwise there can be little doubt that man's extreme disharmony, the extraordinary anatomical and physiological unevenness in the development and use of man's organs and tissues impart to living instinct an unhealthy, pinched, hysterical fear of death which obscures reason and feeds foolish and humiliating fantasies of life after death. Man has set himself the goal of becoming master of his own feelings, of lifting the instincts to the heights of consciousness and making them transparent, of stretching the thread of will into what is concealed and into the underground, and to thereby lift himself up to a new stage, to create a higher socio-biological type, so to speak, Superman.